Well, hello everybody and welcome for the first time in 2023 to live coverage of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. We are here at Glan-Y-Gors, the premier karting circuit in North Wales for round 2 of the championship. It's the start of the season. Everybody is very, very excited for it here this weekend. My name is 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀 from 𝗏𝗏𝗏 Media. Great to be back with you once again for every single Sunday round of SuperOne in 2023. Here is our track for today. GYG, 1.1 kilometers, 12 turns, 39 feet in elevation change. Established in the early 2000s. One of my personal favourites, if I may say so, and a brilliant circuit to race around. Mixed conditions yesterday, bit more stable so far today. It is cool though. We are still in the early parts of spring. Single-digit temperatures, a light breeze over the circuit, cloudy. That is the forecast, but we are in North Wales. It could change at any moment, and we did have some rain yesterday. 9 classes in action here today at GYG, each of them having 2 heats and a set of finals across the course of the day. We will have the first set of heats starting very shortly with the timed qualifyings complete from earlier on here today. And you can get in touch with us in the comments. We'll be keeping an eye on those. But I think we are ready. We're about set for our first race of the day. Bambino C50 gets underway very, very shortly. So, first race here on Sunday for round number 2. It is the Bambino C50s, our youngest category, heading out on circuit first for their first heat. Here is your grid, set by times qualifying earlier on this morning. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 has pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is yesterday's round 1 winner in the final, Harry Chapman. Rex Pooley is back for another year of SuperOne, starts this one on row 2 alongside Ronnie Kempson. Toby Biggs and Charlie Gregg are on row number 3. Mason Muncer and Ernie Wade go from row number 4. Eli Scher and Brady Atkin are there on row number 5. Jack Daniels and Joshua Bailey are on row 6. Mason Hibbert and Logan Hodgetts go from row 7. Arlo Atkinson and Miguel Gonzalez Zamora start on the 8th row of the grid. Noah Smith and Louis Wilson start on row 9. And then we find Passion Motorsports' Ethan Pearson on row 10. Alongside is Elliot Payne, wrapping out the top 20 there. Oliver Daniels and Jesse Bailey start on row 11. And then we've got Benjamin Schlever and Calman Simon on row number 12. Last but not least, Ollie West and Bo Blundell start on row 13. It is a 26-kart grid here and Bambino C50. Slight change this year in 2023. It is all one class. So regular viewers from 2022 may remember the Pro category and the New Era category. It's all one class now in C50, but we will be keeping an eye on our rookies. So any driver in any class that has not competed in any SuperOne class before is classified as a rookie. So they'll be competing for the rookie trophies once we get to the end of the C50s today. The top 6 overall get trophies and the top 6 rookies as well. Grid is cleared then. We are set to go for the first race here on Sunday for round 2 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship 2023. Away we go in Bambino C50. Good start from pole there from 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Bit of a sluggish start from Harry Chapman there in the bright yellow. Falls down to 4th place. Through turn 1 they go. And up this long, long run up to Spoon Curve. 1.1 kilometre circuit. All of these heats will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's looking like a good, steady start from our Bambino C50s to kick things off here. 25 of them I can see running out on circuit. Format of the day is as follows. So these 2 heats, both of 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Grid decided by the same timed qualifying from earlier on this morning. Performances across these 2 heats will then set the grid for the finals later on in the afternoon. 34 championship points available for the winner of one of these heat races, 60 for the longer finals. But still very early in the season. We won't really be talking about championship today. This is pure racing to set off the 2023 campaigns. We did have a round yesterday, as I say, was won by Harry Chapman. The early stages of this one, 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 leading from 𝗦𝗃cie, and 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍 has had a good start there in third. His top three may try and work together at this stage of the race to break away from Chapman behind. Coming down the hill now, this is a great part of this circuit. Feels like you're on a roller coaster. And you sweep into the carousel, this very tricky double apex left-hander. That's very well done by Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 and 𝗦𝗃cie there. And you come into this phase of the circuit through compression corner and then devil's elbow. Very technical, very easy to get your line wrong. Sweeping downhill before we then get into the final corner, which has got a big curb on the inside, which these drivers will be wanting to avoid. That's very nicely done. End of lap number 2. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 still leading from 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍. Breaking away from 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍 now. The gap is 8.5 tenths of a second between 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍 in second and Biggs in third. Fourth place still is Harry Chapman. Ronnie Kempson running well as well there in fifth place. Just looking further down the order, changes of position to let you know about. Joshua Bailey has got past Ernie Wade. That's for sixth position. And Noah Smith, unfortunately, has fallen down 3 positions on that last lap. Has been overtaken by the likes of Jack Daniels, Arlo Atkinson and Logan Hodgetts all in there. Harry Chapman looking like there could be potential gains later in this race. Catching up to the back of 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍 now for third place. Good to see a good steady start here from the Bambino C50s. These are drivers who can enter this class from the year of a driver's 6th birthday, meaning that we can have drivers younger than 6 years of age at this stage of a season. 𝗦𝗃cie has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 60.264. As you battle for third place, Biggs and Chapman, and looking down the inside, well, Biggs was defending to the inside there from Harry Chapman, not too much. Maybe there'll be a chance for Chapman down the hill now into carousel. Having a little think about it, because you're forcing the cart downhill. Very easy corner to outbrake yourself is carousel. Bit of momentum and gravity working against you in that one, but Chapman does look quicker at this stage of the race than 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍, but 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍 dealing with the pressure well. Good progress from Miguel Gonzalez Zamora, who report that Gonzalez Zamora is up to 11th position. Has got past Mason Hibbert in all of that. Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 responding, maybe with a bit of bump assistance from 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍 behind. New fastest lap of the race so far, 60.055. Biggs holding that tighter line again as they go through what is called spoon curve here at GYG. Come over the rise. Oh, but Chapman's got a good run there out of turn 4. Maybe alongside here and have the block pass into the carousel. Textbook manoeuvre from yesterday's round 1 winner. That is Harry Chapman up into third position. So the gap between these two double kart formations at the front of the order at the moment, 3.6 seconds. So I think it's going to be a bit of a big ask for Harry Chapman to catch up to 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍 and 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, because they've worked together very well. They've actually lost through that little battle. Oh, as off there is the 77 of Ethan Pearson. That looked to be down through the run after compression corner into Devil's Elbow. Unfortunately there for Ethan Pearson, I think was running inside the top 20. Ethan is now out of this race. We've also lost Elliot Payne and Ollie West out there. The race continuing. Less than 90 seconds on the clock. For those new to this level of racing, when that timer hits 0 seconds, the next time the leader comes over start-finish line, that is when the last lap board will go out. It's not like other series where you may see there's a battle going on here between the 23 and the 15. This is all over 8th place. This is Atkin in the 23 and Charlie Gregg in the 15. Bright yellow helmet there. Very easy to spot. Good move by Greg. Greg will be up to 8th place. Next driver ahead is Ernie Wade, who was one of our trophy recipients yesterday in the rookie category. So by my calculations, we'll have 2 more laps to go because time will expire on this lap. And then 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, or maybe 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗍𝒑𝗿𝗍, depends on which one of them crosses the line first. That will be the first recipient of the last lap board. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒑𝗿𝗍 has played this very well so far. Both of these drivers have competed before. Both competed in 2022. Drivers between the age of 6, or the year of their 6th birthday, and 8 years old compete at this level. So these 2 drivers have had at least 1 season under their belts. They know what to do here, and 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒑𝗿𝗍 see the final lap board. Got to remember though, this is a heat. This is all about getting good positions in the races to give yourself a good grid slot for the final. That's where the big prizes are won. So whilst 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒑𝗿𝗍 would like to win this race, at the same time he would like to get a race, get a race win under his belt, but also not risk too much and fall off the road. Apologies for the timing glitch on the left-hand side of your screen. The race is still running at the moment. It's still 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 in the lead of it, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒑𝗿𝗍 in 2nd place. Harry Chapman pulling away now from 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍 in 3rd. Coming back down through the cascade of corners there. Really good scrap this has been between 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒑𝗿𝗍. And in the air, actually, no, I do think that the checkered flag has come out. So 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 has taken the race victory. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒑𝗿𝗍 2nd, Harry Chapman in 3rd, 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍 4th. Apologies there, bit of confusion, but the checkered flag has been waved, and 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is classified as your race winner. Well, there we go. So 𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 takes the first haul of 34 points here today. And the provisional result before any post-race checks looks like this. 𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, from Pooley, Chapman, Biggs, Kempson. That is your top 5. Joshua Bailey, a good run there in 6th place. Should note that Ronnie Kempson was the top rookie in this category, home there in 5th place. Joshua Bailey in 6th, Charlie Gregg 7th, Ernie Wade 8th, Brady Atkin in 9th, Mason Hibbert completing the top 10. Miguel Gonzalez-Zamora in 11th, 𝗦𝗍𝗍 in 12th place, Louis Wilson and Jack Daniels 13th, 14th, Mason Munzer completing the top 15. We're going to crack on though, because our next race is about to head out on circuit. It'll be the first appearance of the day for Honda Cadet. So Honda Cadet out next. This is a change to our normal schedule because we've got some drivers competing in multiple cadet categories today. So here we go for Honda Cadet, heat number 1. This is their grid. John Richardson starts on pole position. Jensen Walker for Cutting Edge racing alongside on the front row. Cian Sullivan and Max Taddy start there on row 2. Connor Winfield and Tommy Climo start on row number 3. Charlie Quine from the Isle of Man starts on row number 4. George Climo alongside on that one. And Xavi Fonge and Isla Parsons start on row 5. It's a 10-cart field. So don't worry if you were expecting the iArmy Bambinos at that point. They will come after the Honda Cadets. But as we say, we've got some of these drivers out in Honda Cadet will be appearing in some of our other cadet level classes. So that's why we've had a bit of a stagger with them today. Formation lap underway. And as ever with Honda Cadet, there will be a standing start for them. And for the schedule, we should be having 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And the same format as we saw with the C50s. 2 heats today for the Honda Cadets, and then the final later on in the afternoon. The heats will have the lunch break in between them as well, to give a chance for our hard-working marshals and officials here at the circuit. We've already had a busy morning so far with the timed qualifying. John Richardson has been in good form took an A final win here yesterday. First time in 3 years that we've seen John Richardson on a podium in P1. He's very happy about it indeed. We're under starters orders then for Honda Cadets, their first heat. And away we go. Couple of drivers nervous off the start. Good start for Jensen Walker from P2. Wraps around the outside of John Richardson there. Takes the lead of the race. Up to the spoon curve they go for the first time then. Jensen Walker, another very experienced driver at this level, has competed in SuperOne for a couple of years. Through spoon they go. It is Walker ahead of Richardson. Downhill now towards Carousel. All steady so far. Everyone running well. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 has had a good start, battling there for third place. Finished fourth in this championship in 2022. That's why he's got the single-digit number on his kart. That was a fantastic start from Jensen Walker off the standing start. Reacted to the lights very well and is rewarded with the lead at the end of lap 1. It's Walker from Richardson, Sullivan there in third, 𝗬𝗏𝗍 in fourth, and the two 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀 brothers, George ahead of Tommy in fifth and sixth place, Charlie 𝗻𝗀 in seventh. Winfield, Fonge, Parsons completes the 10 runners. Round the outside there goes John Richardson. Beautiful move by John Richardson. Takes the lead of the race early here on lap number 2. This is where he likes to be. He's a confident young racer, is John Richardson. Likes to control things from the front. And we saw in 2022 a pattern emerging for John Richardson where he always seemed to perform even stronger on the Sunday. I mentioned that he took the final victory yesterday in round 1. Can he do it again here today? A lot of racing to go before we get to that point. But now we start to see very much a characteristic of this Glan-Y-Gors circuit. This first half of the track, very long straights, very difficult, especially in Honda Cadet, for a driver to break away off the front because the slipstream is so powerful round here. Often means that you'll see drivers working together in the early stages of these races. We've got a pack of 4, nearly 5, if George 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 can get onto the back of this group there in the number 83. He will probably hold station for another couple of minutes. Keep themselves in the equation, in the battle till the end of the race, because once you lose the slipstream here, it is very difficult to get it back, especially if you're one kart on your own and you've not got any other drivers around you to help. George 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 sets another new fastest lap of the race, 50.738 there. Keane Sullivan doing a really nice job there in third place, you can see. He's being tailed by 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 at the moment, who really improved. Struggled at the start of 2022. But by the time we got to places like Clay Pigeon, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 really in a bit of a green patch in terms of form. Climbed those standings, finished fourth in the championship. What can 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 do here in 2023 to hopefully see further improvements? 3.5 minutes to go. John Richardson still controlling this one from the front. Jensen Walker in second place. Bit of a gap now between third, or back to third place, I should say. Sullivan and 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 don't want to panic at this stage, because there you just see, didn't look like Sullivan did too much there, but the power of that slipstream, that long run from turn 1 uphill towards the spoon curve. Keane Sullivan's number 26 naturally pulling itself back up to the rear bumper of the number 2. I like the look of George 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 at the moment there in 5th place. Has made himself part of this discussion as to who's going to win this first heat of the day in Honda Cadet. Just to note further back, Tommy 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 leading the second group there in 6th place. Connor Winfield in 7th, and Charlie 𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 with the IM plate from the Isle of Man has actually just gone up to 7th place, so a bit of a change of the order there. Two and a half minutes to go. Jensen Walker having a little look there. Just reminding John Richardson of the situation results for Walker yesterday. Pretty good, 4th, 3rd and 3rd. So a visit to the podium for the cutting-edge racing driver there on the Project 𝗏𝗏 chassis. John Richardson knows what he needs to do here. Doesn't need to overly defend at the moment. Those 4 drivers behind, just quite happy at the moment, as we say, to keep this formation going, keep this pace up, not allow this second group here, now headed up by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to join them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 retakes the fastest lap honour, 50.504 now. 90 seconds to go, and you can just start to feel now that it's starting to get a little bit racy behind. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has got through. I think Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has got through as well. So yes, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 up to 3rd place. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in 4th. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 down to 5th. No reason to panic for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there. A few tidy corners. Stay part of this quintet at the front of the order. Could still be an opportunity for the race win on the cards here. End of another lap. 1 minute on the clock. So we should have 3 more laps yet, because we'll have a little bit of time still remaining on the board. Jensen Walker now having a look, think about going for the move on John Richardson. Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is looking up for the fight here, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 down the inside spins. Oh, Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes round, was going for the move on Jensen Walker for 2nd place, had just set the fastest lap of the race. Contact between Walker and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes round. Let's have another look at that again. So it's coming up to Spoon Curve, the blind crest that these drivers have got to go over the top of. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 comes to the inside, makes contact there. Walker keeps the steering open, as well to not get too involved in that incident and spin out himself, but unfortunately for Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, that spin is going to take the number 4 out of the discussion for who's going to take the race win here. It's also split this quintet up. So now John Richardson and Jensen Walker are on their own up front. Time runs out. There'll be this lap plus 1 more. Poor Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has actually fallen all the way down to 8th place now. It was worth the go, but it's one of those characteristics with the climb over the top of Spoon Curve. There's not much opportunity for drivers to visually work out what's going on through that corner. It's a braking zone that comes at you very, very quickly as you go over the rise up towards Spoon, and it's tight. It's tighter than it looks on camera here at GYG. That's unfortunate for Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Put that down to a bit of learning and experience. He's still in a good position there in P8, not the end of Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's day. Final lap then. John Richardson leads the race. Jensen Walker there in 2nd place. Is Jensen Walker going to have a go there into Spoon Curve? Has been thinking about it. Is going to have more of a think about it. Good driving there from John Richardson. Defends, uses the wide line. Another thing that you can do through Spoon. Just hold your steering out wide. Make sure that you don't get taken out by the driver on the inside. You've then got the advantage of the next corner, turn 4, that's a left-hand kink. That was perfectly done by John Richardson. It was a good effort as well from Jensen Walker, but we are on the final lap. John Richardson looking for that checkered flag in his number 6 machine, and will take the checkered flag. A very mature drive from John Richardson to take a 3rd race victory of the weekend. First here in round 2, can add that one to the Heat 2 victory yesterday in round number 1, and the final victory as well. A very, very good drive. John Richardson, provisionally at least, takes the race win. Jensen Walker 2nd. Keane Sullivan did well to avoid some of the mayhem finishes in 3rd. Charlie Quine in 4th. Connor Winfield in 5th. Tommy 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in 6th. Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 were in that front quintet, but in the end finished 7th and 8th. Xavi Fonge finishes in 9th, and Isla Parsons in 10th. Well, we'll see the Honda cadets out again later on this morning. Our group of 8 to 12-year-olds. But now we will head back to the Bambino categories, because the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Bambino category, their first heat, are out next. Let's have a look at the grid then for 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino, their first heat of the day, decided by timed qualifying earlier this morning. Charlie Page has pole position for Boxo Cosmic Jr. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 moving up from C50's last year, starts alongside on the front row. James Roots was part of that amazing final that culminated the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino season at Shennington in 2022. Starts this round in 2023 on the second row of the grid. Darren Dimitrov is alongside on that one. Chester Fawkes, yesterday's round winner, last year's C50 champion, starts on row 3 alongside William Crombie. Oscar Kenny and Passion Karting start alongside Freddie Baker for RCE on row 4. It's an all RCE row 5 with Harris Barber and Albert Farrow. Ika Alvarez and Ollie Liddell start on row number 6. Freddie Fluid and Sophia Page start on row number 7. Toby Cannon and Theo Jepson on row 8. Sydney Nell and Max Joy start on the 18th row of the, on row 9, wrapping up the top 18. And then Hugo Williams for Mark Baines Motorsport starts on row 10. Problems, I believe, in qualifying for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀, starting there in 20th on the grid. There we go. There is your group of drivers for 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino, with their green number plates and black numbering. And from our viewers from 2022, I'm sure you will remember how this category finished in 2022 when we had the final race. 3 drivers all going into it with a chance of winning the title. It really was winner take all, and what a race it was. I mention that because that just whets the appetite for 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino again this year. It's a very competitive category, very even category we've seen historically over the last few years in SuperOne. The round results yesterday looked a little bit like this. Chester Fawkes, as we say, took the round victory. James Roots was second. Charlie Page in third place. 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻𝗀 fourth. And a good number of drivers, I should say, moving up from C50 into 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino this year. McGill, as mentioned, Chester Fawkes as well. So it'll be good to see how those drivers develop at this what may seem like a small step from C50 to 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino, but when you're that young, you know, this is another category with drivers who are at least in the year of their 6th birthday, up to the age of 8. Very rapid development of these drivers. They learn a lot, they learn quickly. There, number 33 of Charlie Page to the left of your screen will have pole position. 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗀 to the right-hand side of your screen, the number 18, second on the grid. Another driver who very much performed on all rounds last year, but very much on the Sundays. Used what she learnt through the Saturday races to come back on the Sunday for a fresh round and do even better, and was our winner of the Girl Power Award for the strongest performance by a female driver yesterday as well. Took that award several times last year. Let's catch up with our winner from yesterday's round. Here's 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino's Chester Fawkes on the podium. Well, here we have a very familiar face for regular viewers of SuperOne here on the podium, but now in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino, Chester Fawkes, our winner here in Wales today. Chester, your first time racing in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino, having won in the C50s last year. You finished first. How do you feel?
Good.
I remember back to 12 months ago, you won here in the C50s, but had a bit of a dramatic end to the race, and you were holding an ice pack at the time. No ice packs today. How did the race go for you?
Good. At the start I got away, but Charlie Page was right on my tail. Then he went for the inside, and then suddenly James Roots came up the inside of me, and then on the last lap they were battling. Charlie was on the outside and James was on the inside. Then I just saw the gap, so I went for the inside.
What's different about this 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino kart to the one that you drove last year?
It's more faster and you have to get the braking points right.
What are you enjoying in particular about it, especially around this GYG circuit?
About the speed.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, we may have a little bit of not so nice weather. Is that something that you feel you are ready for?
Yes.
Good stuff. Well, well done, Chester. Another victory here in Super One. Great to see you on the podium once again.
Thank you.
There we go. Very good to have a chat with Chester yesterday after his round 1 victory. A short delay here at GYG ahead of the next race, which will be Heat 1 for 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻𝗿 Bambino. I will just run through the running order as well, because I know there'll be some folks interested in that and waiting for drivers that they are following. So after this, we will have Micro Max, first run of Micro Max here in Super One in its new form. We've then got 2 categories running in the same race after that. So Intermax and Mini ROK will both be on track at the same time. 2 classes to keep track of during those heats, and we'll do that for you. Then we run into the slightly older competitors. Senior Rotax will be after that. Then Junior Max, our biggest field of the day, and then Rotax 177. So that will complete 1 rotation. If you're a regular viewer or listener of DDMM commentaries, you'll know that we like to talk about rotations because it keeps it nice and easy. It'll be that same order through the second set of heats, and then the final later on today as well. So C50, Honda Cadet, 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻𝗿 Bambino, like we're about to have now, Micromax, Intermax and Mini ROK out at the same time, seniors, juniors, 177 for the Rotaxes. Okay, out go the drivers in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻𝗿 Bambino for their formation lap. Let's just remind you of their running order. Charlie Page on pole position, Chloe McGill alongside on the front row, James Roots and Darren Dimitrov row 2, Chester Fawkes and William Crombie row 3, Oscar Kenny and Freddie Baker on row number 4, Harris Barber and Albert Farrow on row 5, 𝗦𝗍𝗿 Alvarez and Ollie Little on row number 6, Freddie Flewitt and Sophia Page on row 7, Toby Cannon and Thea Jepson on row 8, Sydney Nell and Matt Joy on row 9, and then Hugo Williams and Eli 𝗦𝗍𝒄𝒿 both on the back row, having not set a lap time in qualifying. A couple of spinners on the formation lap. The number 12 was one of them. And there was another cart involved there as well. So that was Harris Barber going round. Harris Barber due to start this race 9th on the grid. So in the middle of the pack there. Just see if there's a bit of a reformation. I think it was Darren Dimitrov who was also involved. Yeah, it's Darren Dimitrov just pulling in there into 4th on the grid. And the number 12 of Harris Barber also retaking position there and 9th on the grid. And we should be all good to go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap to start the day's racing elements here for 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻𝗿 Bambino. One more driver at the back of the field. Engines fired up then, standing start for our 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻𝗿 Bambinos, who will get the run into turn 1. Page on the inside, McGill on the outside, waiting for those lights for 7 minutes plus 1 lap here in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻𝗿 Bambino, and away we go. Pretty even start between Page and McGill. McGill slots into 2nd place there. Good start for Chester Fawkes as well, as already up to P4 as they run out of turn 1, up the hill towards Spoon Curve for the first time. Long train of karts already forming as they head up towards the first big braking zone. Chester Fawkes looking to the outside there of the number 5 of James Roots. Downhill towards the carousel they go for the first time. Good start for Charlie Page, has already broken away by a kart length or 2, maybe more, over Chloe McGill in 2nd place. McGill and Fawkes very accustomed with each other from last year's C50. Good move down the inside by James Roots, but the door opens for Chester Fawkes. Maybe no. James Roots able to pull it back. Spin there for the number 85. Spinning round, all drivers needing to avoid. Darren Dimitrov, I think it is. Apologies, the 65 that went round there. Kart goes very light as you come down through compression and then into Devil's Elbow. Unfortunately for Darren Dimitrov, that is going to be a costly moment falling down the order now outside of the top 15, but all the other drivers did very well to avoid. James Roots attacking now up the inside. A frenetic start here to the first heat of the day in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino. Good move by James Roots. Takes the lead of the race away from Charlie Page. Chester Fawkes is there as well into third place. Wow, what a start here for the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. Really have come alive in the early stages of this one. James Roots was the fourth driver in the group that fought the round 12 race victory at Shenington last year, a race you can go and watch back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel at your leisure. It really was an absolute cracker, so we know that James Roots has the pace in this category and the experience to potentially have a title challenge here in 2023. He wants to get this season off to a good start by winning these heats and doing as well in the finals as possible. Oh, it's round, there goes Roots, off the circuit now. Was that a touch, or was that just a driver error on the exit of carousel? Let's have another look at that again. Coming down into the carousel again. The weight forward, even on these small carts, all by himself. Oh, just a bit too much corner speed. The back end of the cart stepped out, and round goes James Roots from the lead of the race. And will fall down the order now. Has recovered to... off now is the number 24 of Sophia Page. So Sophia off the road. Very high level of attrition in this race. So James Roots has rejoined and is now in 9th place. Can still fight back from there. Meanwhile, front of the order, Charlie Page, Chester Fawkes. These two drivers had some good battles yesterday during round number 1. Results for Charlie Page yesterday: 4th in Heat 1, 1st in Heat 2, and then 3rd in the final. For Fawkes, 2nd in both of the heats, and as I've mentioned, 1 in the final. Through turn 1, about halfway through. Lead of the race still with Charlie Page. Leads by 1/4 of a second from Chester Fawkes. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀 in 3rd place. William Crombie in 4th. Oscar Kenny 5th. Ollie Little in 6th. So that is your top 6 at the moment. Freddie Flewitt's had a good race. He's up to 7th place. Started, if memory serves me correctly, around 14th position. James Roots starting to recover. It's already got past Freddie Baker for 8th place. Toby Cannon wrapping out the top 10 at the moment. What a great start to the day for these two drivers so far. Charlie Page and Chester Fawkes. 2.5 minutes to negotiate on the clock. Chester Fawkes sets the fastest lap of the race, 52.848. Just to note as well, I think we've had further problems, unfortunately, for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗍𝗀 is out of the race, or not circulating anymore. Sophia Page, as mentioned, is a lap down, but I think is still winning. In fact, right on cue. No, that's the number 18. Apologies, of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 there. William Crombie and Oscar Kenny just behind. First time in SuperOne for Oscar Kenny in this category. Running well at the moment there in 5th place. Learnt a lot around this circuit yesterday, did Oscar Kenny. Finished 8th, 4th and 6th across the 3 races that we had. So this will be good for Oscar. Hopefully get another top 5. 90 seconds on the clock remaining. Still as you were at the front of the order. Kenny looking down the inside of Crombie there for 4th place, and I think has got through him before they go over the rise and towards Spoon. Very good stuff indeed from Oscar Kenny. Page and Fawkes still 1st and 2nd as they were the last time we were with them. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀 holding there in 3rd place. Change though, Oscar Kenny now ahead of William Crombie. Into this challenging technical part of the course. Very much a circuit of two halves is Glan-Y-Gors. Really does test the overall talents of a driver. Also very key for kart setup as well, which will become more of a factor as we go through the day into the more experienced categories, the more powerful categories in terms of machinery. And you just saw 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀 running around a lap down at the moment. No worries, trying to catch back up to 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗏 at the moment. 15 seconds to go then. 𝗬𝗏𝗍 still leads this race. Chester Fawkes in second. Not so good news, unfortunately, for 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗏's fallen down the order to 16th. Just saw on the timing tower there. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗏𝗏 has lost out as well, I think, down to 14th. Still scoring points. Bit of traffic for the leaders to deal with now. They'll see the last lap board now. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗏 has dealt with this very well. And good driving there from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗏. Just to let the drivers in the lead of the race go through, not affect their race in a negative manner. Can Chester Fawkes find a way through here? It's a similar scenario to what we saw yesterday during heat number 2 when they finished in this very order. Page ahead of Fawkes. Into carousel for the final time in this race. Page looking very strong in the first half of the circuit, which is good from a defensive position. Can ward off any big braking zone attacks from the driver in second place. Fawkes has a half look as they go down into Devil's Elbow. Well dealt with by 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗏. Quick check over the shoulder. Just needs to get it through the last corner, and does get it through the last corner. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗏 takes the heat victory there in 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 Bambino. Chester Fawkes finishes in second place, same as yesterday in the heat. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 is our top I was going to say top rookie driver, but I think that's an incorrect definition on the timing screen, because we know that 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 raced in SuperOne last year. But either way, finishes there in third place. William Crombie in fourth, Oscar Kenny fifth, James Root sixth. Recovery there after that unfortunate spin early in the race from the lead of the race. Ollie Little in seventh. Freddie Fluids, good drive there up to eighth place. Freddie Baker in ninth. And Darren Dimitrov, who also had an unfortunate spin in the early stages, recovers into the top 10. Albert Farrow finishes in 11th, Iker Alvarez 12th, Harris Barber and Toby Cannon take us down to 14th. Max Joy, Theo Jepson, 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗏𝗏, 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗍𝗏𝗏 and Eli Lizecki complete the 19 runners in that one. We'll see the 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 Bambinos again later on after the lunch break for their second heat. Meanwhile, let's get ready for the first appearance today of our next category, which will be Micromax. All set to go then for Micromax, our 8 to 12-year-olds racing in the Rotax ladder. Here is your grid. Leo Livings has pole position, Arthur Farrow alongside on the front row. Alfie Mayer and Maximilian Abraharts go from row 2. Gear Up Racing's Logan Rolfe starts on row 3 alongside Jack Baker. Grayson Wortley steps up to the cadet categories, still racing with RCE, is there on row 4 alongside Jensen Sale. Jack Cordingley and Ellis Wildchild, another driver moving up to this level, starts on row 5. Jensen Walker, who we saw earlier in Honda Cadet, starts this one on row 6 alongside Amrit Singh Atwal. Sebastian Behrman and Sebastian Clark form up an all-ambition motorsport row 7. Harper Das and Benedictas Masiakas start on row 8. Elliot Travis, who did very well yesterday, starts on row 9 alongside Achille Nane Giannone. And that is your grid. 18 of them in this one. So Micromax, very much a developing, growing category with the Micro Rotax Max engine on these karts. The results from yesterday looked a bit like this. Elliot Travis took the final victory. Leo Livings was second. Logan Rolfe third ahead of Jack Baker in fourth. Maximilian Abraharts completed the top 5. The commentator sensors tell me this is going to be a very competitive category in 2023. And for their first race in front of the Alpha Live cameras, what can the Micro Maxers give for us here today? Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. A little bit slippery on the outside there for P2, but all of them through that first corner and on their way up towards the spoon curve for the first time. Jostling for position there in the middle of the pack. All about keeping yourself in tow in the early stages. So far so good from our Micro Max drivers. Yes, indeed, from P2, Alpha Pharaohs unfortunately lost a couple of positions. Very cool conditions here today, under 10 degrees. Maybe a little bit damp still in places. Good start from Leo Livings, controlling this race so far. Number 61 of Maximilian Aberhart there in second place now, end of the first lap. Let's count them through. It is indeed Livings from Aberhart. Baker up to third place, looking racy at the moment, looking keen to get on with things here, trying to look for a way past Aberhart for second place. Alpha Pharaoh a bit isolated at the moment there in fourth place. Grayson Wortley and Logan Rolfe fighting out over fifth place as well. Need to work together to make sure that they can join this pack, otherwise they're going to get away here, this top three. Biggest mover at the end of lap number 1, actually, I think is Elliot Travis. As we say, had good pace yesterday, won the round, well, won the final. Didn't have a good qualifying though, but has gained 4 positions, at least 4 positions in the early stages of this first heat of the day. Is up to 13th place. Rolfe confirmed as past Wortley now for 5th place, and further progress from the number 37, Elliot Travis, up to 11th place now. Sebastian Clark also on the move, has gone past Jensen Walker for 14th. Down the hill then, Leo Livings doing a good job here. Keeping calm, looking smooth at the wheel of the number 77 at the moment. He's got a bit of a gap over Maximilian Aberhart. Slowing down the challenge here to Aberhart and Baker. They've got to work really, really hard now to make sure that Leo Livings doesn't pull away. I've got to say that Albert Farrow is doing a very good job also. Might just be catching up a bit here. Jack Baker feels he needs to be in second place. He's going to try and get past Maximilian Aberhart. Little adjustment there on the radiator flap from Maximilian Aberhart. You'll see the drivers play around with those a little bit. Just on the, as you're looking at it, the left-hand side of your screen, the driver's right-hand side, a little radiator there. Smaller units with these smaller Rotax engines, but it's the same concept that we see in the older, more experienced and more powerful categories. Managing that airflow into the radiators, managing your engine temperatures. It's a key part of Rotax racing. There's a lot to learn at this level. Logan Rolfe going along quite nicely. The number 32 there, new fastest lap of the race, 47.490. Is now going for 4th place and taking 4th place. Beautifully done by Logan Rolfe up the inside of Albert Farrow. Logan Rolfe on the way there. Is looking to be catching Maximilian Aberhart. It was a good move from Jack Baker. Well-read situation there by Jack Baker with the number 17. He's now putting Leo Livings under a bit more pressure now. What we've got going on here? Big scrap in the midfield. It's all around 10th place. You can see Jensen Sale in there, the number 40. Sebastian Clark coming through the field as well in the number 50, and the 57 of Jack Cordingley. So lots of changes of position. In fact, yes, this is all those drivers who didn't have great qualifying now coming through the field. So Elliot Travis, yesterday's winner. There in the white, blue and dark pink helmets. Bit of an Alain Prost vibe that I'm getting there from that lid design for Elliot Travis. Very nice indeed. It's progressed well. Now this group need to work together. Still a lot of time on the clock, and that +1 lap. About 5 seconds off the lead at the moment, but if they can work together, hopefully the drivers ahead will start fighting and that pack will come back towards them. Now, changes at the front. Jack Baker has got through past Leo Livings. Logan Rolfe has set the new fastest lap of the race again. Really has closed in. You can see it now. Has closed up. It's now a group of 3 at the front of the order, with Baker now in the lead of it. And the 2 gear-up drivers of Livings and Rolfe, 2nd and 3rd. Results for Jack Baker yesterday, 3rd, 4th and 4th. This would be a big step forward if Jack Baker could take the race victory here. Livings not outside of the top 2 so far here at GYG in the first weekend of April. Very good score on the board already from the driver of the number 77. Meanwhile, for the number 32 of Logan Rolfe, 2nd, 1st and 3rd yesterday. Livings gets the run down the inside. Is going to retake the lead as they go over the rise. Quite happy to control this race at the moment is Leo Livings. That's a good sign. That's a confident driver at the wheel of the number 77, not being phased by losing the lead. Takes it straight back again on the next full lap. Oh, beautiful switch back to the inside there from Rolfe. He's having a look for 2nd place. Number 17 a touch wide, well recovered from Jack Baker. Track really drops away in that region as you go through compression corner. In wet conditions, we were here a few weeks ago for a different event on Alpha Live. Saw a number of drivers, the second they got into that dip, it was the point of no return. The carts just ebbed away and ended up with drivers in the grass quite regularly. Thankfully for these drivers, dry conditions at the moment here at GYG. Leo Livings controlling this race then. Logan Rolfe up to 2nd place past Jack Baker. Looking a little bit further down, I can see that Alfie Mayer has got past Jack accordingly. Here we're having a look at the battle for 4th place. I think Grayson 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀 has got past 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 and all of that. Yes, he has. So 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 with the dark and green helmet there. Raced for quite a few years now in SuperOne through the Bambino categories, now up into the next stage category, the cadet category. Showing that good turn of pace that we saw in 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Bambino last year. Meanwhile, front of the order, Livings and Rolfe. Good fun race this. Fighting out for this race victory. Want to make sure that they both get to the end of the race though. To the inside goes Logan Rolfe. Leo Livings tried to fight it, but that was perfect from Logan Rolfe. Parked it on the inside through compression corner, takes the lead of the race and may take the race win. But there's one more corner to go for these two. Round the final corner, it's going to be nearly side by side. Logan Rolfe takes the win in heat number 1 for Micromax. Leo Livings, a good 2nd place. Keeps up that streak of not finishing any lower than 2nd so far this weekend. Jack Baker takes a well-deserved 3rd place. Good haul of points there for Jack Baker. Starts off his Sunday the same way Saturday started. 4th place for Maximilian Abrahart. Grayson 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and his rookie season at this level is there in 5th place. Arthur Farrow 6th, Jensen Sales 7th, Sebastian Clark in 8th place. Elliot Travis recovering from a difficult qualifying there in 9th. Alfie Mayer 10th. Rest of the order looked like this. Jack Cordingley in 11th. Sebastian Behrman in 12th. Ellis Wildchild in 13th. Jensen Walker 14th. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Athwal in 15th place. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in 16th. Harpadas 17th. And Benedictas Masiokas there in 18th place. Well, a good race there from the Micromax drivers, and we'll see them again later on after the lunch break for their 2nd heat of the day. Next up though, for another first heat appearance of this early morning, or later morning afternoon session I should say. It'll be the first appearance of 2 classes out at once. Intermax and Mini ROK are next. So looking ahead then, next couple of categories out on circuit, Intermax and
Mini-ROK will start with the Intermax drivers. Miles Burton has pole position. Cooper Snedden alongside on the front row. Teddy Cooper and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 on row 2. Charlie Benson, our Mini-ROK winner from last year in the championship, has now moved over to the Rotax category, starts on row 3 alongside Thomas Butcher. Rook Thompson likewise move over into the Rotax category, starts on row 4 alongside Josh Parker. Logan Lauder and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 start on row number 5. John Richardson, who we've already seen in Honda Cadet action this morning, starts on row 6 alongside Benjamin Lawn. Lucy Lovell starts on row 7, and then we've got our Mini-ROKers, Daniel 𝗦𝗫𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 and Alexander Adams running. Cooper Snedden not running in Mini-ROK because we've already mentioned him as running in Intermax. Here we go then, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And away we go for the Intermax category. And we will have the Mini-ROKs out there as well. We'll keep an eye on the 2 of them running out on circuit. Fast start though for the Intermax drivers. These drivers from the ages of 9 to 13. The Mini-ROK from 8 to 13. There's a bit of contact there between 3rd and 4th place. I think that was the number 64 getting into the rear. Down through compression and Devil's Elbow now. It has been a good start for Cooper Snedden, who won the round yesterday, took the final victory. I talked about an interview you can see on the SuperOne Facebook page. This is a renewed Cooper Snedden after a bit of a shunt at this stage last season when we started the year at Rowra. It very much characterised the rest of the year. Wasn't 100% fit, wasn't able to compete to the level that he felt like he could. Well, that's not the case here in 2023. Is back to full fitness and running very well. Whoa, massive moment there for Thomas Butcher in the number 54. Ran a touch wide on the exit of Carousel and was nearly claimed by the grassy verge there. Beautiful move down the inside there from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, getting the rear of the kart out there through compression corner. You don't see many overtakes through compression and into Devil's Elbow, but that was beautifully done by 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 up to 5th place. So Snedden leads, Plowman up to 2nd place, Cooper in 3rd, 4th for Josh Parker. Another moment there for Thomas Butcher. That number 54 kart is looking a little bit squirrely at the moment. Down the inside on Logan Lauder now. Number 43 of Miles Burton trying to get involved as well, having started from pole position. Miles Burton has fallen down the order but is now recovering. Just looking through as well, I think we've just got the one runner in Mini-ROK here, denoted by the red number boards. That's 𝗦𝗫𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀😏😃. We're looking to take the points there. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Charlie Benson up to 8th place, past Miles Burton. Teddy Cooper sets the fastest lap of the race, as off is John Richardson. That is John Richardson out of this race. Well, it's had a great weekend so far in Honda Cadet, but here in the Rotax category, in Intermax, it just has not gone the way of John Richardson. 15th, 13th and 9th so far this weekend. And that's going to be a DNF. And points for 14th place only, unfortunately, for John Richardson. Big move down the inside, attempted there by Charlie Benson. Didn't quite make that work on Logan Lauder. Plenty of battles going on. Teddy Cooper up to 2nd place now, past 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, and I think Josh Parker there in the red suit and the white helmet is going for 3rd place in his number 63. Gets 3rd place in his number 63. Very nicely done from Josh Parker. There you see John Richardson stranded off to driver's left. Alexander Adams has got running now. There is the number 24 in Mini-ROK. We'll look to tour around and get points for 2nd place in the category. Here's the number 63 of Josh Parker. As we mentioned, has got past the number 17 of 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, now will be confirmed in 3rd place. 3 minutes on the clock to go. Cooper Snedden looking in control of this one at the moment. Last time around, 46.067. Teddy Cooper behind, and Josh Parker, both of the 45s, but a second is the lead gap. Got to work hard to close that gap down to Cooper Snedden, give themselves a fight later on in this race. Here's Charlie Benson, we saw a lot of in 2022 in Mini ROK. Took the championship win for HTR Racing, racing again with HTR in 2023, trying to find a way past Thomas Butcher for 7th place. Just behind as well, you've got Brooke Thompson in the number 11, back once again for some more Super One action this year. On the Ricardo kart chassis, same as last year. A number of these Intermax karts looking quite skittish at the moment. Showing once again, as the power levels go up, the grip levels, or the tendency for the karts to start stepping out, having oversteer moments, just increases that bit. You've got to be quite the driver to keep a handle on these karts around this circuit here today. Even though we've not had any rain so far, it has been damp over the weekend. This track drives differently across the course of the year. You're here in April and it's under 10 degrees. You can very easily overwork the kart and put yourself into a spin. We've already seen that in the Bambino categories here today. Josh Parker has got on top of his machine, 45.601, new fastest lap of the race, there in 3rd place. Coming over the rise then, a little bit of a look there, oh, bit of a bump as well from Charlie Benson. Will get by Thomas Butcher, that all bunched up a bit through Spoon. Not the way Charlie Benson would have wanted, probably worried about a drop. No, I think he's fine, he's okay. I don't think there's any drop bumper on that one from that camera angle, and I may be wrong. See Miles Burton at the back of this group as well. In fact, no, it's not Miles Burton, apologies. It is the number 64 running without a transponder, I think. That's why it's confused me a little bit. Less than a minute to go. Over the rise once again. Thompson has a look down the inside and nearly 3 wide off through turn 4. That nearly came to blows. Logan Lauder did well there to control that situation. Charlie Benson now having to defend. So it's the 54, of course, of Thomas Butcher that has been at the back of this group now. And a tough race for Thomas Butcher. Cooper Snedden continuing to control this. He's managed this race very well. Hasn't necessarily had the quickest karts there in the number 3. That early work in the first couple of laps, I mean, he's got this lead, 0.3 of a second. Now, I think they came over the line with some seconds on the clock there, so we'll have 2 more laps. That isn't good news for Cooper Snedden, because that means he's got to defend now for a longer period of time. Teddy Cooper has got onto the rear bumper of the number 3 now. And it's looking to the inside as they go. Oh, nearly contact between the 2 of them there as they entered compression. Thought they were going to come to a bit of a disaster there, but they kept it running past one of the back markers. I think that was Alexander Adams in the Mini ROK category, which is still led by Daniel 𝗦𝗫𝗏𝗀. Now we are on to the final lap. Teddy Cooper will be looking for a way past Cooper Snedden here. Josh Parker and JJ Plowman still working well there in 3rd and 4th place. Adam 𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀 has had a strong race. It's a bit lonely now in 5th place, but he'll be looking at a good result there. Was in the top 5 in one of the heats yesterday as well, so good progress once again from the driver for number 22. But can Cooper Snedden hold on to this victory? Didn't win either of the heats yesterday, was 2nd and 10th before winning in the final. But is going to come around the final corner, holds on for a race victory, takes heat 1 in Intermax. Very good stuff indeed. Teddy Cooper finishes in 2nd place, continues the good pace that we've seen from the number 79 so far this weekend. Josh Parker in 3rd place, another top 3 for Parker. JJ Plowman finishes in 4th. That is the best result so far this weekend for JJ Plowman, who was 6th in Heat 1 yesterday. So that's, again, good progress from one of our drivers there. Adam 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 2nd, 5th, as mentioned. Brooke Thompson in 6th place. Thomas Butcher battling through there, actually gained a few positions at the end, got into 7th place ahead of Charlie Benson and Logan Lord. And Miles Burton maybe a bit disappointed, having had pole position, finishes 10th, but will have another opportunity later on in the afternoon. Lucy Lovell in 11th, Benjamin Lawn in 12th, Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗍, the single mini rock there on the lead lap ahead of Alexander Adams. John Richardson was a retirement. Well, there we go, good stuff from the Intermax drivers, and we'll see them again later on this afternoon for their second heat. Next out on circuit, first appearance of the day in racing capacity for Senior Max. Back once again, this time with Senior Max and their first heat. Let's have a look through their grid. Joe Weaver, our reigning champion, has pole position. Harry Pullen, yesterday's winner, makes it an all JWR front row. Alexander Adams-Acton and Finlay Watson start on row 2. Tom Taylor ran well here yesterday. The Welshman starts on row 3 alongside Cruz Speakman. Cameron Crockett and Shane Collinson start on row 4. Jake Richards and Finlay Whiting complete the top 10. Elliot Thomas and Shane Collins start on row 6. And then we find Joseph McVeigh and Liam Ferguson to complete the 14 karts field there on row 7. There'll be a short pause. John Richardson's kart being recovered. And I'll just look to my producer to the right to see whether we want to play our interview with our winner from yesterday's round 1. Here's Harry Pullen on the podium.
Once again here at the podium, this time with our winner in senior Rotax here today at GYG for round 1 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Harry Pullen. Harry, that must feel really good to take a win here and start your season off with a bang.
Yeah, definitely. Better start than last year. Had a bit of a shocker last year, but hopefully this year in seniors will be a bit better. Definitely.
What have you been working on in the break since last year?
Not much really. We didn't have much seat time until sort of the start of the year, like January, February. But we had like 3 months out the seat, so it was nice to get back in the groove of it and then show some real pace.
Racing here in seniors, what's the main challenge with racing with these more experienced drivers?
Probably dealing with the tyres and just having a bit more of a mature drive, sitting back, waiting, lining up your moves a bit better instead of being like hot-headed like I used to be a bit more like.
It's always a very difficult circuit for race management, this. It's always close, the slipstream is powerful. Talk me through the final.
We had a good start, started 5th, got through straight into 4th, and then I sort of sat, took my time, bided a bit, made sure my tyres were alright, and then when I sort of noticed Cruz's tyres started to go, and everyone was catching a bit, I thought I'd better make my move, made it stick, and then sort of gapped a bit from there after looking after the tyres, so that was nice to know I'm able to do that now.
You dressed very impressively in JWR gear. JWR having a strong record in this category. Obviously, they won the championship last year. What's it like to race for them?
Yeah, it's good. Always crack on the setup. Good engine, good chassis setup. Paul sorts everything for us, so yeah, it's really good.
Who else would you like to thank for your victory here today?
My dad, everyone that supports me, and that one was for my uncle.
Fantastic. Well done, Harry. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Cheers, mate.
Very good to hear from Harry Pullen after his final victory yesterday. He was followed up by Tom Taylor, who finished in 2nd place. 3rd place went to Shane Collinson. But one of the other big stories from senior yesterday was an exclusion for Joe Weaver, our reigning champion. He has had the good pace. That will be on his mind that he needs a good score on the board in these still early stages of the season. The title defence he wants to lead from the front with. Did have a bit of bad luck in round 2 in the Sunday round here at GYG last year as well. We'll hope to not repeat that. Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start from the JWR boys. Weaver straight into P1 ahead of Pullen there as they head up to Spoon for the first time. Our fastest category of the weekend. See Alexander Adams-Acton there, being bossed out of 3rd place and shuffled down by, I think that was 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 coming through. Oh, there's a bit of squirming and there's carts off. Tom Taylor's involved in the number 77. The 88 of Cameron Crockett has also got a long way off circuit. So not good news for those drivers. I think there was another driver involved as well. Might have been Shane Collinson. So a bit of drama in the midfield on that first lap, but no problems for Joe Weaver. Leads this race by 0.3 of a second ahead of Harry Pullen. It was Cruz Speakman, apologies, who was forcing his way past Alexander Adams-Acton into third place. Finley Watson still there in fifth place. Good start for Jake Richards as well, is up to sixth. Now into that management phase that we talked about with Harry Pullen yesterday. Got to keep the tyres in check, especially through these heats. For all these drivers, plenty of experience on this grid. They'll know what this game is about. Settle down to keep themselves in the fight going into the last minute or so. If you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the racing, and you haven't done so already, do make sure that you've pressed that subscribe button here on Alpha Live. Every Sunday round of SuperOne 2023 streamed live and exclusive here on the channel. No paywalls, available for free and available to watch back as well should you miss any of the action. Big thanks to our series sponsors as well. Purgo, our title sponsor, Bell Helmets, JKH, CWG and AST Signs, all back with us again for another season of SuperOne. Still as you were at the front of this order, but Joe Weaver's just started to pull away a bit now. That's a big lap from Joe Weaver. 42.121, a 1/10.5 quicker than his teammate Harry Pullen there. Cruz Speakman might have a look, and was going to have a look, down into, or up into Spoon Corner, we should say, because this will be the phase now where Cruz Speakman, Alexander Adams-Acton will be looking at that gap between first and second and thinking, maybe I want to make a move here to make sure Joe Weaver doesn't get too far ahead. Alexander Adams-Acton, currently the fastest driver out on circuit. He's the only driver to dip below the 42-second mark on lap time so far in this race. Just keep an eye out for Finley Watson as well. He's on his own, working hard, doing a good job there in fifth place. Speakman looking down the inside for a moment, and Pullen just tightens it up there. Can defend through and into Spoon Curve by just holding that title line, discouraging the driver behind from even attempting the move down the inside, because it's a very, very short braking zone. We've already seen a couple of incidents through there today. Joe Weaver puts down a 41.941, has extended the lead to 0.9 of a second. Down the inside goes Adams-Acton. Can he get the move done? Speakman's going to be down the inside again. Switch back into turn one. Retakes third place. Bit of communication between the two of them. That's good news for Harry Pullen now. Bit of a gap. Backwards, down the inside goes Adams-Acton. Beautiful move, brave move into Spoon Curve. Could see he was deep on the brakes. Back end of the kart was out. Inch perfect from Alexander Adams-Acton. He's up to third. So 3 minutes to go in this race. Joe Weaver still leading. Harry Pullen in second place. Was a touch quicker than Weaver on that last tour of the circuit. Alexander Adams-Acton, big lap now. This is a huge lap for Alexander Adams-Acton's race. He's there in third. Needs to be pulling away now from Cruz Speakman and closing down that 7/10 gap to Harry Pullen. Almost to justify the moves and the overtakes that he put in one lap ago. Finley Watson still fighting hard there in fifth. Is half a second back from Speakman. Good scrap going on as well behind them. As contact there between the 81 and the 52. That was Finley Whiting trying to get past Shane Collins. Just trying to see if there's a bit of damage on the rear of Shane Collins' 52. Eyes deceive me, or is the rear bumper just looking a bit deranged on the 52? If it's still fully attached, that'll be fine. And if it does come loose, we might see a meatball flag coming out. The drivers are really pushing hard here in this first heat of the day. And if fact, there's been a change there for second place as well. So Alexander Adams-Acton, we said he needed a big lap. It was a big lap, 41.895, new fastest lap of the race, and he's been able to get past Harry Pullen as well. This is a tremendous run from Alexander Adams-Acton. Took a heat to win yesterday, was third in the other one, didn't have as much luck or success in the final, was in 6th place. You can see he's pushing hard, riding that exit curb out of turn 1. It is a massive curb on the exit of turn number 1. You don't want to be getting too wide and riding things like chains and sprockets and bits of the chassis over it. Alexander Adams-Acton is leaving it all on the line here in an effort to try and close down Joe Weaver. 1.3 seconds was the gap at the last measurement point. We'll get another one in a few seconds as they come over start finish. 40 seconds on the clock. Joe Weaver a tad quicker on that last lap, has extended the lead out to 1.5 seconds almost. This is where we see that experience for Joe Weaver and those performances as to why he was champion in 2022. Had to grind at times, and his race management was a key part of that title success. I think this has been another one of those. He's pushed when he's needed to, he's maintained that gap, it's allowed the others to put some quick lap times in, but he's made them work hard. Last lap board is out now for Joe Weaver. Maintains the gap at 1.4, skips over that exit curve, just touches his left-hand side wheels on it. That's fine. You want to be doing that, to be using the full width of the circuit. Carry that speed up the hill towards Spoon. So you don't want to be pushing too far through that corner, as you will get yourself into trouble. No trouble though for Joe Weaver though. The number 1 on his kart from his efforts last year. Great character in the paddock. He's going to be happy with this one. He's going to start off his day here in round 2 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships with a win. Takes heat 1 in Senior Max. Second for Alexander Adams-Acton. Full of fight there. Good points on the board for Adams-Acton. Third for yesterday's final winner, Harry Pullen. Fourth for Cruz Speakman. Fifth for Finley Watson, top rookie, home there in his number 33. Elliot Thomas and Finley Whiting 6th and 7th. Jake Richards in 8th. Joseph McVeigh in 9th. Shane Collinson in 10th. Shane Collins in 11th. Liam Ferguson 12th. And then incidents out there on the first lap for Tom Taylor, classified in 13th, and Cameron Crockett, who didn't complete a racing lap, will get points for 14th. Well, the senior Rotax drivers head back into the paddock, and they'll do whatever necessary pieces of work on the karts are required during the lunch break, and be back out for Heat 2 later on this afternoon. Just to check my schedule, they'll be out around just around 14:25, so around 2:30 we'll see the senior drivers out again. Let's get ready though for the penultimate heat of this first rotation of the races. First heat for Junior Max is next. Biggest field of the day then here in Junior Max. Let's have a look at their grid. Last year's champion starts on pole position. Aidan Hassan will be your pole sitter. Charlie Cox is on the front row as well. Milo Manderson and Jake Howarth alongside each other on the second row of the grid. Billy Edgecombe and Daniel Whitfield are there on the third row of the grid. Good opportunities for them. Jake Woods and Jasmine Taylor start on the fourth row of the grid. Ethan Hay and Callum Gush on row 5. Joseph Murphy and Jake Flewitt start on row 6. Jaden Hewitt and Harrison Morrow start on the 7th row of the grid. Albert Wilson and Max Rowley starts on row 8, Jensen Powers and Caden Welsh on row 9. Eric Smith and 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 start on row number 10. Kieran Denyer and Jack Briscoe start on row 11. Lincoln Bevan and Toby Bedford on row 12. Oliver Brett Smith and Dejon Bennett on row 13. Jay Leverton and Logan Cowling on row 14. Charlie Gillam and Finley Patterson start on the 15th row of the grid. And then we have Miles Roby and Ben Horner on row 16. Rossi Costello for FJS Racing completes the 33 kart field. Here we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap, biggest field of the day. Is this the most opportunity for action as 33 junior Rotax Max drivers head up to the first braking zone? It has been a good start for reigning champion Aiden Hassan. Leads as they come down the hill. It's looking like a pretty good start. Bit of bumping and barging in the midfield, but apart from that, everybody running proper and true as they go through carousel for the first time. And Charlie Cox has had a problem, I think, in the early stages of this one, just fallen down the order a little bit from his grid slot. We saw last year this was a very competitive category. Some fierce racing across the season. Eventually saw Aiden Hassan crowned as a champion. A good start in this one. 7/10 is the lead over Billy Edgecombe. Milo Anderson in third place. Oh, down the inside goes Milo Anderson. He likes this circuit. Took a win here last year. We've not seen him in Super One for a while, but he's fired up on this return. As looking around the outside there is Jake Howarth on Billy Edgecombe. Third in the championship last year for Jake Howarth. Very consistent driver across the season in 2022. Glan-Y-Gors is trying to improve as well. In one position on that first lap in the number 5. So Aiden Hassan leads 1.5 seconds, has checked out, is gone at the front of the order, leaving to the rest of the field now to chase him down. Milo Anderson in second place now. Who's improving through the field? Jackson Powers is improving through the field, it's all the way up to 17th place. Here's your battle for third. Edgecombe and Howarth, both ranked in the top 10 from 2022. Looking to get their 2023 Purgo SuperOne seasons off well. There off the road is the number 72 of Charlie Cox. Had a good day yesterday. 7th, 12th and 6th was Charlie's results, but that is not going to be the case here. It's going to tumble down the order now. And this is the costly thing with such a big field. When you have a heat like that, it's a big, big task to recover back through the rest of this running order. We'll have another chance to start well in the second heat, but that is going to compromise Charlie Cox's grid starting position for the final in the later afternoon session. Here's Whitfield and Gors. This is the fight for 5th place. We've got Jake Woods just behind as well there in 7th, number 40. Good to see Jake racing here at GYG this weekend. Another new fastest lap of the race from Hassan, 42.805. Gosh, looking for the move down the inside, gets it done before the kink. And that'll be Gosh up to 5th place now. Oh, and through goes Ethan Hay as well. So Ethan Hay on the move. Performed very well yesterday in the number 27. Improved throughout the course of the day as well. First heat was 8th. Improved to 3rd in the second, and then was 3rd in the second heat, and then was 2nd in the final behind Hassan. Ahead of Milo Anderson, who was 3rd. Pulling into the pits there. That was Manderson. That was Milo Anderson pulling into the pits. Now what has happened to the number 82? Was running strongly in this race, is now out of it. Big change then. As the 3 and the 7 fighting now, and Jake Howarth's got past Billy Edgecombe. So Howarth up to 2nd place now as a result of Milo Anderson pulling off the circuit. We don't know why. Imagine it must be some form of technical issue. Not seen any flags as there's carts off at the top of the hill. That is, I think, was that the 55 of Miles Roby possibly? Apologies, I think it was the 63 of Lincoln Bevan. Well, we said Junior Max would be full of action with such a big field, and it is delivering. New fastest lap of the race from Hassan. 42.537 is just supremely in control of this race. Looking down the inside, there's Jake Woods. Good to see Jake Woods back racing again. Had a great performance a couple of years ago in Mini ROK. Had a year out from racing in SuperOne in 2022, but he's back here and racing hard. He's just ahead of the number 36 of Jake 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 there. This is all around 7th, 8th, 9th positions in this race. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍 confirmed past Glan-Y-Gors on that last tour of the circuit. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗍𝗀 holding on as well to Jake Howarth's rear bumper, who's not given up that second place. With 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 out of this race, it's a good opportunity for these drivers to take advantage of the demise of one of the fastest drivers here this weekend in this category. Unfortunately for them though, they cannot deal with the pace of Aidan Hassan. He's out front by nearly 4 seconds now. It's one of our most dominant winners yesterday in the final. Took a clean sweep, was the only driver yesterday to take a clean sweep. See that Jake Howarth is pushing hard again, hopping over that curb that we mentioned with the seniors. Couple of position changes to report. Joseph Murphy, we'll hold that because 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀's gone down the inside through Spoon, forces his way through, back into second place. Joseph Murphy's got past Jake 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 for 9th place. Jake Hewitt has also made a move for 11th place on Harrison Morrow. Kieran Denyer has got past 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 These two continue to battle for second place. 15 seconds on the clock. Which will expire on this lap, so Aiden Hassan, full control of this race, will receive the last lap board in a few moments' time. And Billy Edgecombe hold on here though to second place ahead of Jake Howard. Two very competitive drivers from last season. Looking to get their Sunday round twos off to a start. A good start. Jake Howard, I imagine, will try and set this one up into spoon curve. Final lap board is out. Needs a good run through. Oh, it's a touch wide through turn one there. You can just see he loses half a kart length. It's just enough that Billy Edgecombe has a bit of an easier time as they go into spoon. One of the prime overtaking opportunities. Jake Howard's got to find his way through though in more difficult spots now. Down into carousel. And he's set a move up into compression corner when the entry line's a bit wider. No, not close enough. Well, Aiden Hassan's going to come down the hill, round the final corner, take the race victory with aplomb. 4 victories from 4 for the reigning champion so far this weekend. Billy Edgecombe, good drive. Second place for Billy Edgecombe and Momentum. Third for Jake Howard. Fourth for Ethan Hay. Fifth for Glan-Y-Gors. Good drive as well from Jasmine Taylor. The Momentum Motorsport crew will be very happy with that. Seventh for Daniel Whitfield, Jake Woods in 8th, 9th for Joseph Murphy, Jake Flewitt completes the top 10. All of these results provisional, of course. Jaden Hewitt in 11th, Jensen Powers in 12th, Albert Wilton and Harrison Morrow, apologies, in 13th and 14th places. Good run there. Second of the rookies home in 15th place is Max Rowley, Eric Smith, Oliver Brett Smith, Toby Bedford, Kanan Welsh and Dejon Bennett complete the top 20. Ben Horner in 21st ahead of Finley Patterson, Charlie Gillam, Kieran Denyer and Logan Cowling. That's your top 25. Emily Cotty, Rossi Costello, Jay Leverton, Miles Roby and Lincoln Bevan all in the top 50. 3 retirements from that race. Jack Briscoe, Marlon Manderson and Charlie Cox. Wow, what a race that was for the Junior Max drivers. We'll see them again later on this afternoon for their second heat, and their final will be the penultimate race of the day. Next up though, out on circuit, and the last race before the lunch break is the first heat for Rotax 177. Nearly time for our last race before the lunch break. 5 drivers competing today in Rotax 177. Stephen Richardson has pole position. Shane Collins alongside on the front row. Jason Bear and Andy Collinson start on row 2. And it's Alex Joyner completing the 5-kart field. So the results for these guys yesterday. Andy Collinson took the round victory, a clean sweep for him as well. Shane Collinson in 2nd place and Stephen Richardson in 3rd. And whilst we've got a little bit of a delay to recover some of the karts from the previous race, let's have a look at our chat with yesterday's winner.
Here for our last interview of the day, our winner in Rotax 177, Andy Collinson. Andy, a really tight battle there in the final. How do you feel having won round 1?
Yeah, good for being first time at the track, and yeah, good battle there with Shane. Good driver, good driving standards as well. So it's a good thing to go forward, hopefully.
As you say, first time at the track. What have you done ahead of this weekend to prepare for it?
We did half a test day, and that's all we've ever done.
What have you been working on apart from the testing and a bit of practice here with the kart?
We Teesside Karting did their full championship last year. Did the winter series for them, and yeah, trying to get the fitness up now.
It's always we've been talking about changeable conditions here. How was dealing with those today?
Yeah, it got a lot better towards the end. The first thing, it was wet. Well, not wet, but it was greasy. But we've got the grip there today, like.
Good stuff. What's it like racing in this Rotax 177 championship? We've always said it's very competitive out there. It is a bit different to other Rotax categories.
Yeah, there's a lot more respect with all being having to get up and go to work on a Monday morning. But yeah, no, in the general scheme of things, yeah, it's a good class to run in, to be fair.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
Finley Cross, forgot his name there. And my brother Terry Watson and Shane Collinson and Team Sid as well for getting us the on in here, and HRS Engines for me engine.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Andy. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Very good to hear from our winner there. Some interesting strategies in qualifying with this one as well, because we saw a number of the drivers just set 1 lap time in qualifying and then decided to go into the pit lane. We were just saving themselves, the karts, the tyres a little bit there. So we'll see whether that is a factor across the course of the racing here today. With the dry conditions, they didn't perhaps have the opportunity to do this yesterday, some of those drivers, because we were in wet conditions in the morning and early afternoon session. After this, we have our lunch break. Do stick around with us though, because we've got all of our interviews from yesterday and the drivers parade from this morning to show you. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. If you're new around here and you've not done so already, please consider clicking that subscribe button. And if you're enjoying the commentary as well, at @MM across all your major social media networks. Do give us a follow, do give us a like. It really does help us out. So only 5 karts in this race, but very close races yesterday. So we had that chat with Andy Collinson yesterday, and he had Shane Collins all over his rear axle in that final yesterday. A good battle between Richardson and Bear. So we'll be hoping for more battles like that in this next race. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and away they go for their formation lap. It'll be a rolling start for them as always. Big thanks to our sponsors this year for SuperOne 2023. Purgo, our title sponsors, professional cleaning services in London. Bell Helmets, once again providing prizes across the course of the season. JKH, AST Signs and CWG Choices, your largest dedicated trade window and door manufacturer in the UK. 34 points available for these drivers, remember, for taking a heat race victory. And we're just about set to go then for Rotax 177. The number 10 of Stephen Richardson on the inside, Shane Collins on the outside. Shane Collins looking for that lead, but in the end, runs out one. It's the number 50 of Jason Bear who takes advantage up into second place. But Stephen Richardson leads as they go up to Spoon for the first time in this one. Bear in second place, the number 74, yesterday's winner, Andy Collinson, already up to third. Alex Joyner, slightly compromised line there off of turn 4, loses fourth place to Shane Collins. Very physical challenge, these Rotax 177 karts. Tyres was the name of the game in 2022. Once again, managing them and keeping them in good nick across the course of the day's racing. And what a first lap that has been from Stephen Richardson. 1.3 seconds, sorry, ahead of Jason Bear. Andy Collinson now going up the inside of Bear for second place, taking second place. Shane Collins looking for a way through as well. May have a bit of a switch back on as they cascade down the hill into Carousel. Jason Bear leaves a bit of room but runs out wide. That's where there's less grip on the outside in these conditions. Bear down into fourth place, now to fight with Alex Joyner there in fifth. All good news though for Stephen Richardson, because whilst the other drivers are battling over second, third, fourth and fifth, he's calm, he's comfortable, he's in the lead of this race by 1.5 seconds ahead of Andy Collinson. But Collinson has set the fastest lap of the race on that second tour around the circuit, 43.409. It'll be interesting here to see if Collinson and Collins could just form a duet at the moment to work together, pull that gap back to Steve Richardson. Time is on their side, 5 minutes to go. Running down here through Devil's Elbow. This is the portion of the circuit where in the senior karts you really have to be careful. It's bumpy through there, it's off camber in places. You can easily get it wrong, lose that rhythm. It's almost like slalom skiing. Watch the Winter Olympics and things like that. Even in these conditions, the kart goes light, it's hopping from corner to corner to corner. Very, very tricky sequence of corners. Some of the hardest in the country, if you ask me. Well, these two are doing a good job with it. They are catching Stephen Richardson. In fact, they're catching Stephen Richardson at quite a pace here. Stephen Richardson's got a problem. He did have a second lead, and that has completely disappeared now for the number 10 kart. Will finish lap 4 still in the lead of this race, but lost 8.5 tenths of a second to Collinson there. New fastest lap of the race from Collinson, going for the lead, taking the lead. Shane Collins looking down the inside as well. Seen Shane Collins race several times here at GYG. Another driver who likes this circuit, very experienced, up into second place ahead of Richardson there. Strange moment for Stephen Richardson. He's in the middle part of that last lap. He just seemed to lose pace all of a sudden. A little look down at the engine. I wonder whether he is experiencing a technical problem. Yeah, just see there, slow to get off the corner. Quite sluggish, unfortunately, after a fast start for our pole sitter. Andy Collinson leads this race. Shane Collins in second place, but nearly not for much longer. Shane Collins, a big attack there on Andy Collinson. Collinson does well to hold on to the lead. Just allows Richardson to recover a bit. Maybe close back in. Just have a look around the engine to see if there's anything obviously out of place. No, I think he's okay. Now the pace seems to be back with Stephen Richardson, 43.4. Now that's more like it. So Richardson had dropped down into the mid-44s. He's now back into the low 43s. 43.2 last time around for the number 10 kart. 2.5 minutes to go. Collinson leads. Collins second, Richardson third. In fact, went purple through sector number 1 on that last lap. If you're new to karting, wondering what does that mean? Is he literally going purple inside the car? That doesn't sound very good. I mean on timing. Live.alphatiming.co.uk /SuperOne to follow all the Same timing information that we have here in the box. And, Richardson has set the fastest first sector of anybody in this race so far. Oh, mistake there from Collinson. Mistake there from Collinson, and Collins is through. Well, completely unforced. Andy Collinson, I imagine he just ran wide and got on the big exit curb out of the last corner. That held him wide, got in the dirt, just couldn't get the kart into turn one, and that was all the opportunity that Shane Collins required to nip through and take the lead of this race. Now, can Collinson fight back here? Stephen Richardson has fallen off the back of this. I do think there's a technical, but there's an intermittent technical problem on that kart, because his pace has just completely dropped off again here. It's back into the 44.9s now. He's being caught by Jason Bear and Alex Joyner, who've been having a good scrap over 4th place. Less than a minute to go on the clock. Shane Collins still holds the lead of this race, but Andy Collinson will be kicking himself with that mistake that he made about a lap and a half ago. Can he find a way back past Shane Collins? Subtly different lines as they go through. Oh, as Collinson has a look through Devil's Elbow, but wasn't far enough alongside to really make that one work. But that'll prey on the mind of Shane Collins, make him think about how he places his kart the next time they go through that part of the circuit. 20 seconds to go on the clock. Stephen Richardson's pace has recovered again, now back into the mid-43s, holding about a 1.2 second lead ahead of Bear and Joyner. Pushing hard there, drifting through Carousel Corner was Andy Collinson. Shane Collins is controlling this one well. Through this sequence now. Collinson has another little think about it, going through Devil's Elbow. Be a brave move there as the corner tightens up. Final lap board out then. Shane Collins will look for that big run, gets that big run. Big curb hop there from Andy Collinson, and a new fastest lap. That is just when Shane Collins needed to put that in, 43.062. That was probably Collinson's best opportunity to retake the lead, but could formulate one here. Tighter line through Carousel. Collins is aware that he's there. No opportunity as they go through Compression Corner. This is a heat though. Be surprised if Collins goes for it here. Oh, he might do that in a final, but not in a heat. Is going to mean that Shane Collins takes a first victory of the year, a first victory of the weekend. Takes heat 1 here in round 2 on the Sunday. Andy Collinson in second place. Stephen Richardson, well, will have work to do to kind of get to the bottom of why the pace of the number 10 was so up and down there, but it's third place for Stephen Richardson in that one. Jason Bear 4th and Alex Joyner in 5th. There we go. That completes the first racing rotation here in the early part of the afternoon at GYG. Lunch break will follow shortly, and we will be back for more racing here in the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Rotation number 2, race 9 on your schedules for the second heat of C50 Bambino. Scheduled for around half an hour's time, 13:25 on our timesheet. So thank you very much for joining us this morning and the early afternoon for the first rotation of heats. My name's been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and we'll be back after the lunch break with more racing here in the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships after the lunch break.
Okay. Thank you. And why have you not got a medal? You have to wait. Seriously.
Hello. I hate this. Go now.
Smile.
You win. Where is it? Ah, walls.
Whoa, cameraman, is it true that you're invincible? Like, you know,
Look, when he's coming. Oh, there it is. I see it. We can't show you our helmet. It was a great day's race. He got it. So we've got a couple of prizes. We have a prize each time for someone that's first to the line and setting a very good example this time. Chloe McGill. Well done. Okay. And also, each time we do a random draw, but you have to be here. So we'll draw it, but you have to be here to win this. So, come on, you draw it. Cameron Crockett is here as well. And this meeting we're dedicating to Andy Jones, who passed away, so you know, a good part of the team, so it's dedicated to him today. So big round of applause for Andy. Over here, we'll just do a few random, we don't want to be in the ambulance, but we're just going to throw a few hats.
Oh, we've got one, it's fine.
Okay, we'll do that.
Oh, we've got one, stay there.
Okay, and before we go, we want a big group photo by the Welsh flag. Yeah, over here. Actually, we'll do the photo first. Over here, leave your helmet. Have we got, where's Josh gone? Tight as you can. Leave your helmets behind. Leave your helmet. Okay, smaller kids at the front. Smaller kids at the front, bigger ones at the back. At the back. Tight as you can. Everyone, sit closer. Everyone closer. If you're at the edge, move in. All drivers. Hello. Right, move back a bit, guys. We want to be as close to the flag as we can. Back, back. Can everyone see Josh's camera? Mickey! Boys, Mickey! In! Back, come in, go back way. In! Come on! Drivers behind the flag. Behind the flag. Can you come that way,
side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Back at the podium, and very glad to say for the first time in 3 years, a winner here in Super One, here in the Honda Cadet category at 𝗬𝗲𝗀, John Richardson. John, you've finally done it. You've been on this podium many times in second and third place, but what does it feel like to be a winner in Super One?
Well, I'm really happy with the result, and for the last 3 years I've been trying, and last year was probably one of my best chances, had many chances, but had a bit of misfortune in a couple of them, but now finally in this year I've managed to do it in the first round.
What have you been working on since the last time we raced in August at Shenington? What's been the big priority in the winter?
Well, re-practicing. I came here a few times. Came here a few times to practice here, learn the track, learn the setup, and now I've came back here much stronger and much confident than last year.
Talk me through the races, the 2 heats and the final. Obviously, they've ended well. What was the story along the way?
So heat 1 went a bit bad. Someone hit me off, which I don't know. And then made a really good comeback, finished 3rd with a brilliant double overtake going into the S's on the penultimate lap. Heat 2 went really well, got Max Tadai on the start and led the race from there. And in the final, I did the same thing. And when he overtook me, I always had a response. So yeah, pretty good day.
Very good indeed. It's always very changeable here. We've had, I mean, it's bright sunshine and dry conditions now, but it's changed across the course of the day. Is that something you enjoy?
Sort of, depending if you get the right strategy and stuff. Well, yeah.
Good stuff. And who do you like to thank for the victory here today?
Well, I'd like to thank CER for helping us, Zipcart, and my school for giving me the time off to come here. And yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, John. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
All quiet here at 𝗬𝗲𝗀 as we've come to the end of the day for round 1 of the 2023 Purgo Super One Karting Championship. But another familiar face with us here on the podium, our reigning champion in Junior Max, has started off a great campaign, a great start to a new campaign here at 𝗬𝗲𝗀 by winning round 1. Aidan Hassan, a really, really dominant victory here today, one of the biggest winning margins that we've seen in any of our finals here today. You must be very, very pleased.
Yeah, it's just here for practicing, but all good.
Obviously very experienced around this circuit. It's one we've visited before. What did you find out there in terms of the circuit challenges?
Really today it's just really greasy and slidey, which was the main problem we all had out there today.
How's the kart feeling today? Mark Baines Motorsport backing you all the way?
Yep.
In terms of the competition out there, as you say you're practicing at the moment, what else have you got planned for the rest of the year?
Other than Super One, I've got British champs, and that's about it.
Who'd you like to thank for the victory here today?
Mark Baines, my dad, and my mum.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks, Aidan.
Thank you.
Here for our last interview of the day, our winner in Rotax 177, Andy Collinson. Andy, a really tight battle there in the final. How do you feel having won round 1?
Yeah, good for being first time at the track, and yeah, good battle there with Shane. Good driver, good driving standards as well. So it's a good thing to go forward, hopefully.
As you say, first time at the track. What have you done ahead of this weekend to prepare for it?
We did half a test day, and that's all we've ever done.
What have you been working on apart from the testing and a bit of practice here with the kart?
We Team-Tide Karting did their full championship last year. Did the winter series for them, and yeah, trying to get the fitness up now.
It's always we've been talking about changeable conditions here. How was dealing with those today?
Yeah, it got a lot better towards the end. The first thing, it was wet. Well, not wet, but it was greasy. But we've got the grip there today, like.
Good stuff. What's it like racing in this Rotax 177 championship? We've always said it's very competitive out there. It is a bit different to other Rotax categories.
Yeah, there's a lot more respect. with all being having to get up and go to work on a Monday morning. But yeah, no, in the general scheme of things, yeah, it's a good class to run in, to be fair.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀 forgot his name there, and my brother Terry Watson and Shane Collington and Team Tate as well for getting us the awning here, and 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗀 engine for me engine.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Andy. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, here we have a very familiar face for regular viewers of Super One here on the podium, but now in 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗀 Bambino, Chester Fawkes, our winner here in Wales today. Chester, your first time racing in 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗀 Bambino, having won in the C50s last year. You finished first. How do you feel?
Good.
I remember back to 12 months ago, you won here in the C50s, but had a bit of a dramatic end to the race, and you were holding an ice pack at the time. No ice packs today. How did the race go for you?
Good. At the start I got away, but 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀 was right on my tail. Then he went for the inside, and then suddenly 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗀 came up the inside of me, and then on the last lap they were battling. Charlie was on the outside and James was on the inside. Then I just saw the gap, so I went for the inside.
What's different about this 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Bambino kart to the one that you drove last year?
It's more faster and you have to get the braking points right.
What are you enjoying in particular about it, especially around this 𝗦𝗍𝗍 circuit?
About the speed.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, we may have a little bit of not so nice weather. Is that something that you feel you are ready for?
Yes.
Good stuff. Well done, Chester. Another victory here in Super One. Great to see you on the podium once again.
Thank you.
We're here at the podium with our winner in Intermax. Always one of my favourite interviews in the Super One paddock. Our winner in round one, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 Sneddon. Cooper, I'm thinking back to 12 months ago when you were racing in Mini ROK. We were at Rowra. It wasn't a particularly good start to the season, and it kind of set very much the story of your 2022. Here in 23, completely different. A win in round one. You must be delighted.
Yeah, it's very good racing without an injury again. I can race at the higher levels again, and I can eventually hold the kart properly.
You've changed over to Rotax into Intermax. How's the kart feeling?
Well, I really like the speeds of the Intermax, but the ROK sounded a bit better, but I like the Rotax a lot more.
This circuit's been changeable. It's always changeable here at Glan-Y-Gors. What have been the big condition challenges out there today?
Slippery, greasy, dry, yeah.
Talk me through the final. How did it go for you out there?
It was absolutely brilliant. So I started fourth, made my way up to second on the on the first lap. Pushed Josh Parker up to like a 2-second gap. Overtook him, pulled a massive lead, and just drove.
Fantastic stuff. It's only round one, but as you say, you are now fully fit, which wasn't the case this time last year. What would you like to achieve in this championship this year?
Well, I would love to win it, of course. I would just like to do as best as I possibly can, yeah.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
My dog, JPD Motorsport, my dad, Forest Motorsport Engines, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 Finlayson, and yeah.
Fantastic. Well done, Cooper. Great to see you on the top step. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Once again, we are here at the podium in our first round trophy presentations for 2023's Purgo Super One Championship, and I'm here with our winner in Micromax today, Elliot Travis. Elliot, quite a historic one this. First time we've run Micromax in this recent era, and you're our first winner in Micromax. How does it feel?
Oh, incredible, yes. Awesome, I love it.
Talk me through your day's racing. 2 heats and a final here today. It's been busy out there.
Yeah, so I started in 11th, and in the first heat I drove up to 4th, and in the second heat I drove up to 5th. Pretty hard, but yeah.
And then how did the final go? That longer race.
So I started 4th. I was 2nd for most of the race. Then I got overtaken, and then I sat and waited. So I waited till the last lap, and then they had a bit of contact into the first corner, and I took advantage, drove up the straight. Obviously, it's quite a flowing track, so I took both of them up the straight, defended for the rest of the lap, and yeah.
Very good. What are these Micro Max karts like to drive?
It's grippy on the Mojo tyres, yeah. Pretty grippy.
And how do you find this circuit? It's always one that's a driver's favourite.
Oh yeah, it's just fast and flowing. You need to keep the rhythm going.
Who would you like to thank for your victory here today?
Boxo for supplying the tools, KR Sport for the engine, Matt Scheuer, my driver coach, Mum and Dad obviously, and Cosmic for the chassis. And yeah.
Fantastic. Well done, Elliot. We'll see you again tomorrow. Well, here we are at the podium for the first time this year in the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Championship with our winner here at Glan-Y-Gors for round 1 of the Bambino C50s, Harry Chapman. Harry, a really good set of races today. How are you feeling having won round 1?
Well, I feel kind of happy, but in qualifying I had to struggle because my engine blew up. So it was kind of hard.
Very hard indeed coming back from that. That meant you've had to do a lot of overtaking today. Is that something you enjoy?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the final. It was a very close final. You just won it. Talk me through the race.
So when I had a start, I got quite a good start. I started 4th, and then someone had a bad start in 2nd, so then I managed to get into 3rd, and then I managed to get into 2nd, and then on the first corner I managed to get past 1st, and then kind of I led the race, but in the middle the 2nd place got past me.
But you managed to fight back, you managed to get the win in the end. What was you feeling as you came over the line, over the checkered flag?
So on the last turn he pushed me out into the runoff, and I was like, no, he's going to get me. But until I found out I beat him.
Yeah, and you just held on by 1/10 of a second. This circuit, Glan-Y-Gors, it's a long way to travel here to Wales for many drivers. Is it one that you really like?
Yeah. It's my 3rd favourite track.
Good stuff. What do you like in particular? What's your favourite corners on this track?
I like the 5th corner and the 6th, because I like where it's very wiggly.
Good stuff. Well done, Harry. A really good race victory. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
Very good. Once again here at the podium, this time with our winner in senior Rotax here today at GYG for round 1 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships, Harry Pullen. Harry, that must feel really good to take a win here and start your season off with a bang.
Yeah, definitely. Better start than last year. Had a bit of a shocker last year, but hopefully this year in seniors will be a bit better. Definitely.
What have you been working on in the break since last year?
Not much really. We didn't have much seat time until sort of the start of the year, like January, February, but we had like 3 months out of the seat, so it was nice to get back in the groove of it and then show some real pace.
Racing here in seniors, what's the main challenge with racing with these more experienced drivers?
Probably dealing with the tyres and just having a bit more of a mature drive, sitting back, waiting, lining up your moves a bit better instead of being like hot-headed like I used to be a bit more like.
It's always a very difficult circuit for race management, this. It's always close, the slipstream is powerful. Talk me through the final.
We had a good start, started 5th, got through straight into 4th, and then I sort of sat, took my time, bided a bit, made sure my tyres were all right, and then when I sort of noticed Cruz's tyres started to go, and everyone was catching a bit, I thought I better make my move, made it stick, and then sort of gapped a bit from there after looking after the tyres, so that was nice to know I'm able to do that now.
You dressed very impressively in JWR gear. JWR having a strong record in this category. Obviously, they won the championship last year. What's it like to race for them?
Yeah, it's good. Always crack on the setup. Good engine, good chassis setup. Paul sorts everything for us, so yeah, it's really good.
Who else would you like to thank for your victory here today?
My dad, everyone that supports me, and that one was for my uncle.
Fantastic. Well done, Harry. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Cheers, mate.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Coverage of round 2 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. We're getting going for our second rotation of heats with Bambino C50s out first. Here is your grid. Henry Algar and Harry Chapman start on the front row of the grid. Rex Pooley and Ronnie Kempson go from row 2. Toby Biggs and Charlie Gregg start on row 3. Mason Muncer and Ernie Wade go from row 4. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 and Brady Atkin complete the top 10. Jack Daniels and Joshua Bailey start on row number 6. Mason Hibbert and Logan Hodgetts have got work to do from row number 7. Arlo Atkinson and Miguel Gonzalez Zamora start on row 8. Noah Smith and Louis Wilson start on row 9. Ethan Pearson and Elliot Payne go from row 10. Oliver Daniels and Jesse Bailey start on row 11. Row 12 has Benjamin Schlever and Calman Simon on it. And then last but not least on row 13, Ollie West and Bo Blundell. It is a 26 kart field. So if you're just rejoining us, if this is your first time watching Super One and you were with us this morning, the format following is exactly the same. It's 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this second rotation of the heats, and the grids are all determined by the same timed qualifying session that we had earlier on this morning. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you today. Just to go back over what we saw from Heat 1 earlier, so this was your result if you missed it. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀 took the win by 1/10 of a second ahead of Rex Pooley. Yesterday's final winner, Harry Chapman, was 3rd, Toby Biggs 4th, Ronnie Kempson was the first of the rookies home in 5th place, the rookies being drivers who have not competed in Super 1 of any category before, which is why we've got a lot of them in this category. This is our youngest category, Bambino C50s, all from the age of 6 or within the year of their 6th birthday. So you could have some 5 and a few months old drivers on this grid, all the way up to 8 years of age, all starting out on their racing journeys here in Super 1. Grid being cleared then of parents and guardians ready to go racing here at Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales for the second heat, round 2 of the 2023 Purgo Super 1 Karting Championships. Away we go. Good start for 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 there on the left-hand side of your screen into the lead of the race. Harry Chapman holds on to second place this time, had some trouble from P2 in the first race. And the rest of them running up the order now, a bit of bumping and barging in the middle of the pack. See the E-plate of Mason Hibbert trying to make moves through, being blocked there by the number 15. Heading up the hill now, 2x2, good move there from Rex Pooley. Gets down the inside, takes second place. There's a spinner off towards the back. We'll try and catch up with who that was in a moment. Might have been the 20, it's the 29 that's gone around there. That's Elliot Payne. So Elliot, who had started from 20th on the grid. Fortunately, it's going to be a long 6 and a bit minutes now. So coming down through these S-bends, through Devil's Elbow towards Paddock Bend. As we saw in the first race, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 leads after lap 1. Rex Pooley up to second place confirmed. Harry Chapman there in 3rd. Bigger group at the front now though. We saw a 2x2 off the front, which set the positions for 1st down to 4th. This time it looks like we've definitely got 3, possibly got 5, with Biggs and Kempson not too far behind. Yes, that is indeed the case. Who made good progress on that first lap? I can see Jesse Bailey made some good positions. Up 4, not so good for Charlie Gregg, down 11 on that first lap. Elliot Payne, as we mentioned, had a spin. He's down 7 positions to 25th place. So, 𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀, Pooley and Chapman playing the tactics well at the moment, working together, not fighting too hard. Long way to go in this race. Trying to build that gap to Biggs and Kempson behind. There they are, just in the back of shot. Harry Chapman looking to the outside there, has the fastest lap of the race, a 60.514. So the pace coming a little bit earlier than we saw in the first set of heats earlier on in the morning. Over the hill they go once more. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 keeping that line fast and true. He doesn't need to defend at the moment. That would only encourage drivers in the second group to catch up to this front trio. So they're all quite happy at the moment to keep it line astern. Almost running a bit like a
a cycling team time trial at the moment. You're into your road cycling. 4 and a bit minutes on the clock. Who else is making progress? Well, Charlie Gregg is starting to come back through the field after an unfortunate first lap. Has gained 2 positions up to 16th. Joshua Bailey as well gained 3 positions on that last lap, getting past 𝗦𝗲𝗍 and Daniels. So good progress there from Joshua Bailey up to 6th. Jack Daniels has also got through, past 𝗦𝗲𝗍 up to 8th. Tough moments for Ernie Wade. Has dropped 2 positions down to 13th place. And Arlo Atkinson has had a positive move. He's gained 2, is up to 17th. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go then. Good work here from 𝗦𝗲𝗍 and 𝗶𝗲𝗍. Harry Chapman having to do the hard work at the moment to stay as a part of this trio. We just see that gap starting to open up, and we did see this morning a similar kind of affair with 𝗦𝗲𝗍 and 𝗶𝗲𝗍 working together, being first and second for pretty much all of the race, and able to take those positions comfortably out ahead of the rest of the pack. That's actually a really good response though from Harry Chapman in the latter stages of that lap. Sets a new fastest lap of the race, 60.251. So all of these drivers have now set something within, wow, so close on the ultimate lap times. Covered by about 1/10.5 at the moment. Sorry, not 1/10.5, 100th.5. All in the 60.2s. Brady Atkin has gained a position. He's got past 𝗦𝗲𝗍 for 9th place. And Mason Hibbert trying to regain spots as well. Has got past Ethan Pearson for 18th. Here's a good scrap. This is around 11th place. Louis Wilson in the number 63 there, and Miguel Gonzalez-Zamora behind in 12th. 35 of 𝗦𝗲𝗍 there in the red suit, the black helmet. Trying to fend off Ernie Wade at the moment. Ernie Wade looking around the outside there. The number 74 of Logan Hodgetts has got a good seat in all of this as well. Could gain some positions. Oh, contact there between the number 22. Just riding over the back there. Very, very lucky there, Miguel Gonzalez-Zamora, not to have a more significant incident. Let's have a look at that again. So he's just coming out of Devil's Elbow. Yeah, oh, the number 22 just didn't quite expect the moment that the 63 of Louis Wilson had ahead of him to occur, really. But fortunately, nobody hurt. All drivers carrying on. A bit of drama that'll live in the replay archives. So just over a minute on the clock. Remember, once the time expires, and only when the time expires, the next time the leader goes over the start-finish line, that will trigger off the last lap. So we will still have 2 more laps here with 51 seconds on the clock to start what will be the penultimate lap of the race. And it's still these 3, 𝗦𝗲𝗍, 𝗶𝗲𝗍, Chapman. Good work from Chapman to stay as part of this trio. I was a little bit concerned that Harry Chapman was going to be dropped a few laps ago, but has stuck in there. Down the hill they come into Carousel. It's a brilliant corner. Double apex left. Tighten on the exits as well for some of our categories. Through this tricky right-hander. Track sloping away to the left-hand side through compression. And into the really tricky part of this course. The left, then the right, then the left again through Devil's Elbow. And just for good measure, the last corner's got a big curve on the inside of it, and all of our C50 Bambinos just staying well clear of that one. Last lap board is out. Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗍 having to defend a touch there. Now this is interesting. Harry Chapman second in line is going to push Rex 𝗶𝗲𝗍 through and potentially take advantage of it for himself as well, and has done. So Rex 𝗶𝗶𝗍 with a bit of an assist from Harry Chapman into the lead of the race. But Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗍's fighting back off is the number 23 of Brady Atkin. That's a real shame because Brady Atkin was up in the top 10. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, Rex 𝗶𝗶𝗍, new leader of the race, on the last lap of the second heat. Harry Chapman looking to the outside now, the inside of Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗍.
If 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀 can hold in, no, can't hold in. So good move there from Harry Chapman up to second place. Rex Pooley still fighting away there in the lead of the race. Down into compression and through Devil's Elbow now is Rex Pooley, going to take a race victory here. Chapman's looking for the switchback. It's going to be tight on the line. Very tight on the line. Pooley gets it by 0.033 of a second. Rex Pooley takes a second race victory of the weekend, having won one of the heats yesterday as well by the tightest of margins ahead of Harry Chapman. 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀 was a big part of that race as well, finishes in third. Ronnie Kempson strong again in fourth. Toby Biggs fifth. Joshua Bailey in sixth. And then the rest of them coming over the order as follows. Mason Muncer in seventh. Jack Daniels in eighth place. Ernie Wade ninth. Louis Wilson completes the top 10. Eli Scher in 11th place. Miguel Gonzalez Zamora, after that little moment with Louis Wilson's number 63, comes home in 12th place. Logan Hodgetts in 13th. Noah Smith 14th. Mason Hibbert in 15th place. Charlie Gregg 16th. Arlo Atkinson, Ethan Pearson, Elliot Payne and Oliver Daniels complete the top 20. And then we've got Benjamin Schlever in 21st place. Ollie West 22nd. Calman Simon in 23rd. Jesse Bailey in 24th. And Brady Atkin in retirement there in 25th. Well, a very entertaining race there. Jesse Bailey, unfortunately, is stranded there on the return to pits lap. But we'll see the Bambino C50s out again for their final. They'll be the first final of the day just after 3 o'clock. So be with us here at 3 o'clock for that one. We're going to get ready for our next race out on circuit, race 10 in your programs if you're at the circuit. Honda Cadets Heat 2 is up next. Here we go then for Honda Cadet and their second heat of the day. 10 of them to head out on circuit. Let's have a look at their grid determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. John Richardson has had a great weekend in this category so far. Starts this race from pole position. Jensen Walker for cutting edge racing alongside on the front row. Kean Sullivan and Max Taddy are there on the second row of the grid. Connor Winfield and Tommy Climo start on row number 3. Charlie Quine and George Climo start on row 4, and then it's Xavi Fonge and Isla Parsons starting on row 5. It's a 10-kart field. So, quick review from this morning and what we had in heat number 1. It was John Richardson who took the race win by just a 1/10 of a second ahead of Jensen Walker. They ran a really good race together, the two of them. Third place for Kean Sullivan, 4th for Charlie Quine, 5th for Connor Winfield. Tommy Climo was 6th. Max Taddy had the fastest lap of the race but had a spin midway through the race, finishes in 7th place. 8th for Xavi Fonge, 9th for Art Parsons, George Climo in 10th. All of those results available on the web. You've got a second device aside from the stream to have a look through them. Results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne is where you need to go for all that key information coming out of race control as the day goes on. So the formation lap underway. It'll be a standing start for Honda Cadet. And 7 minutes plus 1 lap. The results from this race will be combined with the results from this morning to set the grid for the final. Interesting there, you see Jensen Walker has lined his kart up in the grid hatchings, very much angling straight at John Richardson's line. Was able to do a move around the outside this morning in heat number 1. Let's see what happens here in heat 2. Good start for Richardson. Walker not able to get around the outside this time, tucks into P2 position. They head up to Spoon Curve for the first time in this one. All 10 runners running well through turn 1. That is what we want to see. Having climbed the Dragon Straight, are they all going to get through these tricky couple of corners? The number 27 being forced out wide there. That was Connor Winfield.
But a composed start from Richardson. Leads from Walker there in second place. The rest of them filing through. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀 has got up to third place. Yes, 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗏 has got up to third place. The number 4 seed from 2022. Down through Devil's Elbow to complete a very clean, very good first lap from the Honda Cadets. Richardson leads, Walker second, Taddy third. Sullivan bumps down to fourth place. Good start for George Climo, is up to fifth place, and Charlie Quine as well is also up 2 positions. Charlie is in 6th place. Jensen Walker, half defending, half attacking there. Just wanted to hold his place there in second on the road. We saw a group of 5 off the front in heat number 1. Not the case at the moment. It's nearly a group of 6 bumper to bumper. And the rest of them aren't too far behind either. So Richardson continuing to lead from Walker. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 there in third. Cian Sullivan drove a composed race as well this morning. Oh, Taddy a touch wide there, gets on that big curve that jolts the karts, jolts the drivers as well. Recovers, holds on to third place. 5 minutes to go. At the very front of the field, this is playing out how we saw the first heat go as well. Richardson leading, Walker just happy to stay there in second place. The two of them are trying to work together to get off the front of the field and drop the likes of Taddy and Sullivan, Climo behind. It's that same top 5 that we saw in the early, or the first half, you'd say, of the first heat this morning. Didn't finish that way. Taddy had a spin whilst going for a move on Walker. Oh, and I think I heard a crunch there behind. Something occurred off our cameras. We'll just check if we've got everybody coming through. I think the IM cart of Charlie Quine is off. Yes, Charlie Quine is off. Sadly, out of this race. It's a real shame for the driver from the Isle of Man. So that trims this group down a little bit. Richardson, Walker, Taddy has a 3. Cian Sullivan just about holding on at the moment. 3 or 4 tenths back. And then that second group with Tommy Climo, Connor J. Winfield in there as well. George Climo lost a couple of positions on that last lap, so I wonder, was there contact between George Climo's 83 and the IM plated kart of Charlie Quine? I'd say for sure that is what happened, because we didn't see it on our cameras. But the two of them did suffer on that last lap in terms of race position. 3.5 minutes to go. John Richardson continuing this form that we've seen across the whole weekend. Took a great win in the final yesterday. Was very pleased about it indeed. We did see in 2022, a lot of the time, John Richardson ran quicker, got better performances and better results on the Sunday rounds as opposed to the Saturday rounds. Well, he did pretty well yesterday. Let's see if he can continue this form, maybe do even better, maybe take a more dominant victory than we saw yesterday. Very hard to do in Honda Cadet, of course. Big learning curve and development ground. Oh, 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀𝗀 down the inside. That's lovely. That is lovely. Well, we said earlier, you don't see many overtakes through Devil's Elbow, but that was pretty good from 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀𝗀 up into second place. Now, this is something we did not see earlier today in heat number 1. It was at this point that it went a bit wrong for 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀𝗏 and ended up outside the top 5. But here's an opportunity to go for a race victory. Had one yesterday in the first heat, was second in heat 2 and the final. Now are we already seeing these two drivers? Oh, was off his Tommy Climo there, the number 85. Not happy about things. He's going to fall from 5th position. I think it's fair to say on the balance of what we've seen so far this weekend, these two drivers are the fastest in this class. And are we about to see, in front of the Alpha Live cameras for the first time this year, a proper ding-dong battle here in Honda Cadet? I do say this is the best learning platform, as it were, for racecraft. You have to be good with your racecraft in Honda Cadet to succeed. We've seen that from John Richardson so far today and this weekend.
to control these races, to manage these races, to take race victories. 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀, huge improvements across the course of 2022. Really bloomed across the course of the season. Returning here in 2023. With a big opportunity here to do very, very well in this championship. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Richardson still there in the lead, ahead of 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀. Long journey for the Tate family this weekend, all the way from Scotland. John Richardson's got really good pace, I see, through turn 1. You often see leaders struggle in this part of the circuit where they haven't gotten any help from behind, but 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀's now going to have a go. Down the inside, side by side, through turn 3, through the spoon. They rub wheels a bit, well held in there by John Richardson. Lesser drivers may have given that one up, but John Richardson knew he had the inside line for turn number 4. If he could hold it in there, he'd have the advantage as they head down the straight towards Carousel. That was supremely done by both drivers. Honda Cadet serving up great racing once again. See the number on the side of John Richardson's kart has taken a bit of wear there. I think that was from the racing contact with the number 4 of 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀. All fair and above board, if you ask me. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 Parsons is just ahead, maybe caught as a bit of lapped traffic. This time John Richardson has felt the need to defend into spoon, defended it well, got a good run off of turn 4, so crucial for this second half of the course. Through, deep through Carousel, where all the weight goes forward on these karts as you stream downhill and get on the brakes. Then into our technical part of the course, through compression, through Devil's Elbow once again. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 Parsons pulls over to one side of the road. Good driving there from 𝗦𝗲𝗄 Parsons to let the leaders through. Last lap board should be out now. Can 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀 formulate an opportunity here? Big lap there from John Richardson, 50.505. 𝗬𝗏 also in the 50.5s. You can see that visually because he's stayed with this pace of the number 6 kart. Again, Richardson defends. Good line again. Crucial once again to get off this corner. 𝗬𝗏's a little bit closer this time. Don't think he'll go for the move here through Carousel. You very much need a bit of a delta speed coming out of turn 4 to make the move work into there. But is there an opportunity in the third sector? We've already seen 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀 pull a great move through Devil's Elbow once in this race. Is he close enough to pull it off again? He's within striking range. John Richardson's got to be aware of this, but round the final corner, oh, he's running a little bit wide. He's going to be very close on the line. 𝗬𝗏 gets it. 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀 runs through and takes the win by an even smaller margin than we saw in the Bambinos. Look at this. John Richardson just gets a little bit too deep into the final corner, misses the apex, runs out wide, and 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀 wins it by 1/100th and a half. An incredible finish. 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀 takes the race win. John Richardson second, Cian Sullivan third, fourth for Jensen Walker, Connor Winfield fifth, then the 2 Climbos, George ahead of Tommy in 6th and 7th. Savvy Fonge there in 8th place, Charlie Quine in 9th, and 𝗦𝗲𝗄 Parsons in 10th. What a race finish, and what a win for 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀. There we go, Honda Cadet always delivers, always delivers, especially here in SuperOne, and we'll see the Honda Cadets back out later on for their final, scheduled around 3:15. So do stick about for that one. Meanwhile, we're going to get ready for our next race. 𝗦𝗏𝗻𝒻 Bambino, their second heat is next. All right then, well, we've already seen 2 races decided by less than 1/2 Let's see what the 𝗦𝗏𝗻𝒻 Bambinos can do. Charlie Page starts this one from pole position. Chloe McGill alongside on the front row. James Roots and Darren Dimitrov on row 2. Chester Fawkes and William Crombie start on the 3rd row of the grid. Oscar Kenny and Freddie Baker go from row 4. Harris Barber and Albert Farrow start on row 5. Row 6 sees Iker Alvarez and Ollie Liddell start on it.
Row 7 has Freddie Fluitt and Sophia Page. Row 8, Toby Cannon and Theo Jepson. Sydney Nell and Max Joy start on row 9. And then we've got Hugo Williams and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗍 on row 10. So the drivers out on circuit for the formation lap. It'll be a standing start, 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers here in race number 11 in your race programmes. Bit of a quick catch-up from heat number 1. Charlie Page took the race victory ahead of Chester Fawkes, Chloe McGill 3rd, William Crombie 4th, and Oscar Kenny completing the top 5. There is Chester Fawkes, winner from yesterday in the final, reigning Bambino C50 New Era champion. Stepping up here into the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗍 Bambinos. Same age categories. Drivers can compete in this class from the year of their 6th birthday. So 5 and some months up to the age of 8 here in this one. Engines fired. Ready to go racing here at GYG once again in the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗍, Bambino, their second heat is underway. Good start for the 33 of Charlie Page there. Oh, very tight there with Chester Fawkes, and I think Chloe McGill as well, as they went through turn 1. All of them did very, very well there to avoid any kind of incident. Good start for James Roots as well. He's already up to 2nd place there in the number 5 kart. Over the hill they go. Everyone behind trying to get themselves organised. Good opportunity now for Page and Roots. Can they keep this gap? Can they share the load and the responsibility at the front of the order and run away with this one? Same as the other classes. This race, the results from it will be combined with the results from heat number 1 to form the grid. 3-1. Oh, beautiful move from William Crombie there in the all green. Momentarily takes 3rd place. Darren Dimitrov and Chloe McGill in there as well. Brilliant racing from the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀 Bambinos on lap 1, but it's Charlie Page who leads. James Roots 1/4 of a second back. Darren Dimitrov 3rd. William Crombie 4th. Chloe McGill 5th. Already a 2-second gap between 2nd and 3rd place. That may be insurmountable for the second chasing group. Change of lead. Roots goes through past Charlie Page through Spoon Curve on lap number 2. Into the carousel. Charlie Page fighting back. Able to take a tighter line there through the carousel. Now towards compression corner. There it is, dipping through. Got to get the line right through here. Dimitrov, Crombie, McGill and Fawkes all still fighting over 3rd place, and Oscar Kenny's coming into it as well. Who's had a good start that we haven't mentioned already? You can see Freddie Fluitt and Harris Barber both gained 2 positions on the first lap. Chloe McGill and Chester Fawkes have got past William Crombie on lap number 2 there. So McGill up to 4th place, 5th for Fawkes. Crombie down to 6th, and yes, Oscar Kenny has joined on to the back of William Crombie now. Here's 3rd, 4th and 5th places then. Dimitrov, McGill, Fawkes. McGill looking to the inside, very nice move. Dimitrov out wide, and Fawkes may have an opportunity as well. Oh, and Dimitrov off on the grass. He's going to have to do well to get that back under control. Does so, actually rejoins the circuit ahead of Fawkes and McGill. Looked like a racing incident on first viewing for me. There's a touch of contact wheel to wheel between Dimitrov and Chloe McGill. Perhaps Dimitrov wasn't aware that it was too wide on the inside. And all of them still running, 4 minutes to go. Problems, unfortunately, for Theo Jepson and Sydney Nell. They've fallen off the back of the field. So they're in 17th and 18th spots, but Fawkes now ahead of McGill and Dimitrov in 3rd place. Oscar Kenny, I think, has got past William Crombie there as well. Yes, so the number 48 now ahead of the 15. Cracking race once again
from the Miami Bambinos. They had a lightning fast heat number 1 earlier on in the morning. Once again, putting on a very entertaining show here at Glan-Y-Gors. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the second round of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Live here on Alpha Live, Andrew Mather from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you. The first of 6 live streamed rounds of SuperOne this year. All of the Sunday rounds will be available for you here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, so do make sure that you've subscribed and click that notification bell to not miss a single broadcast. Here is Oscar Kenny attacking Darren Dimitrov for what is now 5th place. Dimitrov holding that outside line. Fawkes and McGill now pulling off the front of this this third group. So it's very much fallen into a 2x2 again. You've got the front 2 up ahead in the distance there, Page and Roots. Who is off there is the number 55 and the number 20. That's Max Joy and Ollie Little. Were fighting for 14th place, but both of them a long way off the circuit there. We have had a swap back, we should note, with the 2 leaders, Page and Roots. Still a long way in this race to go. Something tells me that that won't be the deciding move. There's still going to be action for the remaining time and laps in this race. Okay, so the 2 drivers in question are off at the entry to compression. And again, that's that part of the circuit where if you run wide, especially if you get in the grass, it is kind of a point of no return. Even for these small Bambinos, very difficult to get your way out of there. Gravity working against you. Back with our leaders. Charlie Page in the number 33, the 5 of James Roots. Downhill into carousel once again. James Roots now trying to take that tighter line that Charlie Page has. The mechanical grip on the 33 looks really good at the moment. Both of them able to enter the carousel with a tight line. I think it's fair to say that Charlie Page is the one who's able to retain it as they exit. That's where he gains a bit of an advantage. He's just able to hold this gap at the moment. 43 seconds to go, so there'll be 2 more laps. James Roots sitting in the toe now of Charlie Page as they head up towards Spoon once again. Up the Dragon Straight, over the hill. Which must feel huge for these Bambinos. It feels huge as a senior in a full-sized kart. It's almost quite Eau Rouge-like going over the top of that hill. Wonderful circuit here in North Wales. These young drivers dealing with it fantastically. Charlie Page and James Roots. In a few corners' time, we'll see the final lap board for heat number 2 here. What can they do with it? Chester Fawkes has got a 4/10 gap over Chloe McGill for third place. I think it's going to be a little bit too much to ask for the reigning C50 New Era champion to close in a 3.8 second gap up to these 2. There's a bit of traffic for the leaders to deal with. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 has just gained some positions, is now up to 8th place. That marker is the number 55 of Max Joy, who has returned to the circuit. That's good to see. Oh, wasn't quite aware that James Roots was there. That could be the key moment, because Charlie Page now has a lead of a couple of kart lengths. Doesn't need to defend too hard. Into compression they go once again for the final time in this one. Still a little bit of traffic for Charlie Page to possibly have to deal with. This is big pressure on young shoulders, but Charlie Page has passed the test, takes the race win, and once again a gap of less than 1/10 of a second at the line. James Roots in 2nd place, Chester Fawkes 3rd, Chloe McGill 4th, William Crombie with some great overtaking finishes in 5th, Darren Dimitrov a better result that time, a better race in 6th, Oscar Kenny was 7th, 8th for 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗏, 9th for Harris Barber, Albert Farrow completed the top 10. Freddie Baker, Freddie Fluitt 11th and 12th. Sophia Page, Toby Cannon and Sydney Nell complete the top 15. Theo Jepson 16th, and then Max Joy and Ollie Liddell with that unfortunate accident down at Compression Corner, finished 17th and 18th. Good stuff from the IAMI Bambinos. Very entertaining indeed. We'll see their final at around 3:30. For now, we move on. Next out on circuit, it's Micromax. Here we go then for race number 12 on the schedule, the second heat for Micromax drivers from the ages of 8 to 12 years of age. Leo Livings has pole position for Gear Up Racing Team. RC's Arthur Farrow alongside on the front row. RC have representation on row 2 as well in the shape of Alfie Mayer. Maximilian Aberhart starts P4. Logan Rolfe had a great race in heat number 1. Starts this one from row 3 alongside the privateer Jack Baker. Grayson Wortley and Jensen Sale starts on row 4. Jack Cordingley and Ellis Wildchild on row 5. Cutting Edge Racing's Jensen Walker starts alongside Amrit Singh Athwal for Ambition Motorsport on row number 6. And it's an all Ambition Motorsport row 7 with Sebastian Behrman and Sebastian Clark. Harper Das moving up to Micromax this year starts on row 8 in this one alongside Cutting Edge Racing's Benedictas Masiokas. And Boxo Cosmic Junior's winner from yesterday in the final, Elliot Travis, starts on row 9 alongside Achille Nane Giannone. Well, Micromax, a really good race this morning in heat number 1. Logan Rolfe was the winner of it by 0.162 of a second ahead of his teammate Leo Livings. Jack Baker third. Maximilian Aberhart fourth, and Grayson Wortley, one of our quite a few drivers in this category, moving up from the Bambinos into the cadets this year in Super One, finished in 5th. Keep your comments rolling in, and great to have interaction from you. Apologies, I've not been reading out as many of the comments because the race has been so frenetic today. But hello to Kaylee Wilson, cheering on Isla Parsons in one of the previous races. Michael Burke, as ever, from Australia, tuning in with us at what is probably some ungodly hour. It's 2 o'clock here in the UK. But thank you very much for tuning in. Hello to Ellen Borrell as well, who's tuned in to support Elliot Travis. So thank you guys. Thank you for getting your messages in. If you're enjoying the commentary, at @MM across your social media networks. And so developing some of the social medias a bit more. We'll be taking clips from some of the best racing to date, putting them up on the Instagram in the week to come. As we say, we've got every single Sunday Super One round this year, coverage of it here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. And the next one isn't that far away. It's only at the end of the month. We'll be at Rowra on the 30th of April. Entries are open for it. Head across to the Super One website for more details. Micro Rotax Max engines fired then here in the dummy grid for heat number 2. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, of course, will be the order of the day. And out the drivers go for their formation lap. Quick reminder of the running order. Leo Livings and Arthur Farrow on the front row of the grid. Alfie Mayer and Maximilian Aberhart row 2. Logan Rolfe and Jack Baker row 3. Grayson Wortley and Jensen Sale row 4. Hello to Josh East as well. Just saw there on the hill, doing some fantastic photography here this weekend. Brilliant circuit for photography as well, karting photography. The elevation changes round here. I'm sure there'll be some fantastic shots from Josh and Jacob after the event. Do go check those out. But we're ready. It'll be a rolling start for these drivers.
Can 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗍 continue the good form? Hasn't finished any lower than second in any race so far this weekend. Here we go for heat number 2. Round the final corner. There is the green light and the green flag, and away we go. Good attack from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀. Round the outside. He's made it work. Brilliant stuff from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀. Takes the lead of the race ahead of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀. We've seen a couple of drivers try that so far today. That was one of the better ones. So 𝗍𝗀𝗀 leads through Spoon for the first time here in heat number 2. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀 in third place. Solid starts for everybody else. Everyone running. No one has fallen off at the moment. It's the 61 of Maximilian Aberhart there in the red helmet with the blue flashes up to third place. I think Logan Rolfe has also gained a position. Yes, he has. So Logan Rolfe up to 4th. Down through. Oh, a bit of a moment there for, I think it was 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀. End of lap number 1. Count them through. 𝗍𝗀𝗀, after that brilliant start from second on the grid, leads ahead of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀. Aberhart in third, but being attacked already by Logan Rolfe. So Logan Rolfe, we saw come through the order in heat 1, really only hit the front in the second half of the race. That is a danger to the rest of the field, that Logan Rolfe is already up to P3 and we're only on lap number 2. Jack Baker has had a good run as well. Number 17, I think has got through, yes, has got through and passed 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 for 5th place. A number of drivers, Baker, Mayer, 𝗍𝗀𝗀, all moving up through the orders into this Micro Max category. New to Super One for 2023. Whoa, contact there between the 61 and the 17. Aberhart trying to close off a charging Jack Baker on the Dragon Straight. Got very close indeed. Livings goes by. Bit of teamwork there between Livings and Rolfe. Have both got past 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 on their run up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon. I do think this is going to be, if there's one category that is going to give us pulsating race after pulsating race throughout the year, there's a good chance that it's going to be Micro Max. So that's what we've seen on the evidence of the racing so far here this weekend at Glan-Y-Gors. Bit of a moment there for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀. Gavels hit back up. Jensen Sales come up to 4th place. Almost a bit under the radar there. The number 40 running very nicely indeed. Gained 2 positions on that last lap. Jack Cordingley's coming through as well. Is up to 7th place. Logan Rolfe having a bit of a look at his geared up for racing teammate 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 there. Saw a good scrap between these two earlier on in heat number 1. They are teammates, know each other well, know that they need to bring a good result for the team home first and foremost. Don't want to take each other out, especially when this race has such a bearing on how the final starts. That's the big one. That's where the big points are. Even at this early stage of the season, they'll be wanting to get good scores on the board and not using up drop scores that they may need later in the season. New fastest lap of the race for Jack Baker, but here goes Rolfe down the inside, gets the move done. Clean move from Logan Rolfe, takes the lead of the race away from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀, but here come 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 and Jensen Sale there as well in the blue and white card, number 40. Very good stuff this from Jensen Sale. Started in 8th place. It's already halved his starting position. It's now down the inside of 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀. Can he get the move done through Devil's Elbow? Yes. Brilliant stuff from Jensen Sale. Where has this come from? Very, very glad to see it, but this is really, really on it racing from the number 40. Was 8th, 8th and 7th yesterday in heat number 1. Maybe it sometimes happens with the driver, particularly if they've not visited this circuit before. Something clicks. I think I'm seeing that right now with Jensen Sale. Yeah, no higher than 7th in any race so far this weekend. Jensen Sale now up in 3rd place with 2.5 minutes to go. Could it be a privateer challenge here that breaks the hold on this category so far by geared up racing? Grayson 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 going along nicely. New fastest lap of the race, 2.2 seconds off the lead. I've changed that award because that's now gone to Jack Baker. Top 4 covered by less than a second at the moment. This is still up for grabs. Oh, it's the number 73 of 𝗏𝗲𝗀 getting involved there with 𝗏𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗏 and Jensen Walker. The low hum of the Micro Max engines. Oh, contact there and a spin, and that's 𝗏𝗲𝗀𝗀. That's 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 going round. Oh, very close moment there with a couple of other karts as the drivers head down towards Carousel. That was a scary moment for a number of involved. And unfortunately for Sebastian 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀, that is going to be a lot of positions lost. Will fall out of the top 10 now. Just didn't quite get it right. Made contact with another driver coming out through turn number 4. Really unfortunate there for 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. Now, yeah, down into 15th place. Meanwhile, front of the order, it's a 1-2 for Geared Up Racing at the moment. Gear Up Racing have got these karts in the sweet spot. Rolf and Livings delivering as well. Got to give it to the drivers. It's one thing to get a kart set up, but it's another thing to drive it this consistently. 2 more laps for them then. Have about 30 seconds on the clock as they go over start finish. Lap time's currently in the 47s. Leaders have got to play this sensibly though. They've got a good position. They've got control of this race. This second group, Sale, Baker, Farrow, are not far behind. Even with 1 lap of hard racing between teammates, they could disappear. They could lose the race win entirely for their stable. Rolf feeling the need to defend though. As they go into sector number 3. Look at Jensen Sale closing. The gap was 0.9 of a second at the last count. It's not that anymore. Last lap board going out now. Rolf leading from Livings. Jack Cordingley has got through into 6th place past Grayson 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 and Sebastian Clark. Can Leo Livings find a way past Logan Rolf? They were the other way round at this point in heat number 1. Rolf defends on the inside. That's the sensible line to take up towards Spoon if you're in his position. Through that long bend, you can see how much the tyres are being tortured there through Carousel. Chop there from Logan Rolf. Doesn't want to let his teammate through here, but Jensen Sale is right on them now. Could gain another position. Is already on for a best result so far this season in that 3rd spot. Round the final corner, Leo Livings has a look, can't get through, and it's going to be a win for Logan Rolf, and Sale gets 2nd. 2nd place for Jensen Sale, 3rd for Leo Livings. 4th for Jack Baker, 5th for Arthur Farrow. Grayson 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 in the top 6 again there. 7th for Sebastian Clark, 8th for Jack Cordingley, 9th for Jensen Walker, 10th for Maximilian 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
Ellis, 12th for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗲𝗀, 13th for 𝗦𝗬𝗏𝗏 𝗦𝗽𝗏𝗀, 14th for Sebastian Behrman after that spin coming off of turn number 4. Ellis Wildchild 15th, Harper Das 16th, 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 Giannone in 17th place, and Benedictas Matiokas in 18th. Right, well, we'll definitely want to be around for the Micromax final, because that is going to be a very, very entertaining race indeed. We'll be able to see it at around 3:45 British summer time. For now, though, we're going to get ready for our next race, and it's our 2 classes out at once. Intermax and Mini ROK are out next. Just about set to go then for the next race. This is 2 categories out on circuit at the same time. We start with our Intermax grid for the Rotax powered karts. Miles Burton had a tough race in heat number 1, but has an opportunity here in heat 2 to get a good result again from pole position for Ambition Motorsport. Cooper Snedden has been in great form so far this weekend, starts alongside on the front row. Teddy Cooper, very quick this morning in heat number 1, starts on row 2 alongside JJ Plowman. Charlie Benson and Thomas Butcher start on row 3. Momentum Motorsports have Rook Thompson on row 4. Josh Parker goes for Ambition Motorsport alongside. Logan Lauder and Adam Turasek start on row 5. John Richardson had a retirement this morning in this particular category, starts on row 6 alongside Ambition Motorsports' Benjamin Lawn. Lucy Lovell completes the Intermax field for TWM, and then 3 privateers, 2 of them actually running in Mini ROK, Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 and Alexander Adams. So here we go then for the joint heat between Intermax and Mini ROK, and that's going to be a restart. First sight of the day of the green and yellow chevron flag. And I think that's because they were all a little bit wide coming around the final corner, a bit too quick. So the field will go round, reform the grid in the correct order, and have another go at that one. Big thanks to our series sponsors once again. Our title sponsors, Purgo, professional services, cleaning services in London, AST Signs, JKH, Bell Helmets, and of course CWG Choices. So we'll get ready again for attempt number 2 here for the Intermax and Mini ROK categories. Miles Burton and Cooper Snedden on the front row of the grid. And away they go for, no, that's going to be another restart. Now, drivers need to be careful here, because that's 2 false starts in a row. They do not want to be doing that again, otherwise they may get in a spot of bother with race control here. We've not seen any restarts so far today. At least off the back of the field. I was just being told by John Hoyle there to keep it slow, keep it calm. Let's get this race underway at the 3rd time of asking. So Miles Burton this morning had a tough time off the front of the grid. Cooper Snedden took the win ahead of Teddy Cooper and Josh Parker. Miles Burton had 9th place as a result this morning. We'll be looking to improve on that, definitely. Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 was your winner in Mini ROK. Are we good to go for the 3rd time? Yep, I think we're good to go. Good start for Cooper Snedden. Goes round the outside of Miles Burton there, who gets a bit crossed up through turn number 1. That may leave him vulnerable to others to attack for his currently 2nd place, but another good start from Cooper Snedden. This is what we saw this morning in heat number 1. The number 17 of JJ Plowman's had a good start. It's the anti-pole side of the grid that benefited there in the early stages here on lap number 1. Cascading down now into Carousel. All of them through. John Richardson trying to make some moves there. Had a retirement this morning. It's been a very up and down weekend. It's been very much up in Honda Cadet, but here in Intermax, it just hasn't happened for him so far at GYG. End of lap number 1. Cooper Snedden leads by half a second ahead of JJ Plowman. Josh Parker has had a good start as well. It's already up to 3rd, maybe 2nd soon, because Parker is attacking up the track and straight, has got through before they've even got to Spoon Curve, and through as well has gone Teddy Cooper there in the black and yellow helmet. Kart number 79. Unfortunately for Plowman, that's a loss of 2 positions. It's a bit of a gap though, back to 5th place. Adam Turasek has made a move through, yeah, in the number 22. He's got past Miles Burton. Race pace at the moment for Miles Burton just seems to be struggling a tad. End of lap number 2. Good lap there from Josh Parker. Now
this stage of the race this morning, Cooper Snedden had a good lead. He's now being attacked and overtaken by Josh Parker. So Josh Parker goes through. Cooper's down the inside as well, going for second place. Great racing here in Intermax. Cooper Snedden holds on for second place. Josh Parker's results yesterday, 4th, 2nd and then 5th in the final, was 3rd this morning in heat number 1. So he's in a new position here, leading this race, looking for a first win of the season here in Super 1. Bit of a kick of the rear end out there. Saw a bit of this morning. Bit more power in these karts than what we've seen so far since the lunch break. Not much mechanical grip. Beautiful move there from Teddy Cooper. Brave on the brakes, takes second place. These light karts, they bounce around a lot more. You see the reactions of these karts to this tricky Welsh circuit, especially at this portion of the circuit. Down the inside goes Cooper. Oh, 2 brilliant moves in the space of 1 lap from Teddy Cooper. To the front then, 4 minutes to go. And a new fastest lap to boot, 45.739. Teddy Cooper took 2 wins yesterday, but was beaten in the final. What can Cooper do here? There's a little bit of loading there, a bit of bumping. Communications with the hands between Parker and Snedden. Snedden's out wide. You don't want to be there. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 is now going to be closing in there in 4th place. And 𝗦𝗍𝗍 in 5th. ROK Thompson's having another good run. He's up to 6th place. He's got past Miles Burton. Logan Lauder has also improved. Past John Richardson for 9th. Just to check in with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well. At the moment, Daniel Wisniewski's comfortably in the lead over Alexander Adams. Problems for Thomas Butcher. Thomas Butcher has fallen down 5 positions to the bottom of the order in Intermax. Those karts denoted with the yellow number boards. The Mini ROKs with the red. What a job, Tommy. Oh, huge moment there for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗏. Once again, we've seen that a couple of times so far today. If you just run wide out of carousel, there's a big divot on driver's right. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗏 did very, very well to not get fully turned round by. That'll have grabbed the attention of the driver at the number 17. It's also allowed Adam 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 through into 4th place. Here comes Cooper Snedden, fighting back, maybe just holding something in reserve for the latter stages of the race. Has got past Josh Parker with relative ease there for 2nd place, and now looks reinvigorated here, and a bit more pace in the number 3. Bit more pace than what we saw in the race, perhaps. Another squirm on the rear axle from Josh Parker. You've got to love watching these karts go round. That's the number 24 of Alexander Adams being lapped. Still got a few laps of this to go. This is just a heat, ladies and gentlemen. Just think what the final's going to be like later on this afternoon. Do stick with us here on Alpha Live to watch that. Cooper Snedden now under the rear axle of Teddy Cooper, trying to find a way through, wants to retake the initiative in this race. Teddy Cooper holds the inside line. Cooper Snedden gives a nudge to the number 79. Teddy Cooper will be aware that the Scotsman is there. Oh, contact between the two of them. Cooper Snedden runs through. And Josh Parker's now going to try and get involved with Teddy Cooper for 2nd place. Now, was there a bit of contact there between Snedden and Cooper? I think there was. Less than a minute on the clock to go. Lead change on the road confirmed. Snedden ahead of Cooper, but it's not done yet. We saw a similar sort of gap get reeled in earlier on in heat number 1. As look at this, here comes Adam 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Great move down the inside of Josh Parker, takes 3rd place. Parker fights back, retakes the position through carousel.
As, oh, this time fully round and round and round again goes Plowman. JJ Plowman, who had a moment coming out of carousel earlier. This time, lightning strikes again, but he wasn't so lucky. Pushing so hard, will just get a little bit too wide, clip that divot, and one spin, two spins, 2.5 spins for JJ Plowman there. Oh, he'll be dizzy after that one. Time is up then. Last lap board is not out yet though. At least it hasn't appeared on our timing screens. Big lap though from Cooper Snedden, pulled out 3/10. 0.9 of a second is now the lead. Cooper's still there in second, 𝗬𝗍 in third. Parker was fourth, is now back up to third. This is a pulsating race here in the mid-afternoon in Intermax. Final lap board is now out. Cooper Snedden has a 1.1 second lead. Can Teddy Cooper hold on here for second place? Josh Parker is looking quick again, like we saw in the early stages of this race. Holds down the inside. Bit of bumping again there. Drivers need to be careful about. Don't want to be getting any front fairing penalties, because that will cost them. 𝗬𝗍's fighting down the inside. He's going to get through. Forces his way through. Past Josh Parker. Retakes third place. This has been a very, very entertaining race. ROK Thompson's not out of this as well. Has done really well to get up into fifth. But Cooper Snedden, oh, as ROK Thompson's off. Cooper Snedden takes the race win by 1.3 seconds ahead of Teddy Cooper. Adam 𝗬𝗍 in third. Josh Parker fourth. John Richardson, through all of that, finishes in fifth place. That's a better result for John Richardson in this category that we've not seen so far this weekend. Logan Lauder in sixth. Charlie Benson seventh. Miles Burton 8th, Lucy Lovell 9th, Benjamin Lawn 10th, Thomas Butcher 11th, Daniel Wisniauskas takes the win in Mini ROK. Poor ROK Thompson becomes, apologies ROK, the biggest victim of the DDMM commentary box curse of the day. Finishes in 14th place behind JJ Plowman, but at least we'll have the final coming up later this afternoon. Alexander Adams, the second of the Mini ROKs, home in 15th place. Well, that was a heat, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to stick around for the final, which in theory should be even more ferocious than that, 15:57 on our schedule, so around 4 o'clock is when you want to be with us here on the Alpha Live stream. We're going to get ready though for the next race. Second heats for Senior Max are out next. All ready to go then for Senior Max and their second heat of the day. Joe Weaver and Harry Pullen making an all JWR front row there. Alexander Adams Acton, brilliant race this morning. Goes from row 2 in this one. Finley Watson and St Motorsport alongside there. Tom Taylor had a spin on lap 1 of heat number 1. Will look to have better things this time from row 3. Joining him there is Cruz Speakman. In a similar vein, Cameron Crockett didn't even complete the first lap this morning. Starts on row 4 alongside Shane Collinson. St Motorsport and Jake Richards go from row 5 alongside Finley Whitting. Elliot Thomas and Shane Collins on row number 6. And then one last entry from St Motorsport. Joseph McVeigh starts on row 7 alongside Liam Ferguson. So on the formation lap for the Senior ROKs, the Senior Rotax Max drivers rather. Senior ROK not here today. Joe Weaver had a classic Joe Weaver performance this morning to lead majority of the race and then take the race win ahead of Alexander Adams Acton and Harry Pullen. Will we get the same repeat of that here in heat number 2? ready to go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away go the JWR boys. It's all getting a little bit physical already in the background there. Number of drivers on the anti-pole side of the grid compromised in their starts, but no problem for Joe Weaver. He leads as they go over the rise into Spoon for the first time, and it looks like the number 18 of Alexander Adams-Acton is already up to second place. Yes, it is. The number, I can see that Harry Pullen's fallen down a little bit. Say it was not a good start for anyone on the anti-pole side of the grid. Coming down through and into tricky third sector. And it's just the start that Joe Weaver would have wanted. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. Weaver, Adams-Acton, Finley Watson. Superb start up to third place. Harry Pullen now fourth. Cruz Speakman and Tom Taylor completes the top 6. Down the inside. Move being pulled there by Harry Pullen. Gets past Finley Watson. Takes third place. Tom Taylor, second in the final yesterday for Tom Taylor, on home soil of course, the Welshman. Needs a good result in this race, having suffered an incident in the first heat. We want to be up towards the front in the final to do so, especially here in the senior class. Need to have a good qualifying position through these 2 heats. 5.5 minutes to go. What is that gap looking like between the 2 leaders? Joe Weaver was able to manage it this morning. Keep it around a second. Always had something in reserve. You feel, oh dear, as off there is the 81 of Finley Whiting, who was in 11th place, had just gone purple through sector number 1 and then is off through sector number 2. So big problems there for Finley Whiting. Probably means that Finley Whiting will be towards the back of the grid in the final. Still a chance through the final. Oh, good move there from Cruz Speakman. Got up the inside of Finley Watson. Got to be brave through that kink. These larger, more powerful, wider, in particular, senior karts. Makes a move up the Dragon Straight into that kink not easy. And if you get it wrong through there, it's a big, big off that you have as well. That was precision work from Cruz Speakman to move up into 4th place. And now Tom Taylor is going to be having a look at Finley Watson the field here for 5th place. Watson looking left and right over his shoulder to see where is Tom Taylor. Taylor's a little bit too far back. Oh, yes, he is. Try and set something up for the latter stage of this lap. Less than 4 minutes on the clock. Now the Saint Motorsport entry for Finley Watson. Still be happy with this. This would be good points for the rookie. First time we've seen Finley Watson in Super 1 action. 10th, 5th and 7th yesterday. Joe Weaver still leads out front though by just over a third, or under a third of a second ahead of Adams-Acton. Oh, here comes Tom Taylor. We thought that one was coming. There it is, down the inside. Tom Taylor takes 5th place away from Finley Watson. Also, Alexander Adams-Acton has had a big first half of this lap, has closed in what was a 0.3 of a second gap. That is not a 0.3 of a second gap anymore, as Adams-Acton attacks Joe Weaver. Good driving between the 2 of them. Oh, and again, and a bit of contact. Adams-Acton really throwing everything at Joe Weaver at the moment. Very keen to get on by. But the calmness of Joe Weaver just held his steering open just enough to make sure that that wasn't going to be an incident that took both drivers out of this race. But he'll be aware now that Alexander Adams-Acton feels he has the kart to overtake the reigning champion in this category and take this race win. What can he do to stop him? This is where we saw an attempt last time, and again, this time, Joe Weaver just holds the inside line, doesn't take the Optimum Racing line, prevents Adams-Acton
from going for a move there. He's also got potential support in the form of his teammates. Harry Pullen there, the number 72 in third place, closing in now on this lead duo. But we've seen some great moves from Alexander Adams-Acton today. Moved himself up through the order to take second place in heat number 1. If there's one driver, you'd say on the basis of what we've seen so far in Senior Max today for round 2, if there's one driver who can find a way past Joe Weaver, it is Alexander Adams-Acton. You see Finley Whiting out of this race, unfortunately, will be classified in 14th place unless something remarkable occurs. Still a few more laps to go. Great scrap going on behind him. A much better run from Crockett. He's up into 7th place ahead of Elliot Thomas. Shane Collinson and Joseph McVeigh have also had decent races, both in the top 10. Sun coming out here. Not far from Mount Snowdon in this part of the world. That's on a very sunny day. You can see the biggest mountain in Wales off to your right as you come down to the carousel. Drivers won't be focusing on that at the moment though, because they've got 2 more laps here in a very intriguing last heat for the senior Rotax Max drivers. New fastest lap of the race. Was nearly broken by both Weaver and Adams-Acton. It's Harry Pullen who's got the fastest lap award at the moment, 42.019. Here is the scrap from 4th down. Tom Taylor leading it at the moment, ahead of Cruz Speakman in 5th. Then Finley Watson once again in 6th place. Crockett and Thomas completing this pack of 5. Speakman has a look. Doesn't compromise himself too much there. Final lap board then. Joe Weaver. This 0.3 of a second gap has been there since Alexander Adams-Acton had that attack a few laps ago. Has he been holding something in reserve now? Joe Weaver, quick check over the shoulder. Judges that distance. Both of these drivers have managed this race very well, but they've pushed hard. They've pushed very hard in a precursor ahead of the final. This is the part of the course where we have seen the number 18 be strong, but it's been managed very well by Joe Weaver, who makes it 2 from 2. A fantastic race. Joe Weaver takes the win. Alexander Adams-Acton 2nd, Harry Pullen 3rd, Tom Taylor 4th, Cruz Speakman in 5th. Entertaining drive there from Finley Watson in 6th. Cameron Crockett finishes in 7th. Elliot Thomas 8th. Shane Collinson 9th. Joseph McVeigh from the back of the grid gets inside the top 10. Shane Collins is 11th. Jake Richards 12th. Liam Ferguson, the last of the runners there in 13th with 1 retirement, which is unfortunately Finley Whiting. Well, that's one that has just fizzled. And I think it's going to serve as a very interesting grid for the final. With more points available in the final, that could be race of the day later on for Senior Max. Their race will be around 4:10 on our schedule. So once again, do stick around for that. We're going to get ready though, because our next race out on circuit is going to be the 2nd heat for Junior Max. Time to go racing once again with our biggest category of the day. This is the grid for Heat 2 for Junior Max. Aidan Hassan has had a perfect weekend so far. Starts this one from pole position. Charlie Cox alongside on the front row. Milo Manderson had to retire from the first race. Needs a good result here. It's had good pace, but needs points now. Starts from row 2 alongside is JWR's Jake Howarth. Billy Edgecombe starts on the 3rd row of the grid there in P5. In P6 you've got Watfield, Jake Woods and Jasmine Taylor on row number 4, Ethan Hay and Callum Gosh on row 5, Joseph Murphy and Jake Flewitt are on row number 6. Jaden Hewitt and Harrison Morrow start on row 7, Albert Witten and Max Rowley are there on row number 8, Powers and Welch on row 9.
And then you've got Eric Smith and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 on row 10. Kieran Denyer and Jack Briscoe on row 11. Lincoln Bevan and Toby Bedford start on row number 12. Oliver Brett Smith for BL Racing starts alongside Safe Motorsports' Dijon Bennett. And then Jay Leverton and Logan Cowling for Mark Baines Motorsport go from row 14. Charlie Gillam and Finley Patterson completes the top 30. Miles Roby and Ben Horner on row 16. FJS Racing's Rossi Costello starts 33rd and last here for heat number 2 of the biggest field of the day in junior Rotax Max. And if you weren't with us earlier on this morning, this one got a bit bonkers. So we're going to expect that again. And I think there's some gamesmanship potentially going on right now in the junior Max ranks. And Aidan Hassan was your winner this morning with Billy Edgecombe second, Jake Howarth in third. See whether we are not obviously ready to go at this point because the grid is not fully formed up. Okay, well that's used up one of their restart get out of jail free cards. I think we'll put that one too. It's not outside of the rules, it's just gently bending them. Round the drivers will go again. Charlie Cox, number 72, starting second on the grid. He was clearly ready to go. Wants to get on with this race. Number 1 of Aidan Hassan, less so, shall we say. So the grid will reform. And go for a second start. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. 33 drivers out on circuit at the moment. I'll say that, I think we might be missing 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 out there, unfortunately. So here we go, the slowest formation lap that you'll probably see today. A cycling pursuit race at the moment, more of a kart race, but Aidan Hassan and Charlie Cox just trying to catch each other out, perhaps, with when they want to go and when they want to start, but Aidan Hassan will have this under starters orders. And this one's looking a lot better this time. Away we go then for the second heat in Junior Max. Steady starts from those at the front of the order. Aidan Hassan has retained the lead of the race. Charlie Cox has held on to second place as well. Milo Manderson in there also needs, as we say, a good result in this one after disappointment earlier on this morning. Much more even start. We saw, oh dear, it's off is the number 89 there towards the back of the field. And that is not good news at all for Jack Briscoe. Well, in the first heat, by this stage, Aidan Hassan had a huge lead. Not this time. He's going to have to work hard in this second heat. The order is Hassan and Cox, 0.3 of a second between them. Howard in third, Manderson fourth, Edgecombe fifth. Then it's Whitfield in sixth place. Taylor, Woods, Gosh and Hay is your top 10. As here down the inside comes Jake Howarth. Takes at least one position, in fact 2 positions. Really good work there from Jake Howarth. Through comes Billy Edgecombe as well in the number 7. Not a good couple of corners for Charlie Cox. He's lost 3 positions there. Yeah, it's Billy Edgecombe and Milo Manderson and Jake Howarth all got through. Good start again for Jake Woods, as that's the number 27 of Hay going down the inside. So Ethan Hay gets up to 9th place. Good second lap from our race leader, Aidan Hassan. Has a 0.8 of a second lead now, ahead of Jake Howarth. Milo Manderson in third, fourth for Billy Edgecombe. So what can Howarth and Manderson do here to stop the dominance of Aidan Hassan? He has been supreme this weekend. Mark Baines Motorsport crew have had that kart prepped very, very well indeed. They've got a fast driver at the wheel of it, the reigning champion, and he has delivered.
Down to the others now to see if they can do anything about this. Couple of changes of position. Glan-Y-Gors in the number 5 has got past both Daniel Whitfield and Jasmine Taylor. There is Jasmine Taylor now having a look for 7th place. Should have that one on the inside, should Jasmine Taylor. And Glan-Y-Gors is properly on the move now. That's another position past Charlie Cox this time for 5th place. Whitfield being forced down wide now. This can happen sometimes in one of these higher number races. Get offline, you lose one position in this sprints format. That's seen as a vulnerability to a lot of other drivers, and you can, before you know it, lose 2, 3, 4, 5 positions. Very tough to get back in the groove, back in the line, back up to pace. 1.7 seconds the lead then for Aiden Hassan. Milo Manderson confirmed through, is into 2nd place now past Jake Howarth. Poor Daniel Whitfield did lose 5 places on that last lap. Joseph Murphy took advantage of the back and forth as well, got past Jake Fluids. That's 2 positions for Murphy on that last lap. It's up to P10. Also trying to move through the order is Ben Horner, just seen Ben Horner improved by 3 positions on that last lap, now up to 27th. This is the closest and highest battle in the field though. Milo Manderson in 2nd place, was in 2nd place in the first heat, and then pulled off for, at least in this commentary box, an unknown mechanical issue, which has clearly now been fixed. It's Jake Howarth and Billy Edgecombe who were able to take advantage from it. It's these 3 again, clear of the rest of the field. Just not at the moment able to get on terms with Aiden Hassan. They'll try though, they'll try at this stage. It's too early, surely, to start fighting just for 2nd place, because there's the likes of Glan-Y-Gors, Charlie Cox, Jasmine Taylor, Ethan Hay, they're all there. They're all within striking distance, should anything happen to these 3 on your screens at the moment. Change of position to report. Good stuff actually from Daniel Whitfield, now starting to recover after that horror lap. Not his fault, it's just one of those things in sprint racing sometimes in a heat, but he's got back past Jake Fluids, he's back into 11th place now. Finley Patterson has also improved, he's past Jay Leverton for 22nd. 2 minutes then, 2 minutes on the clock. Hassan leads, probably be about 2.5 seconds ahead of Manderson, Howarth and Edgecombe. Whitfield improves again. It's this time got past Joseph Murphy. So that's Whitfield back into the top 10. Well, it's just increasingly looking like nobody has an answer to Aiden Hassan's pace this weekend. I'd say that these 3 drivers, give it another lap, secure at least 4th place for each of them. There was a yellow flag out there. What was that for? Around the final corner. It's not for our race leader. Aiden Hassan sets another new fastest lap of the race. That's what it's for. It's for the number 37 and the 93 of Dejon Bennett and Toby Bedford. Thank you very much. Mr. FIA karting commentator Anthony Jordan on that camera, right on the spot. Gives us that information that unfortunately is not good news for Toby Bedford and Dejon Bennett. That's a shame, because Bennett had a great first heat. Going to have to fight through the final for the rest of today. 40 seconds to go on the clock. Aiden Hassan still leading this race comfortably. The battle hasn't quite kicked off yet between these 3, but I think it might do now. 2 laps to go. Glan-Y-Gors is 1.5 seconds back. Jasmine Taylor has improved, has got up to 6th place now ahead of Charlie Cox. Ethan Hay in that battle as well. Milo Manderson dealing with the pressure very well, I must say. It's a while since we've seen him in Purgo SuperOne Series action. I remember him having very, very good pace here last year in the Minimax category. Stepped up now to the juniors. Jake Howarth, who was always there or thereabouts last year in this category. He's very much proving his worth. Billy Edgecombe as well, keeping these two drivers behind. Good stuff from Milo Manderson. Last lap board is out though, 3.1 seconds for Hassan. Here comes Billy Edgecombe down the inside, gets that place off of Jake Howarth, but Howarth's going to fight back, retakes the position on the exit of Spoon. That's all very good for Milo Manderson because he will not have to defend now for the rest of this lap. These two are fighting for third and fighting for third very hard indeed. Here comes Billy Edgecombe again, gets through on the run into compression. Aidan Hassan, though, is going to make it 5 from 5. Looks unbeatable, looks untouchable, takes the win. Milo Manderson second, Billy Edgecombe third, Jake Howarth fourth, Callum Gosh in 5th place. Jasmine Taylor, another good result there in the top 6. Charlie Cox, Ethan Hay, Jake Woods and Daniel Whitfield complete the top 10 provisionally at least. Joseph Murphy in 11th. Jake Flewitt follows home in 12th. 13th for Jaden Hewitt. 14th for Jensen Powers. Oliver Brett Smith completes the top 15. Max Rowley and Emily Cotty 16th and 17th. That's a good drive actually from Emily Cotty, gaining a number of positions in that race. Eric Smith 18th. Harrison Morrow might be a bit disappointed with 19th. Kieran Denyer completes that top 20. Ben Horner, Jay Leverton, Finley Patterson, Logan Cowling and Caden Welch take us down to 25th place. Albert Wilton and Lincoln Bevan, 26th and 27th. Jack Briscoe, Rossi Costello and Charlie Gillam complete the top 30. Miles Roby, the last of the runners in the lead lap, 2 retirements there with that incident on the last corner. Toby Bedford and DeJean Bennett. Final time for the junior Rotax category will be 16:25, subject to any changes, of course, on the schedule, but that's what we've got in front of us here. So we'll have them as the penultimate race of the day. Next up, though, for the last of the heat races, it's the second heat for Rotax 177. All right, it's time for the second heat for Rotax 177, our last category of the day to have their second heat. Let's have a look at their grid. Stephen Richardson had gremlins this morning, which meant he wasn't able to take advantage of being on pole position heat 1. He's got another chance here in heat 2. Shane Collins is alongside him, the winner from this morning's heat there on the front row. Jason Bear and Andy Collinson start on row 2. Alex Joyner goes from row 3. So to confirm the results from this morning, Shane Collins was your race winner. Andy Collinson, who did have the lead midway through that first heat but made a mistake, was second. Stephen Richardson, very, very curious situation for Stephen Richardson, was not happy with the kart. Was able to get home in 3rd place, but pace was up and down all over the place for that number 10. Jason Bear was 4th and Alex Joyner was 5th. So as I say, it'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the last time here today. Thank you to everyone keeping your comments coming in. Hello to Harry Gibson, cheering on Teddy Cooper, who we saw race earlier, Lewis Lambert as well. And also supports coming in for Rossi Costello as well. Short delay in proceedings here. I imagine that's for the 2 carts being recovered from the last corner. We'll be back in a short moment's time with more commentary here at GYG for the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. Here for our last interview of the day, our winner in Rotax 177, Andy Collinson. Andy, a really tight battle there in the final. How do you feel having won round 1?
Yeah, good for being first time at the track, and yeah, good battle there with Shane. Good driver, good driving standards as well. So it's a good thing to go forward, hopefully.
As you say, first time at the track. What have you done ahead of this weekend to prepare for it?
We did half a test day, and that's all we've ever done.
What have you been working on apart from the testing and a bit of practice here with the kart?
We T-tie karting, did their full championship last year, did the winter series for them, and yeah, trying to get the fitness up now.
It's always we've been talking about changeable conditions here. How was dealing with those today?
Yeah, it got a lot better towards the end. The first thing, it was wet. Well, not wet, but it was greasy. But we've got the grip there today, like.
Good stuff. What's it like racing in this Rotax 177 championship? We've always said it's very competitive out there. It is a bit different to other Rotax categories.
Yeah, there's a lot more respect with all being having to get up and go to work on a Monday morning. But yeah, no, in the general scheme of things, yeah, it's a good class to run in. To be fair.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀 forgot his name there. And my brother Terry Watson and Shane Collinson and Team 𝗦𝗲𝗍 as well for getting us the on in here, and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒏 engine for me engine.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Andy. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Very good to hear from Andy there. All of the interviews from yesterday's final winners are available on the SuperOne Facebook page. So if you're on Facebook, you don't already follow at SuperOne Series, do get on over there. Click that like page button and give those interviews a watch and a share. All set to go then for the final heat. Before we move on to the finals, 5 karts ready to go racing here in Rotax 177. Eyes on those lights, and away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start from Stephen Richardson. Bit of oversteer for Shane Collins, means he's going to lose out to Andy Collinson. Has lost out to Andy Collinson, who's already up into second place. Good start, I think, for Jason 𝗏𝗏 as well, up into third. Indeed, the number 50 passed, and Alex Joyner was also. That's not a good start for the Heat 1 winner, Shane Collins, at all. Down to 5th place. A lot of work to do now to catch up to the likes of Richardson and Collinson, who will surely, even at this early stage of the race, go into tandem mode to push away from the others behind. It's a big opportunity for them. The driver currently at the head of the standings in this round, down in 5th place. 0.284 is the gap between Richardson and Collins. And here comes Shane Collins. Blasts past Alex Joyner there for 4th place. Jason 𝗏𝗏, the next target for Shane Collins. This is a key phase of this race for both of the leaders. On the pace so far today, you would expect Shane Collins to work his way through and up into 3rd place. He's got to do it as quickly as possible, whilst he's behind Jason 𝗏𝗏 there. For Richardson and Collinson, if they can get a gap that is big enough that they just sit on it for the rest of the 5.5 minutes, that could be game done, and they can hold Shane Collins back in 3rd and basically give him no opportunity to improve further. That's a pretty good gap. 2.2 seconds at the moment. This is a key lap now with Shane Collins through and up to 3rd. What can Richardson and Collinson do? What will they have to work with? 5 minutes on the clock. So the curious story of the number 10 kart earlier. We saw some lightning quick times from Stephen Richardson earlier on in the day. Obviously took pole position through time qualifying. We saw some low 43s in and around there as well. Just occasionally, looked like he'd had a power issue, and the times would drop into the high 44s. Really did affect his race in a negative way. Good scrap going on here between Jason 𝗏𝗏 and Alex Joyner. So the gap is 2.3 seconds between Collinson and Collins. If you're Andy Collinson right now, you can just sit there in 2nd place, try and push Stephen Richardson along. Don't fight, don't try and wrestle that lead away from the number 10, because that could bring Shane Collins back into the picture here. Oh, just we say that, is that a problem again for Richardson? Richardson loses the lead. Collinson takes to the front. Now, is that a problem, or was there contact between the two of them? It's a big attack there from Alex Joyner, trying to get down the inside of Jason 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 holds on to 4th place.
Just trying to see what do the sector times. Well, for Collinson, not too bad, 11.7. But for Stephen Rich, oh, I think these problems are back again. This is what we saw in the first heat. You could just see, I think there's a shake of the head there as well. You can see from the body language of the kart, it just goes sluggish. He hasn't got the drive off the corners. Something is not right for Stephen Richardson. Is now in the clutches of Shane Collins. And we also saw times where you have a slow lap, like that 45.6, and then be able to bolt in a 43, and then it would go back again. It's the worst kind of engineering problem that you could have. One that's intermittent, in and out, not consistent, can't make sense of it. Very, very hard to fix, even on these more modern machines. The race with here in Super One in the Rotax categories, 2:40 to go. Interesting bit looking at here. And, oh yes, there's a misfire. That is not right. Something is not right there on the number 10. But it has just set a 43.0. Pretty sure I just heard a bit of a splutter and a bang from the exhaust on Stephen Richardson's karts there. Can he keep it all together? Seems okay now. At the moment, maybe Shane Collins is thinking if there's pace in the number 10, this could be the way. And I close up to the number 74 of Andy Collinson. Trying to hear it again. So sounding not too bad again there through turn number 1. Pace is back, 43.166 last time around for Stephen Richardson. Andy Collison in race management mode, I think right now. 43.278, he knows he has the lead. He knows he has a gap to Richardson behind, that means he doesn't have to defend. There is Shane Collins. What has he got left in the locker to push on, try and close this gap? 44.152 last time around for number 52 kart. Oh, big curb hop there from Andy Collinson. Is that a mistake? Is that going to allow Stephen Richardson now a chance to close in? He has closed in. This race is not done for the number 10 yet. Whatever happened a few laps ago, Gremlin has fixed itself, perhaps. Shane Richardson with 2 laps to go is going to have a chance here. We'll have the slipstream up the Dragon Straight this next time around. Not close enough this time though to make a move. Wider line that time around from Collison. Gap is coming down. There'll be one more lap to go after this one. Did see Andy Collinson make a mistake earlier that cost him the Heat 1 race victory. It's to Shane Collins that time. Unfortunately for Shane Collins, don't think the pace is there. 43.5 last time around. Some 1.7 seconds back. That early stage of the race really has cost Shane Collins in this particular heat, but he'll have a good grid position for the final and a chance to go again. Collinson surely has to defend into Spoon. Richardson doesn't actually attack it that hard. I thought, oh no, and he's lost again the pace off the corner. Doesn't get the drive, and Andy Collinson's just able to pull away at the worst of times. Oh, you can see the kart spluttering. That gap to Shane Collins getting smaller and smaller every time. Rotten luck for Stephen Richardson. Hopefully they can get the issue fixed before the final, but it's another win for Andy Collinson. Second, a good recovery in a way for Stephen Richardson. Still nursing some issues. Finishes in second place. Shane Collins third, Jason Bear fourth, and Alex Joyner fifth. So there we go, that is the completion of the heats so far today, and we'll get on to the finals next. Longer races for the finals and more points on offer, and we'll kick things off with the Bambino C50s. It's finals time here at Glan-Y-Gors for round 2 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Here is your grid for the Bambino C50 final. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝘀 has pole position. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗃 is alongside on the front row. Harry Chapman and 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 form up row 2. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 and 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 are on row 3. 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 and Charlie Gregg start on row 4. Mason Munter and Jack Daniels start on row number 5. 𝗦𝗏𝗍 and Louis Wilson start on the 6th row of the grid. Mason Hibbert and Logan Hodgetts go from row 7. Miguel Gonzalez-Zamora and Noah Smith are in the midfield there on row number 8. Arno Atkinson and Brady Atkins start on row 9. Oliver Daniels and Ethan Pearson go from row number 10, and then it's Benjamin Schlivar and Elliot Payne on the 11th row of the grid. Calvin Simon and Jesse Bailey on row 12. And then we find the grid completed by row 13 with Ollie West and Bo Blundell. So 60 points, 60 championship points available for the drivers here. Longer races as we mentioned. These are the ones you want to win. These are the ones where you get the big trophies as well. The top 6 overall in this category will receive trophies here today, and also the top 6 rookies, so drivers who have not competed in Super One before, not necessarily novices, not necessarily on novice plates, the black number boards, black and white number boards, just those who haven't competed in this championship before. They are classed as rookies. They have an opportunity of finishing in the top 6 of those drivers with that definition of receiving trophies as well. Drivers on their formation lap then. Important bit of the routine. Just familiarise yourself, even at half race speed, with what the track's doing here at this precise moment. Thankfully for drivers, conditions have been stable here today, unlike yesterday. It started off wet, dried out across the course of the day. And then each time the drivers went out on circuit, they had something different to what they'd experienced before. Reminder of the final results from yesterday in round 1. Harry Chapman was your winner by 0.1 of a second ahead of 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Ronnie Kempson 3rd, Toby Biggs 4th, Joshua Bailey and Ernie Wade 5th and 6th. All set to go then for the final. 10 laps scheduled for the Bambino C50s. The round 2 final here at GYG is go. Good starts for both of them on the front row of the grid, but particularly for 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 from P2 this time round the outside, takes the lead as they head through turn 1 up the track and straight, and so already there's a bit of contact toward the back of the field. The number 12 was on the grass there. That's not a good moment for Calvin Simon there at all, but good stuff from 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃, has been confident of the starts today, has the lead of the race. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 in 2nd place. Bright yellow and black machine of Chapman there in 3rd. All of them filing their way through and now into sector 2, downhill into the carousel. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 looking good at the moment. Steely determination there through the visor. Seen Pooley and Algar work well together so far today. One in particular they were able to pull off the front. Of course, this being a longer race, which when you're the age of these drivers, it can be hard work, it can be hard physically, it can be hard mentally as well. 9 minutes plus 1 lap. not even got to the point, to the length of a race, where the drivers can go into their heat routines. They've got to get through these first 2 laps first, and at the moment 𝗦𝗲𝗷𝗀𝗀𝗀 and 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝗍 are doing just that. They've got a good gap now over Harry Chapman behind there in third. See 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝗍 leaning in there. Both these drivers know what this is all about. They competed in this category last year. They're pushing hard to get some great successes to come out of this GYG weekend on their scorecards. Get a good start to their season before we go to Roura at the end of the month. 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝗍 finished second in the final yesterday. Has had race wins this weekend though in the heats. Once won in the final here though. 6 minutes and 40 to go. 𝗦𝗲𝗷𝗀𝗀𝗀, actually an exclusion yesterday due to non-compliance of the machinery. Real shame for 𝗦𝗲𝗷𝗀𝗀𝗀, but unfortunately the rules are the rules. Technical infringements beyond the driver as an individual, beyond their control. We wanted to put that right here today. It will mean that effectively a drop score has already been used up by 𝗦𝗲𝗷𝗀𝗀𝗀 and the team running number 8. Here's the fight for 4th place. Toby Biggs, Ronnie Kempson and Joshua Bailey. Joshua Bailey's been doing some really good work so far today. We've not seen too much of the 81 on the screens, but here it is. Resplendent in its yellow and black. Oh, and how about that for timekeeping? 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝗍𝗀 has set a best lap of the race so far, exactly 1 minute to the 1,000th of a second. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's very remarkable. Well done, Rex. 5.5 minutes to go. Biggs, Kempson, Bailey holding position, wisely holding position at the moment because they've got 3rd place not too far ahead of them in the shape of Harry Chapman. At the moment these drivers all looking like they're going to be on the podium. Top 6 get a visit to the rostrum, have their photos taken, have trophies to take home with them as well. To step onto the top 3 for the big group photo. That would be good for all of these drivers if they can achieve it, but they've got to keep working. They've got to close down Harry Chapman. It's in that difficult position of just being on your own. It's a long, this circuit at 1.1 kilometres feels even longer when you're out on your own. Nobody around to help, nobody around to guide you and mark your braking points and give you a push up the straights if you're first in line. It's all about rhythm, this track as well, especially as you come through that 3rd sector. Ronnie Kempson looking down the inside, trying to find a way past Toby Biggs there. For 4th place, no opportunity that time. Very well done actually by Toby Biggs there, not to panic, not to get too defensive. Just keep that speed up. New fastest lap of the race comes in from the race leader, 59.956. This time Kempson's got a much better run up and through turn 1, side by side with Toby Biggs. The big climb up the hill now. Can Ronnie Kempson keep it in there? No, good power there from Toby Biggs. Able to pull back ahead. Hold on to 4th position. A couple of position changes further down the order to tell you about. Louis Wilson has got past Miguel, oh dear, as Ethan Pearson and the number 77 look to be out of this race, unfortunately. Was running around in 21st position, I think. But sadly for Ethan Pearson, that is the end of the day for the number 77. Just go back to those position changes. Louis Wilson has got past Miguel Gonzalez Zamora for 12th place. We've also seen Logan Hodgetts get past Mason Hibbert for 15th. Elliot Payne has also traded positions with Ollie West. So Ollie West up to 19th place there. Into the second half of this race. 𝗦𝗲𝗀 and 𝗬𝗲𝗄, similar to what we saw in heat number 1, have this race under control between the two of them. What isn't decided is which one of them is going to take the win, the 60 points, and the biggest trophy of them all in the C50 Bambinos home with them. They've left the other group behind by quite some margin, actually. 5.5 seconds is the gap behind 𝗬𝗲𝗄 to Harry Chapman. And Harry Chapman likewise has got a good gap, which should not go unnoticed. This is a great drive from Harry Chapman. He's got that group behind. We've got more engine power amongst them as a group simply by having multiple karts in there, and he's pulling away from them. There has been a change in that chase group though. Ronnie Kempson has got past Toby Biggs for 4th place. Let's see what Ronnie Kempson can do now that the number 13 is in clear air. And also, to let you know, Arlo Atkinson is through, past Brady Atkin for 17th place, and more positions gained for Miguel Gonzalez-Zamora, this time past Louis Wilson for 12th place. Down the hill then, 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 continues to lead this race. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗲𝗃 there in second. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗲𝗃 with these results is going to be in a very strong position in this championship at the end of the day. They've still got a couple of laps to negotiate. Bit of traffic ahead for the leaders. I think it might be Calvin Simon in the number 12 running up ahead of them. Yes, it is. And has a quick look over the shoulder. I think he's aware that the leaders are approaching at a rate of quite a bit of speed. Bit of a moment here for 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀. Will need to find a way by, and will be able to do so on the exit of Carousel. Well done by all three drivers there to negotiate that situation very, very well indeed. This is crunch time though. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀, 10 seconds on the clock, still leads this race from 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗲𝗃. They will see the last lap board next time around. 9 laps completed. 10 to get to the end of the final. That's what we saw yesterday in the round 1 final. We're going to see it again here in the round 2 final. Can 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 hold on for this race victory side by side with 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗲𝗃? 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗲𝗃's trying to go around the outside. That'll be a brave manoeuvre, or maybe it's something to try and pin 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 to the apex. Compromise the line for the number 8 off of this corner here, off of Spoon. Well defended by 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Down over the hill, now running down towards Carousel. Goes defensive to the inside. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗲𝗃's going to have to go the long way round, and maybe a switch back here. This is brilliant defensive driving from 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Very mature defensive driving. Oh, but it's 𝗬𝗲𝗃 down the inside. Is there a chance for 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃𝗃? Yes, there is. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃𝗃 goes through into the lead with just a few corners to go in the final here at GYG. Is it going to be a first final victory of the season for the number 31? Has got one more corner to negotiate. Tight to the inside. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃𝗃 wins the final in the C50 Bambinos here at Glan-Y-Gors and takes a big haul of points away from Wales this weekend. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 finishes in second. Harry Chapman, a very good weekend for Harry Chapman, finishes in third. And there's very close battle for fourth on the line. Ronnie Kempson looks to have got it on timing, at least ahead of Toby Biggs. But I'm sure that'll be checked back through. That looks closer than the gap on timing to me. But we'll check that in due course. Kempson fourth, Biggs fifth. Joshua Bailey in sixth. Eli Scher, good run there in the final to 7th place. Mason Munzer in 8th. Jack Daniels in 9th. Ernie Wade in 10th. Just to go through those who were rookies. Ronnie Kempson first in rookie. Bailey, Scher, Munzer, Daniels and Wade all get trophies. Let me just check that I've counted them correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we have. Running through the rest of the order, Charlie Gregg in 11th. Louis Wilson in 12th. Mason Hibbert 13th.
Noah Smith and Logan Hodgetts complete the top 15. Arlo Atkinson, Brady Atkin, Oliver Daniels, Elliot Payne, Jesse Bailey complete the top 20. And then 5 more runners in that race. Benjamin Schlever in 21st position, Calvin Simon 22nd. And then unfortunately we did have some retirements in that race. Miguel Gonzalez Zamora 23rd, 3 laps down. Ollie West 4 laps down, and Ethan Pearson. Very good stuff from the Bambino C50s. We will see them again at Rowrah in 4 weeks' time when we go up there for the second meeting of the year. Next out on circuit, though, for their final, it's the final for Honda Cadet. Final time for Honda Cadet then. Let's have a look at the grid. John Richardson is looking to make it 2 out of 2 in terms of final victory. Starts from pole position. And Jensen Walker joins Richardson on the front row of the grid for cutting edge racing. Keane Sullivan and Matt Taddy are there on row 2. Connor Winfield and Tommy Climo start on row number 3. In the second half of the grid we find Charlie Quine and George Climo on row 4. Xavi Fonge and Isla Parsons start on row number 5. So yesterday we saw John Richardson take a race victory in the final, and I think we are having a short delay here, and we'll have a quick look at the interview with John yesterday.
Back at the podium, and very glad to say for the first time in 3 years, a winner here in Super One, here in the Honda Cadet category at GYG, John Richardson. John, you've finally done it. You've been on this podium many times in 2nd and 3rd place, but what does it feel like to be a winner in Super One?
Well, I'm really happy with the result, and for the last 3 years I've been trying, and last year was probably one of my best chances, had many chances, but had a bit of misfortune in a couple of them, but now finally in this year I've managed to do it in the first round.
What have you been working on since the last time we raced in August at Shennington? What's been the big priority in the winter?
Well, re-practicing. I came here a few times. Came here a few times to practice here, learn the track, learn the setup, and now I've came back here much stronger and much confident than last year.
Talk me through the races, the 2 heats and the final. Obviously, they've ended well. What was the story along the way?
So heat 1 went a bit bad. Someone hit me off, which I don't know. And then made a really good comeback, finished 3rd with a brilliant double overtake going into the S's on the penultimate lap. Heat 2 went really well, got Max Tadai on the start and led the race from there. And in the final, I did the same thing. And when he overtook me, I always had a response. So yeah, pretty good day.
Very good indeed. It's always very changeable here. We've had, I mean, it's bright sunshine and dry conditions now, but it's changed across the course of the day. Is that something you enjoy?
Sort of, depending if you get the right strategy and stuff. Well, yeah.
Good stuff. And who do you like to thank for the victory here today?
Well, I'd like to thank CER for helping us, Zipcart, and my school for giving me the time off to come here. And yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, John. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Formation lap underway then for the Honda Cadet final here, round 2 of the 2023 Purgo Super One Karting Championships live on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM here at Glan-Y-Gors, the premier karting circuit in the north of Wales. There is your winner from yesterday at the front of the order, karts number 6, John Richardson. Jensen Walker alongside on that front row. Hello to Emma Morris, cheering on both of those drivers, and Lisa Shearer as well, cheering on Max Taddy. And interested to see how Max Taddy does in this race, because the pace in the number 4 has been very, very good today. But a spin in heat 1, perhaps the reason why Max starts this race on the second row of the grid. 10 karts formed up then for the standing start here at GYG. Board in the air, eyes on those lights for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go in the Honda Cadet final. Very good start from the third row of the grid. I think that was Winfield coming through, but it's all got very, very close as they go through turn 1. Everybody running up to the Dragon Straight, though. Very good indeed from John Richardson, keeping control of things at the front of the order. A couple of karts hopping across the curb on the kink over the rise. And yeah, it's the number 26 of Keane Sullivan who's held on to third place. And Tommy Climo was involved also. The number 27 of Connor Winfield up to fourth place. Wide goes Richardson. Richardson runs wide and Jensen Walker goes through. So a bit of a mistake there from John Richardson. Maybe on cold tyres. A touch deep through the carousel corner. Very easy to do. And that was the door open for Jensen Walker to step through and take the lead of this race at the end of lap 1. It is Walker from Richardson, Sullivan, Winfield in 4th, Taddy in 5th, the two Climo brothers 6th and 7th, Quine in 8th, Fonge and Parsons wrapping out the 10 karts field. Into Spoon Curve they go, Taddy down the inside, great move there by Max Taddy up to 4th place. Gets past Connor Winfield. We've seen Max make a lot of overtakes through that portion of the circuit so far today. Always good to get back into that rhythm in one of these finals. Get on top of the situation nice and early. If you watch a lot of Honda Cadet racing, you know it's going to be a difficult task now for Jensen Walker to break away from this group, especially as they've stayed as a almost fully formed group. I say that because there's a bit of a gap between 4th and 5th place now. For Jensen Walker to drive off the front of this field, he's going to have some very good pace indeed in this bald engine category. Keane Sullivan has been there all day, 3rd place at the moment in this final. He's picked up some really good results through the heats. That's why he started on the 2nd row of the grid. Max Taddy looking for another move, and once again, beautifully done from Taddy up to 3rd place. He likes the overtakes through that 3rd sector. To say we don't see many of them. You've got to be brave, you've got to be bold, you've also got to have a compliant driver on the... Oh dear, as 𝗦𝗲𝗄 Parsons, unfortunately, the number 50 has broken down. And 𝗦𝗲𝗄 Parsons is unfortunately going to be out of this race. So it's a top 3 drivers that we saw in this category last year, racing at the front. John Richardson trying to find a way past Jensen Walker. Looks like 𝗦𝗲𝗄 Parsons has got going again, which is good to see. And he's going to fall off the lead lap. Through and into the 3rd sector. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 Parsons just pulls to one side. Sensible driving there from 𝗦𝗲𝗄. Lets the lead drivers go through. And fall back into the pack. So at the moment you would say that it's roles reversed for Walker and Richardson. So far in the heats we've seen Richardson being lead kart, Walker 2nd. Just saw a little thumbs up there. I think they have cottoned on to the scenario now. They've definitely got a chance of dropping Sullivan, Winfield, the two Climos and Quine. Max Taddy may join them, in fact will join them. This is a very strong group now, 1, 2, 3 in the front of the field. We should be able to push off the front and solidify those top 3 positions for themselves. The question is, what order are they going to be in around 5.5 minutes time? End of lap 5, new fastest lap of the race from Max Taddy, 50.576. He's having a think about going up the inside of John Richardson there for 2nd place. But in the end, thinks better of it. Back in line, back into the slipstream, and the Honda Cadet train at the front of this order now. Keane Sullivan, Connor Winfield. At the moment, they're not fighting either because they know at this stage of the race there is still a chance that they could
win this race, but not if they drop off the back by a second and a half, 2 seconds. So they're working together. Working together quite nicely, actually. That was new PBs from Sullivan and Winfield last time around. Just quicker than the leaders as well. So last time around, Walker with 51.0, Richardson at 50.9. Now Walker and Richardson have responded though. That was a big lap. 50.6, 50.7 for Walker and Richardson. 50.7 as well for 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀. Having said that though, Sullivan, Winfield, 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗀 train, they're working hard as well. They're all going into best lap times, fastest lap times. Moves being done there, rearranging the order from 4th downwards. So it looks like Winfield has got past Sullivan. And I think George Climo in the 83, yes, has got through as well. This is just bubbling away at the moment. Oh, was John Richardson, was that a half attack, half defend? Not sure. It's still Walker, Richardson, Taddy, but look at that second group. This has been a really good run. From Connor Winfield, fastest lap of the race, and I think Richardson and Taddy have realised the situation. They've elected now, with 2 minutes and 45 to go, they've gone, we can't afford to sit behind the number 22 any longer because this second group has closed in on us. They've taken the lead. They've taken the initiative. Got to dig deep if you're Jensen Walker right now. That second group that isn't really a second group anymore. It is now one big group at the front of this field. Have got some really good pace in them in this middle phase of the race. And are in the fight and are in with a chance of winning this one. This is just what you expect from a Honda Cadet race. John Richardson, 50.144, new fastest lap of the race. Here comes the 83 of George Climo going up the inside. On the grass goes Connor Winfield and has got back on circuit. Big moment. But Winfield surely lost positions there, numerous positions. Be interested to have a look at that again. Was that just a pinching of those moments where two carts go through the kink at the same time, and if you don't yield, the 83 is alongside. Yeah, I think that's one of, I'd call that a racing incident. It looks like quite a dramatic racing incident, but the 83 was on the inside. There's that big curb just as you reach the apex of, it's not really a corner, it's a flat out piece of track. I've seen that many times. Drive on the outside and the inside, just not enough room for both of them to traverse through the corner. Drive on the outside can be forced out wide. Richardson and Taddy though, fantastic job that they are doing. Jensen Walker is also fighting hard, still in 3rd place. Not a lot of time to go in this one. John Richardson trying to hold on for another victory here. Say, hadn't won one in 3 years of competing here in Super One. Could it be 2 in the space of 1 weekend? 2 more laps to go. Start the penultimate lap now. Jensen Walker's coming back into this. Is also a driver standards flag. Not quite sure who for. May be to the number 83. And here goes Max Taddy on the inside. In the same region that we saw some overtakes earlier. Good response from John Richardson. Fights back round the outside. Now that was the difference. John Richardson just giving a bit more space on the inside, knowing that the number 4 may wash out. Was able to keep the position, was able to stay in the race. Smart heads-up driving from both John Richardson and Max Taddy. You have to have a go if you're in Max Taddy's position with that kind of run. They just lose a bit of momentum as you scrub speed on the subtly offline bit through turn number 2. Regulars around the circuit will know what I mean, that you don't want to be tight necessarily for a fast lap round here over that rise. This time John Richardson defends the inside. We are on the final lap. John Richardson has to defend now. That's a big step. That's a big step getting through Spoon Curve and still holding on to the lead. Difficult to overtake here down into Carousel. No need to defend for John Richardson.
Next opportunity for 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀's got to be the next corner. This next right-hander, has he got an overlap? No, but we've seen 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗍 make overtakes in this part of the circuit. He's having half a look into compression corner. There is a back marker potentially coming into this. George Kleinman goes for third place. John Richardson lost a race win in this position before on the last corner. Not this time. John Richardson makes it 2 final victories from 2 here at Glan-Y-Gors this weekend. A superb performance under great pressure. John Richardson takes the win in Honda Cadet. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗍 finishes in second place. Jensen Walker third. George Climo fourth. Cian Sullivan in fifth. CJ Winfield, Connor Winfield there in sixth place. Charlie Kwan in seventh. Tommy Climo in eighth. Xavi Fonge in ninth. And Isla Parsons 10th. Well, what a win that is, and you can see how happy John Richardson is with that performance in Honda Cadet this weekend. He's not had it easy. It's never easy in Honda Cadet. But a very mature drive from John Richardson, a confident drive from the young man there in number 6 means that surely he will lead the championship as we leave Wales and go to Rowrah in 4 weeks' time. We will see Honda Cadet again in 4 weeks' time. Up in the northwest. Next up, though, it's 𝗦𝗻𝗍𝗍 Bambino. Right, well, here we go for what has been one of the closest categories of the day so far. It's the final for the 𝗦𝗻𝗍𝗍 Bambino class. Here is their grid. Charlie Page has pole position for Boxer Cosman Jr. alongside on the front row is Chester Fawkes, Chloe McGill and James Roots on row 2, William Crombie and Oscar Kenny on row number 3. Damon Dimitrov and Freddie Baker on row 4, Iker Alvarez and Freddie Flewitt on row 5, Albert Farrow and Harris Barber on an all-RCE row number 6. Ollie Little and Toby Cannon start on row 7. Sophia Page goes on row 8 alongside Theo Jepson. Max Joy and Sydney Nell start on row number 9. And then we should have scheduled on the 10th row of the grid Eli 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗍 and Hugo Williams. So just looking through on timing, yeah, we have 18 karts running in this one. So Williams and 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗍 not in this race, or at least they haven't appeared on timing. Both races very close so far today in this category in the heats. A 10th or 2 deciding the wins in both races. Very interested to see how this final goes. A lot of drivers in this category have moved up from the C50s. But you've got a mix of drivers in there as well who've raced at this level before. Winner yesterday, Chester Fawkes, number 38 there. Very brightly coloured machine and helmet. Second place yesterday was James Roots, who's just behind on the anti-pole side of the grid on grid 4. Engines running then here in the 𝗦𝗻𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗍 Bambino final. Standing starts, 9 minutes plus 1 lap here at Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales. Ready for this final in round 2 of SuperOne 2023. Off we go. Charlie Page, good start from pole position. Chester Fawkes will tuck into P2 there. Very good run, very even start for both sides of the grid. Heading up the Dragon Straight for the first time then. Charlie Page has been in this position through the heats. Had a great qualifying. What can he do? Pole position this time around. Chloe McGill up to 3rd place there. The pink shoulders and the white helmet. A little bit of a jostle for position, but Chloe McGill has held on to it. Good start as well for William Crombie in the all green get up there. The kart, the suit and the helmet. He's in 4th. James Roots is in 5th place, the number 5.
good starts once again for the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambinos. Chloe McGill half sensing an opportunity there to get past Chester Fawkes, but Chester Fawkes gathers it all back together. Won the final yesterday. Had so many visits to the podium in C50 last year, as did Chloe McGill. What can they do here against Charlie Page? Charlie Page, though, leading this very maturely at the moment. Drivers in this category, 5, 6, 7, 8 years of age. Any driver can compete in it if they are in the year of their 6th birthday. 7.5 minutes on the clock to go. As down the inside, here comes Chester Fawkes. How many times did we see this in C50 last year? He's moved up, he's doing it again. In 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino through into the lead of the race. The finals are where Chester Fawkes excels. And just like 24 hours ago, the number 38 leads. From this point in, it's like a heat. 7 minutes on the clock plus that 1 lap to go. Chester Fawkes also has now the fastest lap of the race, 52.491. Who else is moving up through the order? Oh, James Roots down the inside there of 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗀. Chloe McGill as well. So McGill up to 3rd. Crombie down to 5th place. I can see that Ollie Liddell has also got past Freddie Fluids for 12th. And Sophia Page, Max Joy and Theo Jepson all past Toby Cannon for respective positions from 14th downwards. Sydney Nell, I think, has had a problem out there also. Is some 23 seconds off the back of the pack in 18th place. Chester Fawkes leads the race by just under 0.2 of a second now. Will this top 3? As off there is the 42 and the 24. That is the 42 of Farrow and Page as well. So Albert Farrow and Sophia Page, who were both together in and around. Actually, no, they weren't together. So Albert Farrow's lost a lot of positions there. Was around 10th place. Sophia Page was around 14th place. Poor Albert Farrow is out of this race. Yellow flag's out. Just wonder if there's been a bit of a coming together down through the latter portion of the circuit. Yeah, just on the inside there. So that's an odd one. It's an odd one to see a kart stranded in that region of the circuit. Oh, and now the leader's going to have to navigate their way around Sydney Nell. They do so. Actually, very well dealt with by all the leaders. They didn't all take the same route. They all got by, that's the important thing. Fawkes, Page, McGill, Roots. It's this top 4. Hard work for 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗀 now, because 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗀 there in 5th place. A bit isolated on their own. But at least a good 2 and a bit seconds ahead of Darren Dimitrov behind. And that'll be the gap probably 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗀 will be most concerned about. It's unlikely now that the number 15 will be able to race back up to this top 4 if this top 4 keep working as they're doing right now. Keep doing these good, consistent, pacey laps in the mid to high 52s. 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗀, not with the help of that toe assist, is now in the 53.1s. Chester Fawkes and Charlie Page. Again, like we saw yesterday in round number 1 in similar conditions. They're now working together. They now want to drop Chloe McGill and James Roots. I'd say they're maybe a lap away from doing so. In fact, I think there's been a swap of positions. Yes, James Roots has got past Chloe McGill for 3rd. Oh no, James Roots has spun! James Roots is off. Oh, and for the 2nd time today, James Roots has had a spin, has had an incident, and falls down through the order now. Chloe McGill has now been caught by 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗀. See what happened there off our cameras. 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗀's got a great chance now, having said that he was going to have a bit of a lonely race from a
stage or a lap or two ago. Now back in with the chance of being in the top 3 here. That is excellent news though. If you are in the shoes of both Chester Fawkes and Charlie Page, you can now run this as a duo at the front of the order. Control it for the rest of the race and have a bit of a fight in the last lap or two for who's going to win this race. Up the hill they go then, 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Oscar Kenny, no, I think something's happened to Harris Barber as well, because Harris Barber lost some 7 seconds on that last lap. Means that Freddie Baker's up to 7th. James Roots back up to 8th. Michael Alvarez 9th. Barber falls down to 10th place. Here are McGill and Crombie then, 3rd and 4th place. Moments Chloe McGill looking good for another one of the SuperOne Girl Power Awards. Awarded to the strongest female competitor in terms of final race position. Less than 2 minutes on the clock then. Chloe McGill, another one of our drivers, stepping up from C50 last year. Did a great job in C50 last year. Multi-round winner. Another one of the teams that have come all the way from Scotland. Love their racing. Work really, really hard. Great to see that hard work paying off here at this next level up on the ladder through SuperOne. William Crombie sticking with though. Again, this is sensible. No need to go for big overtakes at this stage. Still at least a couple of laps to go in this final. Chester Fawkes and Charlie Page have a 4-second gap over this pair now. Here they are. So 3 more laps is what we should have here. 3 more laps for Chester Fawkes to hold out, hold this position. Keep controlling this race. James Roots is recovering. It's got past Freddie Baker now. It's up to 7th place, but such a frustrating day for James Roots. If you weren't with us earlier, was in the lead of one of the heats, span at this corner here through the carousel. Really unfortunate error. Big learning day, I think, for James Roots. The pace is definitely there. The performance is worthy of someone to be in the discussion for the bigger trophies later in the season. Maybe just pushing a little bit hard at points today, resulting in those spins and loss of positions. But the good thing is there, the pace is definitely in the number 5 here in 2023. That can be built on across the rest of the year. Chester Fawkes, Charlie Page, still 1st and 2nd. Out front by quite a margin now. Both of them in the mid-52s. Nobody else lower than a 53.2. That driver being Chloe McGill. He's got a bit of an edge now over William Crombie for that 3rd place. And here battling now, this is where the pressure comes, and Charlie Page has got through. Charlie Page goes through past Chester Fawkes. Superb work from Charlie Page. Last lap board should be out now. There it is, the whiteboard from the marshal on the right-hand side. Can Chester Fawkes find a way back through? He's looking to the outside now as they head up the Dragon Straight. He's got through, has gone through. Chester Fawkes, great drive off of turn number 1, has retaken the lead here. Not over though, we've seen Charlie Page be strong in the second half of the circuit. Fawkes defensive to the inside, Page almost drawing alongside as they go through the carousel. Is there going to be a route underneath for Page into the next corner, into these 2 right-handers through compression? Great positioning from Fawkes, but there's Page down the inside, takes the opportunity. What a manoeuvre from Charlie Page. 1 more corner to go, round the final corner. It's going to be side by side on the line, he's got it. Charlie Page takes the final victory by less than 1/10 of a second, ahead of Chester Forks. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 finishes in 3rd. William Crombie in 4th. Darren Dimitrov 5th. What a race. James Roots finishes in 6th, having had the incident midway through that race. Good points at least for James Roots there in 6th. Oscar Kenny 7th. Freddie Baker in 8th. 9th for Iker Alvarez. Good drive as well from Ollie Liddell. Finishes in 10th place there with some overtakes on the last lap. Fluid, Barber, Jepson, Joy and Page complete the top 15. Toby Cannon, Sidney Nell and Albert Farrow complete the 18 runners in that one. But what a finale between Charlie Page and Chester Forks. Two drivers who both arguably would have deserved to win that race, but only one of them could. A great move at the end there from Charlie Page. Takes the win in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino. Well, we'll see the young drivers in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino back again at Rowrah on the 29th and 30th of April with a live stream here on Alpha Live on the Sunday the 30th. Well done to all of those drivers. We're going to move on though because our next final is getting ready. Micromax are up next. Let's take a look at this grid then for the Micromax category and their 9 minutes plus 1 lap final. Logan Rolfe has pole position and it's an all gear up racing team front row. Leo Livings joins there second on the grid. Jack Baker and Jensen Sale are on row 2. Arthur Farrow and Grayson Wortley making an all RCE row 3. Maximilian Abrahart and Jack Cordingley are on row 4. Elliot Travis is a driver to watch, won the final yesterday. The Boxo Cosmic Junior driver starts P9. Cutting Edge Racing's Jensen Walker alongside on row 5. Sebastian Clark and Sebastian Behrman making an all Ambition Motorsports 6th row. And it's an all Ambition Motorsports 7th row as well, with Amrit Singh Atwal and Akile Nane Giannoni on that one. Harper Das and Ellis Wildchild both stepping up to Micromax this season. They start on row 8. And then it's Benedictas Masiokas and Alfie Mayer on row number 9. So out the drivers go for their formation lap. And as we say, it'll be 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Elliot Travis, as we say, was your winner yesterday. Leo Livings, P2. Logan Rolfe, P3. It's been very close in this category so far today. Some really good racing. A high quality Micromax field. Jensen Sale has built across the course of the weekend as well. Always good to have your best race finish in the race immediately before the last one of the weekend. That's what Jensen Sale did in heat number 2. What are we going to see in the next 10 minutes or so? Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your continued support of the drivers here in the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. We're ready to go in Micromax for the final. Around the final corner they come, and it's a false start. And oh dear, the number 37 of Elliot Travis, a bit of a spin there. And a moment there for our start marshal that'll have caught the attention. A false start before the spin for Elliot Travis anyway, so we'll go round again. I think in that case the front of the grid a bit too quick around the final corner. They weren't formed up enough. Proper 2x2 formation. I'm sure they'll get it right this next time round. Gear Up Racing Team, front row lockout. I wonder if there'll be a few nerves in that camp for this one. We haven't seen this so far today. Rolfe has been the driver to make the overtakes happen. Started off the front row of the grid. These two have been very, very close on sheer pace so far today. Things can happen. Unpredictable things can happen on a first lap. Here we go then. Second attempt at the start for Micromax, and away we go. Good start for both of the Gear Up Racing drivers. They've held their positions in first and second, with Rolf ahead of Living. But up the inside there, I think Jack Baker was going for second place and has got second place. Really good move from the driver there in the number 17. Jensen Sales had a good start, also up to third place. Looks like it's down to fourth place now for Leo Livings. Rest of them filing through the carousel for the first time, as off is Jensen Walker. Jensen Walker in the number 22. That looked to be up at the Spoon Curve, and poor Jensen Walker, after a good race, a good final in Honda Cadet earlier, not going to have the same kind of results here in Micromax. Change of lead at the front. Jack Baker has got past Logan Rolfe now. So it's Baker, Rolfe, Sale, Livings, Wortley. That is your top 5. Over the hill they go. Ooh, still Jensen Walker up there. So it's unfortunately fallen off the lead lap now. Interesting to see how Grayson Wortley does over this next lap. Plenty of experience in these finals from his time in both the C50 levels and iArmy Bambino. But up here in the cadets, in this Micromax category, he's doing very well actually. He's closed up to this back four. That is a very important part for Grayson Wortley's race. Didn't want to fall too far behind. It's actually done the complete opposite of that. It's closed up that gap very nicely to Leo Livings, with a big second sector in particular. So we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the front of the order. And Maximilian Aberhart heading up the second group, you'd say, which includes yesterday's winner as well. Elliot Travis is up to 8th spot so far in this final. 7 minutes to go. Jack Baker still leading this race. Logan Rolfe hounding there in second place. Cannot put a foot wrong in this category. It's very close. There's a lot of them going through as well. Whereas in other classes you may make a mistake and only lose 1 or 2 positions. Here you could lose 3, 4, 5 positions. As here, attacking now is Rolfe. That may be an opportunity for Jensen Sale actually to look down the inside. Has to think about it, but no, just sits there in third place. Logan Rolfe not been outside the top 3 so far this weekend. Was third in the final 24 hours ago. He's already in a position where he could improve on that. Now down the inside, going for the lead of the race. Very nice move indeed from Logan Rolfe. Takes the lead here on lap number 4. Jack Baker quite sensibly didn't fight it too hard. Wants to make sure that second place was still his, and in fact has got an opportunity to retake the lead, and does retake the lead. Here comes Jensen Sale though, with some help from Leo Livings behind. Alfie Mayer sets the new fastest lap of the race. But a great switchback there by Jack Baker. Sale still in there as well. Leo Livings now up to second place. Beautifully weaved through there by Leo Livings. And the rest of them coming into this fight as well. Maximilian Aberhart in 6th place. 7th, Jack Cordingley in the number 57. This is hotting up to be the final we expected. It's been very tight on pace throughout the day, throughout the weekend here in Micromax. And this race, a final, will race differently to a heat. Leo Livings looks to the inside, got a very good run off of turn number 1, now gets some help from his teammate behind, and Logan Rolfe pushes through as well, so it's a 1-2 now for Gear Up Racing Team. Down the inside goes Rolfe, takes the lead of the race. Brilliant stuff from Logan Rolfe. 2 corners, 2 positions. Back to the front of the order then. Jack Baker relegated down to 3rd. 4th still for Jensen Sale. Grayson Wortley biding his time as well, just doing things sensibly there in 5th place. Fastest lap of the race is now with Sebastian Clark. Top 10 is covered by 2 seconds at the moment. This is a fascinating race. We're not even in, well no we are. We are now into the second half of it. Big phase now. Can Rolfe, Livings, Baker eke out a gap? Can they break away from Jensen Sale and Grayson 𝗬𝗏𝗏 behind? They're going to have to work very well together as a trio to achieve that, but it's not impossible. They have the tiniest of gaps between them and Jensen Sale. Grayson 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀, is he going to make a move as well? He's just going to keep pushing Sale along. No, I think he's going to do the latter, and he's going to do it very well. Because 4th and 5th have closed back into this top 3 once again. 3.5 minutes to go. So let you know that there's more overtaking going on behind. Elliot Travis and Arthur Farrow both got past Jack Cordingley for 8th and 9th places respectively. Look at that train that goes all the way back to Alfie Mayer in 11th place. 3 minutes to go. Down the hill. Oh, it's round goes 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏. Grayson 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 spins out of 5th place and sadly loses all that hard work, all those positions, and I think has slipped all the way down to 13th place. So that's the first mistake. Oh, real shame for Grayson 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏, but a very good effort here in first run at the cadet level in Super 1. No, Grayson 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 will be back, and oh, off is Alfie Mayer! Alfie Mayer is out of the race as well. Was running so well in that main group in 11th place, and is now also out. Another one of our graduates from the Bambinos has a tough end to a first day here in Micromax. Sun coming out now, 2 minutes and 15 on the clock. And it's looking sunny for Gear Up Racing Team. 1 and 2 at the moment. Logan Rolfe ahead of Leo Livings. Jack Baker and Jensen Sale, though, not too far behind, and they are working together nicely. Jack Baker looking strong through Sector 3. New personal bests for them in the tight and twisty parts of this circuit. Just got to stay with it now. Don't want to go too early. Don't want to give up too early. But they're not going to be able to catch up to these lead 2. There for the taking. Leo Livings, in terms of body language, is starting to ramp the pressure up now on Logan Rolfe. 2 teammates out front, 1 minute and 15 to go. That's the kart of Alfie Mayer, sadly out of this race. It's been that Jensen Walker gains a position. He's kept going out there. He's up to 16th spot. 1 minute to go. 3 laps to go. As was there a spin there? And an off for the number 24, yes. And round goes Farrow, falling out of the top 10. Two more laps after this one. Big lap coming in here from the 2 leaders. They've just gone and set their personal bests in the middle phase of the circuit. So, sector number 2. Is that the key moment where they just drop Jack Baker and Jensen Sale, leave them to fight for 3rd place? Still 10 seconds on the clock, so they'll go around 2 more times. Yes, new fastest lap of the race from Leo Livings, 47.160. Up over the top of the hill. Needs to be a response from Jack Baker and Jensen Sale now if they are to close in, and it's just not quite there at the moment. Good first sector from Jensen Sale, 13.194. Good to see a move coming in here from Jensen Sale. Jensen feels that the pace of Jack Baker is not going to be high enough to catch up to the lead 2. We are about to go into the final lap though. Logan Rolfe has led this race brilliantly, ahead of his Gear Up Racing Team teammates Leo Livings. He's just got 1.1 kilometres now to close out this race victory and take a first final win, a first round win in Super 1 in 2023. Doesn't need to go too defensive. Leo Livings wasn't close enough for a big move into the spoon curve. Isn't close enough through carousel either. Only a few opportunities now for Leo Livings to get by. There goes one of them. Logan Rolfe, can he hold on for this victory ahead of his teammate? Ticking the corners off one by one. One more corner to go. Logan Rolfe gets around the final corner and is going to win at GYG and takes the win over his teammate Leo Livings by 0.112 of a second. It is a 1-2 for the team. Brilliant work from Gear Up Racing team. Third place for Jensen Sale. He did get that move in at the end. The number 40 is on the podium. Jack Baker P4, Maximilian Abrahart P5, Sebastian Clark P6, Jack Cordingley, Elliot Travis, Sebastian Behrman P8 and P9, Atwell P10. There is your provisional results for Micro Max. What a race, what a win for Logan Rolfe. A great weekend for them as a team. And as ever, we will see them at Rowrah in 4 weeks' time. So the Micro Max drivers heading on in. And next out on circuit, we'll have our joint final between Intermax and Mini ROK. Two finals for one. Now let's have a look at the grid for Intermax and Mini ROK. Cooper Snedden and Teddy Cooper on the front row of the grid. Josh Parker and Adam Tirasek on an All Ambition Motorsport row 2. Charlie Benson and Logan Lauder on row 3. JJ Plowman and Miles Burton on row number 4. Thomas Butcher and John Richardson row 5. Brooke Thompson and Lucy Lovell row 6. Benjamin Lawn completes the runners in Intermax. Then it's Daniel Wisniauskas and Alexander Adams in Mini ROK. Before we get going with this final, let's have a quick throwback to yesterday and our winner in the Intermax category. Once again, we are here at the podium in our first round trophy presentations for 2023's Purgo SuperOne Championship, and I'm here with our winner in Micro Max today, Elliot Travis. Elliot, quite a historic one this, first time we've run Micro Max in this recent era, and you're our first winner in Micro Max. How does it feel?
Oh, incredible, yes. Awesome, I love it.
Talk me through your day's racing. 2 heats and a final here today. It's been busy out there.
Yeah, so I started in 11th, and in the first heat I drove up to 4th, and in the second heat I drove up to 5th. Pretty hard, but yeah.
And then how did the final go, that longer race?
So I started 4th. I was second for most of the race, then I got overtaken, and then I sat and waited. So I waited till the last lap, and then they had a bit of contact into the first corner, and I took advantage, drove up the straight. Obviously it's quite a flowing track, so I took both of them up the straight, defended for the rest of the lap, and yeah.
Very good. What are these Micro Max karts like to drive?
It's grippy on the Mojo tyres, yeah. Pretty grippy.
And how do you find this circuit? It's always one that's a driver's favourite.
Oh yeah, it's just fast and flowing. You need to keep the rhythm going.
Who would you like to thank for your victory here today?
Boxo for supplying the tools, KR Sport for the engine, Matt Schroyer, my driver coach, Mum and Dad obviously, and Cosmic for the chassis. And yeah.
Fantastic. Well done, Elliot. We'll see you again tomorrow.
back here on the commentary from DDMM. Got apologies for a couple of those technical issues in the last minute or so. We are ready for our final in Intermax and Mini ROK. Very competitive category again so far this weekend. I'm ready for 9 minutes plus 1 lap, and to see if Cooper Snedden can get another round victory here. Did so yesterday. Around the final corner we go. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. Away we go, and a brilliant start from Cooper around the outside. Teddy Cooper from P2 sweeps into the lead of the race. Really brave run, a lot of speed through there. That was clearly a plan in Teddy Cooper's mind. Leads as they go through Spoon for the first time. Down the hill into Carousel then. All of them running well at the moment, which is good to see from this group of drivers. Josh Parker's had a very good start as well. In fact, Josh Parker's going for the lead of the race. Nearly had it. Teddy Cooper fights back there in the number 79 around the outside. Here comes Cooper Snedden, retakes second place. My goodness me, what a first lap we're having here. Here comes down the inside as well, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗃 involved. So Cooper leads from Snedden at the end of lap number 1. Josh Parker still there in third. Charlie Benson, we've not seen too much of Charlie Benson so far today. He's been mixing it up in the midfield, but that form we saw last year in Mini ROK that made him Mini ROK champion, that is now starting to come through. As contact there, and a spin for third and fourth place. Round goes 𝗬𝗍𝗃 in the number 22. And I think Parker also was compromised in all of that. I think there may have been a touch of contact between the three drivers, third, fourth and fifth there. We'll see if we can get that up on a replay, but that is big news for Logan Lauder. Logan Lauder now up to third place. Great run for the driver in the number 33. Let's have another look at this again. So this is coming down into the carousel corner. Just before that moment, if there's any contact or not, we'll try and establish that in due course. Teddy Cooper, really good run so far for Teddy Cooper. Yeah, let's have a look at this again. It's difficult to tell whether there is contact or not. A little bit of leaning from the cart behind. 𝗬𝗍𝗃 definitely thought that there was a bit of encouragement there. To turn the number 22 cart around. 𝗬𝗍𝗃 now down in 14th place, but it's still actually part of the main pack, which is at least something. It's down the inside goes Cooper Snedden. This is for the lead of the race, and has got the lead of the race. Or has he got the lead of the race? Because Teddy Cooper's going to fight back here into Carousel. Brilliant racing once again here in Intermax. And yes, Cooper has retaken the lead after that attack from Cooper Snedden. Quick check-in with the ranks of Mini ROK. Daniel 𝗦𝗍𝗃, as he's been doing all weekend. Very good job leading in that category ahead of Alexander Adams. Teddy Cooper continues to lead this race at the end of lap number 4. Cooper Snedden alongside, now going into Spoon Curve and gets through again. Now this time, can he get the door shut? Yes, well, he's got ahead enough now that Teddy Cooper cannot fight back into the carousel turn. Now let's see what Cooper Snedden's got behind the wheel of that number 3 cart. Through the third sector they go. Second group is still looking pretty dangerous. Logan Lauder and Charlie Benson. What's their pace like at the moment? 45.7 for both of them. So a little bit quicker than Teddy Cooper was that last time around, but not as quick as Cooper Snedden. Cooper Snedden doing a 45.495. Responding though is Teddy Cooper. Teddy Cooper, just, that is a lightning quick first sector from Teddy Cooper. Means the 79 is now closed back up to the number 3. 𝗦𝗽𝗀𝗀𝗀 has found a way past the number 27 of Daniel Wisniauskas. There is the number 24 of Alexander Adams, a lap down. And just pointing the leaders through that. Sensible drive from Alexander Adams. Big response this from Teddy Cooper in the last lap or so. Was looking on the back foot, lost the lead, could have been dropped by Cooper Snedden ahead. A good 45.747, back on the strong pace that we've seen from Teddy Cooper throughout the day so far. Here's your fight for third. Logan Lauder there with the orange shoulders and the white helmet, kart number 33. HCR Racing's Charlie Benson just behind. Oh no, it's a problem for Logan Lauder, and is out of the race. Oh, that is it. Gutting luck for Logan Lauder. Is that an engine seize, I wonder? I think the engine has gone on Logan Lauder's kart. He knew straight away that he had a problem, pulled off on the exit of turn 1, and loses what would have been a brilliant position in the final. Was 11th yesterday in the final, was on for a top 3, and it all goes in a flash. John Richardson has got past Charlie Benson. So John Richardson, after all the trials that he's had in this category this weekend, has already won the Honda Cadet final. Is now looking like there could be a move into the top 3 and another visit to the podium. Change for the lead as well. Teddy Cooper has got past Cooper Snedden on that last lap. Is now ahead by a 1/10 of a second. It's all kicking off here in Intermax, pretty much as it has done throughout the whole day. John Richardson pushing now. Flames on the back of his helmet. The kart running hot. Miles Burton's come back into this. Had great pace in qualifying earlier. Did the number 43. Not great pace in the heat. This is more like it from Miles Burton. Was on the podium yesterday. 2 minutes to go. Teddy Cooper now stretching out ahead of Cooper Snedden. Not by a lot. The lead up to and beyond a 1/10 of a second now. Cooper Snedden needs to fight back, needs to find something again to get past the number 79. The first run in the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship here for Teddy Cooper. Can it be one of our rookies winning in one of the finals, and one of the really competitive finals as well? Down through compression, into Devil's Elbow, looking neat and tidy for both Teddy Cooper and Cooper Snedden. 1:20 to go as they cross the line. Rook Thompson's got through as well. Past Miles Burton's after a rotten look right at the end of heat number 2. Rook Thompson is on for a top 5 here, maybe even more, because he's only half a second behind John Richardson, who is currently holding the third and final spot on the podium. Under 60 seconds. Teddy Cooper continues to lead this race ahead of Cooper Snedden. Teddy Cooper, who had 2 heat wins yesterday, was pipped in the final by the driver behind him right now. Love to finish this weekend in North Wales with a final victory. Very, very good start to Teddy Cooper's season. Past Alexander Adams there. Goes 2 laps down. This will be the penultimate lap of this race. Change of position to report Adam Turasek, who we saw earlier up in the top 4, is now back into the top 10 at least. Has got past Lucy Lovell for 10th place. And oh, it's Cooper Snedden trying to open a door there and has got through. Back comes Teddy Cooper. There's near contact between the two of them. Through goes Cooper Snedden into the lead of the race. 1 lap to go. Final lap board then for Cooper Snedden. Teddy Cooper not happy with that one at all, trying to get into as much of an aerodynamic position as possible, but is the gap simply too big now up to Cooper Snedden? How's the fight for third going? Still John Richardson ahead
of Charlie Benson and Miles Burton. What has happened to Rook Thompson? Rook Thompson has fallen down the order, is now showing in 13th place. My goodness, what terrible luck Rook Thompson has had so far today. Teddy Cooper not quite in range for an attack on Cooper Snedden, who's going to come round the final corner to make it 2 final wins from 2 in Intermax this weekend. Teddy Cooper finishes in second. John Richardson, after a torrid weekend in most of the races in this category, gets third in the second final of the weekend. Fourth for Charlie Benson, fifth for Miles Burton, sixth for JJ Plowman, seventh for Josh Parker, eighth for Thomas Butcher, ninth for Adam 𝗬𝗍, 10th for Lucy Lovell, Benjamin Lawn in 11th place, Daniel Wisniauskas in 12th, Rook Thompson in the end finishes in 13th and has another great result, just ebb away from him there in the number 11. Rotten luck for Rook Thompson, but very good driving nonetheless. Alexander Adams, second of the Mini Rocks home there in 14th, and then Logan Lauder was a retirement, also was running very strongly in that race, was in third, but a seized axle at the end there means that Logan finishes 6 laps down. Well, a very dramatic race there for Intermax and Mini Rock. There is the number 33 of Logan Lauder being recovered. We will see them again at Rowrah in 4 weeks' time. And you'll be able to watch round 4 of the championship from Rowrah here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. We move on, though, to the next category. Senior Max are out next. Let's get ready then for Senior Max and their final. Joe Weaver, reigning champion, has pole position. Alexander Adams-Acton alongside on the front row. Yesterday's final winner, Harry Pullen, starts on row 2 alongside Elliot Thomas. Bruce Speakman and St Motorsports' Finley Watson start on the 3rd row of the grid. Tom Taylor and Shane Collinson go from row number 4. St Motorsport also have Jake Richards on row 5. Alongside Jake there is Cameron Crockett. Shane Collins and Finley Whiting both start on the 6th row of the grid. And then it's Joseph McVeigh and Liam Ferguson on the 7th row of the grid. 14 carts in the field. Out onto the formation lap go our Senior Max drivers. Big race this. I know it's very early in the season, but I do feel this is a big race for Joe Weaver. No points in the final yesterday due to an exclusion. For a championship defence that wants to get off to a good start or have something from this GYG weekend that can be a good mark on the copybook. So we got one block from yesterday, don't need a second one. Doesn't necessarily need to win this race as Joe Weaver, but I think he needs to get realistically a top 3. That's what he'll be looking for here. His race management has been very good today. Alexander Adams-Acton has been one of the most fiercely competitive drivers across all the heats so far today. Very good in attack. What can he do here in this one? Away we go, 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Alexander Adams-Acton has been shuffled down at least 2 positions, possibly more. Harry Pullen straight through into 2nd place. Behind his JWR teammate Joe Weaver, up into 3rd as well. Has come the number 69 of Bruce Speakman. Very good start then for anyone who had an odd numbered grid position. Tom Taylor's had it also. Good start. I think he started P7. Has gained at least a couple in all of that, but it's JWR 1-2 as they come down through Devil's Elbow for the first time in this Senior Max final. Rotax engines singing out across the hills here in North Wales. It's Weaver from Pullen, Speakman. Finley Watson's had a great start again. We saw that in heat number 2 that he does like the fast starts off the rolling grid. Alexander Adams-Acton is down to 5th. He's got a lot of work to do from there, but we know he can do it. We know he can put the overtakes in. He's done it many, many times today. Tom Taylor up to 6th. Jake Richards is 7th. Shane Collinson Cameron Crockett and Elliot Thomas completing the top 10. You're joining us here from other broadcasts on Alpha Live. Great to have you with us here at GYG. Last few races for round 2 of the Purgo SuperOne season opener weekend. Joe Weaver leads by half a second ahead of Harry Pullen. Bruce Speakman is in 3rd, and look at that, through goes Adam Zacton into 4th place, past Finley Watson. Just joining us, as I'd say, is the driver who's put in the most audacious overtakes throughout the course of the day. He's got to do it now to get back up into that top 3. Hasn't been outside it in any race result so far today. There is your race leader, reigning champion Joe Weaver. Harry Pullen just behind. Teammates in the JWR team. Bruce Speakman. How he'd love to be in the top 3 here today. Oh, big slide from Jake Richards there in the number 12. May be under attack now from the number 52 of Shane Collins. That's for 9th place. Finding their way through. I think Finley Whiting was making improvements there. Past Shane Collins for 10th place. There's the number 74 of Joseph McVeigh. Irish driver. Had to do a lot of driving from the back today. Picking off positions one by one. Could still get a top 10, I think, realistically here. Just over 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go. There you see Shane Collins. Flag of the Isle of Man. Proudly blazoned on his helmet. We'll see him later on this afternoon as well in the Rotax 177 category. New fastest lap of the race has gone in. It's Alexander Adams Acton, only driver to break under the 42-second barrier at the moment. It's Jake Richards trying to fend off Finley Whiting there. This is over 9th place. Finley Whiting and the Jactax Racing Machines trying to find a way down the inside. Very, very tricky to make that one work. Jake Richards held it out wide, side by side for 3rd place. Alexander Adams Acton trying to get past Bruce Speakman. Defends well. Communicates saying, no, let's work together. But they're letting the JWR boys get away here. But Alexander Adams Acton is not interested in that. He wants that 3rd place. He wants to take charge of his own destiny in this race and race back up to those top 2 like we've seen him do during the heats so far today. Finley Watson having a good turn of pace. Still there in 5th place and trying to make a way through. Bit of contact between Speakman and Adams Acton there. This is all playing into the hands, though, of Harry Pullen. 2.2 seconds the gap now for Speakman up to Weaver. Have they resigned themselves to fighting for the last spot on the podium? And look at this. Shane Collington and Tom Taylor are coming into this as well. Cameron Crockett will be liking this. He'll be looking at the 5 karts ahead of him, all getting into one big group and thinking, come on, I could have a part of this and maybe sneak onto the podium if it all comes to blows amongst these 5. Moving into the second half of the race. Bit of a nibble there on the rear bumper of the 69 by Adams Acton. Down the inside into the last bend. It through Paddock Bend. Bold move. Not easy to do with that big curve on the inside. Fair play to Bruce Speakman as well. He saw it coming, was compliant. He's now going to try and go back up the inside into Spoon Curve. What a forceful move that was. He made it work. And it looks like Finley Watson's got through as well. Yes. So Finley Watson up to 4th place now. This is a proper battle in Senior Max. Last race of the weekend for a number of these drivers. Joe Weaver and Harry Pullen are looking set for a team 1-2 here. And Adams Acton down the inside again, retakes 4th place away from Finley Watson. Shane Collinson there as well in 6th place. Tom Taylor was on the podium yesterday. The multicoloured get-up there. P7, he's going to have to find his way through down the inside now. And yeah, Adams Acton has got past Speakman, and now Watson's got past Speakman as well. Tough times for Cruz Speakman. Has got to get back in the rhythm, got to get back on speed, because otherwise Shane Collinson's going to be diving through in a minute, and Tom Taylor. And look behind, Crockett and Whiting are coming into this. This is a great battle for the last spot on the podium. Down the inside, Collinson on Taylor. Here comes Crockett. They're all smelling that opportunity of a trophy here at the end of the weekend at Glan-Y-Gors. Whiting looking down the inside of Crockett now for 8th place. Doesn't quite have the opening to make it work. Alexander Adams-Acton, though, it is turning in the big laps now, the big turns, the big sectors. He's running away from this group now. I think they're going to have to fight over 4th place now. Our leader, meanwhile, we haven't really seen him in this race so far, but Joe Weaver is out front by 1.1 seconds ahead of Harry Pullen. Tom Taylor trying to find a way past Shane Collinson now. May have a good run here up the Dragon Straight. Will likely need to find a route down the inside into the Spoon Curve. That is exactly what he's done, and Tom Taylor goes through. Loads of experience around this circuit for Tom Taylor, and it showed just there. Positioned his car perfectly, didn't attack it too hard. Very easy as you go over the rise to think I'm going to absolutely send it and then just completely get the braking wrong. That was spot on from Tom Taylor. Although looking at that, oh dear. Now that looks like a very loose front fairing, and we know what front fairing being loose means at the end of the race. That may put pay to any of this hard work that Tom Taylor's doing right now. There'll be a +5 position penalty at the end of the race. Sounds harsh, but the rules are the same for everyone. We all know why the front fairings are there, why they're designed in this manner. Won't stop Tom Taylor trying to do overtakes though, because of course if he can get as high up the order as possible, he effectively is still gaining positions and points through all of this. 30 seconds on the clock. Joe Weaver still in control, 1.5 seconds ahead of Harry Pullen. The fastest lap of the race. Actually, no, it's still the same fastest lap of the race from earlier, lap 3 for Alexander Adams-Acton. Oh, bit of contact there between the 33 and the 69, and everyone's having a bit of a conversation. Now, as round goes Shane Collinson, off into the grass, the very wet grass. That'll be Shane Collinson well and truly, as he just about got enough traction to get back on the circuit. Let's have another look at that again. So it's coming into Spoon, contact between Watson and Speakman, and then Collinson just gets caught out there. Maybe Speakman squeezing across a bit. Bit of a strange incident, but for Shane Collinson, that's going to put him outside the top 10. Final lap then in what's been a slightly chaotic senior max final. Tom Taylor trying to find a way through past Cruz Speakman. That would be for 5th place. Joe Weaver, though, coming down through the last couple of corners now. This has been more like it for the reigning champion. He won't say it was, but a relatively easy day for Joe Weaver. 3 wins from 3. Thank you very much. Takes round 2 in the Senior Max category here at GYG. Followed in by teammate Harry Pullen. It's a 1-2 for JWR. Alexander Adams-Acton recovers to get 3rd and on the podium. Finley Watson 4th, Cruz Speakman 5th, Tom Taylor 6th, but quite clearly has a front fairing lowered there, so won't keep that position. Finley Whiting 7th, Cameron Crockett 8th, Shane Collins 9th, Elliot Thomas in 10th, Joseph McVeigh in 11th, Jake Richards 12th, Liam Ferguson 13th, and Shane Collins, after that quite spectacular spin, finishes 14th. Wow, what a way to finish the day for the senior Rotax Max drivers. We'll see them once again in 4 weeks' time at Rowrah for rounds 3 and 4. Next up, though, out on circuit, it's the penultimate race of the day. It's time for the Junior Max final. Right, so let's have a look at the grid then for the busiest final of the day. This is the Junior Max Final, race number 23 on your schedules. Mark Baines Motorsport and Aidan Hassan have pole position. They have dominated so far this weekend. Can they make it a perfect weekend? 6 race wins from 6. We'll know in the next 12 minutes or so. Billy Edgecombe joins on the front row. Momentum Motorsport have had a great weekend. They've got 2 karts up in the top 6. Jake Howarth and Glan-Y-Gors are on row 2. Jasmine Taylor is the second of those Momentum Motorsport karts on row 3 alongside Ethan Hay. Daniel Whitfield is on row 4 alongside Jake Woods. Joseph Murphy and Jake Flewitt have an all JWR row 5. Jaden Hewitt and Max Rowley on row 6. BL Racing's Oliver Brett Smith and Harrison Morrow start on row 7. BL Racing are on row 8 as well, with Eric Smith alongside Milo Manderson, who could be a big factor in this race, has got good pace, did not have a good first heat though. Charlie Cox and Jensen Powers on row number 9, Emily Cotty and Kieran Denyer row 10, Ben Horner and Caden Welch on row 11, Albert Wilton and Logan Cowling on row number 12. Toby Bedford and Jay Leverton on row 13, Finley Patterson and DeJean Bennett on row 14, Rossi Costello and Lincoln Bevan on row 15, Miles Roby and Charlie Gillam row 16. Jack Briscoe completes the 33 kart field, ready for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Are we good to go? Yes, we are. Good start for Aidan Hassan from pole position. We'll lead them through turn 1 and up towards, through the Dragon Straight, towards the spoon curve for the first time. It's a big, busy field. They all need to get through a very tight part of the course to survive, to keep themselves in this race, and that's pretty much what everybody has done. There's a top 3 away at the front of the field, though, of Hassan, Howarth and Edgecombe. The rest of them filing in behind. Milo Manderson, who said started in the midfield, has had top 3 pace throughout the course of this weekend. As someone going for a very alternative line through Devil's Elbow there, and off the road it is the number 13 of Kieran Denyer. So Kieran Denyer is out of this race, doesn't even see the end of lap number 1. But Aidan Hassan, as we've seen throughout the weekend so far, is in control at the front of the field. There's the number 5 of Glan-Y-Gors going down the inside of Jasmine Taylor. That was for 4th place. Through the carousel on lap number 2. Glan-Y-Gors is a bit of a dark horse in this race, if you ask me. Again, I've seen a lot of overtakes from Glan-Y-Gors so far in the heats for round 2. Not seen him up as high as this, though. Had a compromised qualifying. Really does hurt you through the heats, especially the early stages. Would be interesting to see, can the number 5 start setting sector times better than the 3 drivers ahead. Lap 3. Ethan Hay down the inside of Jasmine Taylor. Good move from Ethan Hay up into 5th place. Who else is improving? Jake Woods has got past Jake Flewitt for 9th place. Milo Manderson as well has got past Eric Smith for 12. Emily Cotty and Albert Wilton have both improved also out there. All of that live timing information available for you. live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. New fastest lap of the race. Race leader 43.071, as out there is the number 37 of DeJean Bennett. It's been a really, really tough afternoon for DeJean Bennett. Had a great start in heat number 1, gained a lot of positions, gained some good points. But since then, it's all gone backwards for Bennett, and Bennett's out of this race. Ooh, quite a tricky position there on the exit of the carousel. So into the middle phase of the race. Hassan in control. Howarth P2, Edgecombe P3. Looking at this fight over 6th place. Headed up now by Daniel Whitfield. Jasmine Taylor there in 7th. Joseph Murphy 8th. Jake Woods and Jake Flewitt completing that top 10. Change for 2nd. Billy Edgecombe has got past Jake Howarth there. I've been impressed with Billy Edgecombe today. There's been really good stuff from the Momentum Motorsport driver. It's the shadows start to lengthen here in North Wales. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 find just a little bit extra. They haven't been far off Aiden Hassan in terms of single lap pace. But it's been the consistency of Aiden Hassan so far today and this weekend. He's been relentless at the front of the field. There is another new fastest lap of the race, 42.734. It's a couple of tenths that 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀
𝗦𝗲𝗄 is coming into this. You can see the graphic at the bottom of your screens. Apart from lap 4, he's around, probably on average, 2/10 quicker than Jake Howarth at the moment. We did wonder whether he'd be able to close up to these two drivers. He's done just that. 4.5 minutes to go on the clock. 3 drivers, 2 spots on the podium. Can't all be there. They're all experienced in their own rights. We saw them compete in Super One last year. And touch wide there from 𝗦𝗄𝗄. Gets a good drive off of turn 4. That's the crucial bit, down into the carousel. 𝗦𝗄𝗄 can afford, I think, to be quite patient with this. 4 minutes on the clock, plenty of racing time. Doesn't need to go flying in there, trying to take Jake Howarth's 3rd place straight away, potentially dropping the rear bumper of 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗄𝗏. He's got to stay as part of this pack. Last time around for Hassan. Actually, for the first time today, I think you would say the chasing groups, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, are a touch quicker. Not like that though, as, oh, damage there, that's on the 63 of 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗄𝗏. So 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗄𝗏 is not going to be finishing this final well. We'll surely have to come to the pits for that. If not, the meatball flag, the mechanical warning flag, will be coming out. Is a safety issue on the rear of the 63. Well, just as I said, the chasing group were lapping well, catching up to the end, started fighting, and we've dropped another 2/10. Problems for 𝗦𝗏𝗄𝗏𝗏 on that last lap, dropping down the order. Oh no, it's just a transponder issue. So false alarm there. Less than 3 minutes to go. Here is the group from 6th downwards. Daniel Whitfield in the red and white. Jasmine Taylor back again for another year in Junior Max. Some great results last season. Has been running in the top 10 consistently across this weekend. Very good performance once again for Momentum Motorsport. Keeping at bay at the moment, number 40, Jake Woods. Last time we saw Jake Woods in action was back in Mini ROK a couple of years ago. Wasn't a full-time Mini ROKer in that season, but we showed that he could do moves like that. Jake Woods has not lost a touch of his speed or his racecraft we've seen so far today. That was a great move from Jake Woods up to 7th place. 2 minutes to go on the clock. Looks like the 48 of Joseph Murphy. JWR, oh, goes round, contact there. There was contact, I think that was with Milo Manderson. Milo Manderson going for a move, maybe up the inside. See and have another look at that again. Aiden Hassan has set a new fastest lap of the race, 42.712, and is now in full control of this race. 1.6 seconds out ahead of 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗄𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has got through into 3rd place ahead of Jake Howarth. We've got going on here, this is the number 92 of Albert Wilton trying to come through the field. He's currently in 17th place. This has been a good final here from the number 5, Cutting Edge Racing's 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Not beyond the realms of possibility that 2nd place could be on here. Needs a good lap now, with only 60 seconds remaining on the clock. After this, one more race to go, the Rotax 177 final. So do stick with us here at 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 as we bring round 2
of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship to a close. We'll be back in 4 weeks' time. We'll be up at 𝗬𝗲𝗀. Very, very good circuit. We go from one picturesque location to another. Before we then go on to Fullbeck, Clay Pigeon, Wilton Mill and Shennington for the remainder of the season. Every single Sunday round of SuperOne 2023 you'll be able to watch here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. Jake Woods going for another move, this time down the inside of Whitfield, and that's Woods up to 6th place now. I think 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 was looking for a way through there as well, and did so. Really good stuff from 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀, Milo Manderson on this recovery drive. Was running in 2nd place in heat number 1 and then had a technical problem. That's why Milo Manderson has been out of position, you could argue, in this particular final. He's fighting through here, trying to get as high up into the top 10 as possible. I do hope we see more of Milo Manderson this season. Very good round this place. It's good elsewhere as well. As down the inside, that's Ghosh for 2nd place. He has caught 𝗵𝗵𝗍𝗀. And Callum Ghosh has fought through brilliantly in this final, is now on for 2nd place. And Jake Howard's got through as well. Takes 3rd away from 𝗵𝗵𝗍𝗀. Has 𝗵𝗵𝗍𝗀 got a problem? Or is it just one of those cases of getting a bit offline? Tyres getting a bit tired at the end of the day. We're on the final lap. Aidan Hassan makes it a perfect weekend. Very good kart, very good driver. 6 out of 6 race wins here at GYG. And already has a commanding position in this Junior Max title challenge. That is Jake Woods. Jake Woods has broken down on the last lap of the race, but Aidan Hassan wins in the final ahead of Callum Ghosh by 3.2 seconds. A big, big run for Callum Ghosh there. 3rd for Jake Howard, 4th for 𝗵𝗵𝗍𝗀. Great drive as well from the rookie in SuperOne, Ethan Hay there in 5th. Milo Manderson 6th, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀 7th. Charlie Cox in 8th, Jake Flewitt in 9th, and Eric Smith completes the top 10. That result is, of course, provisional before any post-race checks. And you'll be able to see all of the confirmed results on results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. There we go. One more race to go then. The Rotax 177 final is up next. Time for our final race of the day and of the weekend here at Glan-Y-Gors for the first meeting of the year for Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. Andy Collinson has pole position for this race. Stephen Richardson, who's had some technical issues intermittently across the course of the day, but does join him there on the front row of the grid. Shane Collins and Jason Bear on row 2. Alex Joyner completes the 5-kart field. So Andy Collinson took the round win yesterday. That was ahead of Shane Collins. 3rd place for Stephen Richardson, 4th for Jason Bear, and Alex Joyner in 5th. Thank you for all your comments today and all your support for our different drivers. That's why we've got a little bit of a delay. Just waiting for the last of our Junior Max drivers to safely return back to the paddock. Hello to a few of our commenters in the YouTube chat. Hello to Trebler, DXB as well. 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀, thank you everybody for your support. And if you're new around here and you haven't done so already, do give that subscribe button a press. Big well done to Alpha Live recently as well, hitting the 30,000 subscriber mark. Thank you once again to everybody who's got involved across all of the streams on Alpha Live. Very busy month is April. As we say, we've got another round of this championship up at 𝗬𝗲𝗀 at the end of the month, but plenty between now and then. Do make sure you've got the notification bell checked as well, so you don't miss a single broadcast. And if you've enjoyed the commentary today as well, at @MM across all of your major social media networks, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter,
do give us a follow, do give us a like. It's very well appreciated, and well done to that man as well, Josh East, for all the wonderful photography that he's done this weekend. That shot brought to you by the second best commentator in the paddock, Mr. Anthony Jordan. Anyway, one more race to go. Formed up for the 5-kart Rotax 177 final. This one could go anywhere, but let's go for it. Collinson leads early stages, gets a good start. Good start for Richardson as well in second place. Third for Collins as they head up to Spoon for the first time in this one with 9 minutes plus 1 lap. The agenda for the day. Oh, beautiful down the inside from Shane Collins. Caught Stephen Richardson out wide there, takes second place. Saw in heat number 2 earlier on this afternoon. Not a good first lap from Shane Collins. Got stuck behind Bear and Joyner, and it really cost him in that race. Not this time. Much faster start. Immediately up into second place, trying to hunt down Andy Collinson now, who he did manage to beat in the first heat today. But this is the final. This is the big one. This is where the 60 points are on offer. Andy Collinson took the win yesterday. Straight away adjusting the radiator flap, trying to keep the engine temperatures good. Good scrap going on between Jason Bear and Alex Joyner for 4th and 5th place. As we've seen across the course of this weekend. Small field, but a very competitive one. In these two groups, these top 3, who've man-marked each other across the course of the 5 races that we've had so far at GYG over the last 2 days. A bit of a shake of the head there from Andy Collinson. Not happy about something at all there. Still holds this lead by 0.4 of a second. Shane Collinson behind Stephen Richardson is now having a go at Shane Collins, going for second place. It has got him. Really good stuff from Stephen Richardson up into second place. Tap on the head to say, come on, let's work together. Let's go. Let's try and catch up to Andy Collinson, who's got control of this race at the moment. 2 minutes down, 7 minutes to go. So we've got the length of one of the normal heats now to go. There is your race leader, number 74, Andy Collinson. 0.6 of a second is the lead now for Collinson. I think you can hear how hard the drivers are pushing now the exit curb. That slapping noise that you can almost hear as the kart's going over that. Or is it? Oh dear. I hope that's not some of the exhaust problems for Stephen Richardson again that I'm hearing. At the moment, he's got the fastest kart on circuit, 43.072. Jason Bear and Alex Joyner continue to have their good scrap over 4th place. It's mainly in heat number 1 that we saw the problems for Richardson. Seemed to come in and out. At times, this kart has been absolutely rapid so far this weekend. Oh, big curb hop there. That's the curb that we're talking about on the exit. Thankfully for these karts, it's on driver's left. If it was on a driver's right curb hit like that, they'd be risking breaking chains and sprockets and all sorts in the drivetrain on these Rotax powered machines. I know it's a cliche, this is a proper old school circuit. No big tarmac runoffs, no flat curbs that the drivers can use to their pleasure. It dips, it bends, it is like a roller coaster at times. It aches the body, it aches the karts as well. Alex Joyner on the rear of Jason Bear at the moment. It's good to see Jason Bear running here in the Rotax 177 category. He's raced various things over the years. Giving a go at Rotax 177 here. He's got some good pace at the moment. A 43.613 last time around. Best in this race of 43.541 for Bear, which is the lap before. Stephen Richardson attacking now. Has just gone purple in sectors number 1 and number 2, and the sector 2 time was very good indeed. That's the effect of it. That is now a 0.281
gap from first to second place. Collinson and Richardson fighting over first place now. 4.5 minutes to go into the second half of this race on the time. The number 10 karts at the moment seeming to be performing not just well, but evenly as well. I do hope, of course, that we don't curse it, because we want to see a good scrap at the end of this weekend. It was a very close run thing in the final 24 hours ago, which Andy Collinson won out in. Another lap ticks on by, 4 minutes to go. That's, oh, very wide there. Stephen Richardson, that is how hard he was pushing. Not seen many drivers get away with that one. Let's have a look at this again. Mammoth speed through the corner, does clip the curve on the inside, dips a toe in the grass. He is a very lucky boy, is Stephen Richardson, that at least that part of the circuit is not as damp as others have been across the course of this weekend. Here's your fight for fourth place. Jason Bear and Alex Joyner. Alex Joyner looking quicker, I would say, at this phase of the race. Just cannot find a way through. That was a good couple of corners, though, from Jason Bear, and he just ekes out that lead again to almost half a second. Curb hopping did cost Stephen Richardson. He's dropped to a second behind Andy Collinson now. Maybe just a lap to gather his thoughts, gather the senses and go again to try and close Andy Collinson down. Good work through the first couple of sectors by Stephen Richardson. Not purple sectors this time. Has closed a bit of that second gap down. Attack Motorsport team will be enjoying this. Two drivers running out with them this weekend. Oh, this might be a chance for Alex Joyner up the inside. Jason Bear's going to have to give the space there. Up the hill they go. Through goes Alex Joyner. Liked how Alex Joyner worked that. He just kept applying the pressure to Jason Bear. Waited for the mistake, took the opportunity at the first chance that he got. Very good stuff from Alex Joyner. Can Jason Bear now fight back and reverse the scenario there? Less than 2 minutes to go then. Lead gap has come down quite a bit. Andy Collinson now leads by half a second over Stephen Richardson. There is the half a second gap, and a purple first sector from Stephen Richardson. Another 1/10 of a second gone. Andy Collinson is going to come under some pressure here, I feel, in the latter stages of this final. Through the carousel once again. One of the second sectors looking like quicker again for Stephen Richardson. First that tighter line through the initial part of Devil's Elbow. We've already seen Richardson fight back past Shane Collins to take second place in this race, and is now going to be right in the toe of the number 74. In fact, Shane Collins has fallen down the order. Is that a transponder issue? I think it might be. Let's focus on this lead battle for now, though. 0.335 at the last check. Faster again through the first sector. You can visibly see it now. Richardson closing in, but has not got a lot of time to find a way through. 30 seconds on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps after this one. Shane Collins is still there in third. It was a slight blip on the transponders and the timing, so no need to worry if you're following Shane Collins in the number 52. 2 more laps then. Another bit of time goes for Andy Collinson's lead. It's down to 1/4 of a second. He's got good straight line speed though, it's Andy Collinson. He's praising the guys who've been working on his engines before today's second round. Talked to him yesterday, having won round number 1. It's serving him well. What is the easiest opportunity to overtake if you've got that chance? If you're in Stephen Richardson's position, there in second place, looking for that toe, looking for that drive up the hill into Spoon. the driver ahead of you's got a bit more oomph up the hill. Makes it very, very difficult to find a way past at this circuit. Final lap then. Andy Collinson in the same position that he was in 24 hours ago, trying to hold on here and prevent a move from Richardson to get by into second place. Well, yesterday it was Shane Collins attacking. Now it's the number 10. That was good work from Collinson over the top of the hill. Resisted any fight from Richardson through Spoon Curve, but there are further opportunities. It's got to be a big one, though, from Richardson to find a way through and win this round. Not through there, not through Devil's Elbow. One more corner to go. Is Richardson in striking distance? He is not. Andy Collinson makes it 2 finals from 2 and takes the round in Rotax 177 ahead of Stephen Richardson, who fought all the way, takes a gallant second place. Shane Collins in third, Alex Joyner finishes in fourth, and Jason Bear fifth. Well, there we go. That completes the racing here today for the second round of the 2023 Purgo Super One Karting Championships. Do hope you've enjoyed it. Before we go, a couple of thanks from myself here in the commentary box. Big thanks to the whole team, the Alpha Live team, who've manned the cameras and done all the production here this weekend. Adam Chapman, Luke Woodford, Kieran Mogg, Anthony Jordan, and Aviv Pofflinger. Thank you to all of them. Literally could not have done my job without them this weekend. And a great show once again from us all here at Alpha Live. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at @MM across the social media networks is the accounts that you want to follow and give the likes and all of that business too. As I say, plenty coming up in April. It's a very, very busy one. Big thanks to the whole team at SuperOne, John Hoyle, Amelia Hoyle, and the whole crew for putting the event on this weekend. And of course, Glan-Y-Gors Karting, the marshals, and everyone who have enabled us to race here this weekend. We are next back in action for SuperOne on the weekend of the 29th and 30th of April. We'll be up at Rowra. Big, long journey for us on what is a very big weekend. So I do hope you can join us for the stream on Sunday the 30th of April. And of course, thank you to all of you following, commenting, liking, sharing the stream today. Hope you've enjoyed it. Do make sure, if you haven't already, give Alpha Live a subscribe. That is all we've got time for here at Glan-Y-Gors. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you in 4 weeks' time up at Rowra for round 4 of the 2023 Purgo Super One Karting Championship. For now, bye-bye.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne Series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resisted though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.